Part 84. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guangguang Zi. Chapter 831. The Prince is Fierce. Chapter 45 of Hidden Dragon Scale Shadow. The palace lanterns swayed in the wind and snow, and there was complete silence in the Hanyuan hall. The maid stood outside the hall with her head down, her eyes showing a trace of fatigue. The eunuch came to the desk in the hall with a tea tray and bowed to persuade him. "Your Majesty, it's getting late, it's time to go to bed." The light of the candlelight illuminated the spacious study, and a few smokes burned in the tortoise longevity copper incense burner. On the wall hung maps of the two countries, with the main deployments of the east and west fronts marked on them. On the spacious desk, memorials and files piled up into a mountain, even blocking the eunuch's sight. Behind the neatly arranged files, the gray-haired Qi Emperor Zhonglin, wearing a nightgown, was still looking at the files in his hand by candlelight, as if he had not heard the eunuch's words. The eunuch sighed in his heart, and did not dare to persuade him again, but just stood outside the desk and bowed and waited. The case file in Zhonglin's hand was just sent by the Eastern Front. It was about one thing. After a winter of silence, Suwang Suyu began to dispatch warships to Chu. According to the rough estimate of the secret agents, there were no less than 300 ships, of which 20 were fully loaded with Wuokui cannons, no less than 200. Wuokui cannon is the name given by the four eastern kings and northern Qi. It refers to the 3,000 Jing cannon of the Western Liang army. One shot can reach nearly 5 to 8 miles. No matter the people, horses, or houses, it will be torn into pieces. Its killing power is comparable to that of contemporary Wuokui. In the battle formation of the heavy cavalry group charging, this thing, let alone 200 guns, even if there are only 2 guns, can break up the iron luosha that northern Qi is proud of. The four eastern kings can't stop it at all. It is conceivable how much pressure Zhonglin was under at this time. The metallurgical technology of northern Qi is excellent. As soon as Zhonglin learned about this battle formation killer, he secretly arranged for the military equipment supervisor to imitate it. But the Su family kept the weapons workshop too tight. On the battlefield, no one except the Ziliang army was allowed to get close to the artillery. It was too difficult to imitate it just by watching it from a distance. So far, we can only hear the sound. It will take at least 2 years to equip the army and generate a certain combat power. The Su family will definitely not give northern Qi 2 years, hoping that the four kings of the east will delay. Let alone delaying for 2 years, Zhonglin can praise it for 2 months and say honor in defeat. After the Su family destroys the four kings of the east and points the spearhead at northern Qi, what will happen? Although Zhonglin did not go to the front-line battlefield, he can fully imagine it. What should be thought about now is not how to attack Chang'an to regain the lost land of ancestors, but how to preserve the current foundation of the Zhang family. Although the situation is critical and the future is almost predictable, it is not a dead end. The advantage of northern Qi is that it has great depth, and it is half nomadic and half agricultural. If it cannot defeat them, it can migrate northward. As long as the Su family shows the courage to endure hardships in Mobei, it will be difficult for them to wipe out northern Qi. Dayo is not rich enough to do whatever it wants. First, there were floods in Jiangnan and droughts in Shu, then there was the rebellion of the four kings, and the Su family entered Chang'an. There were wars everywhere in the southeast, northwest, and northeast. In 1 or 2 years, they almost exhausted decades of accumulation. If it were not for the great advantage of the Western Liang army, they would have rebelled and the court would have fallen apart. As long as northern Qi is not in chaos when Dayo comes, and advances and retreats step by step, it can also drag it out until Dayo can no longer afford it. After all, there are no rivers on the grassland. Zhonglin does not believe that the Western Liang army can chase the cavalry with the 3,000 Jin heavy artillery on the flat grassland. But it is easy to rally the people when you are in a great victory, but it is more difficult than climbing to the sky to get the whole country to move forward and retreat together to turn the tide when you are defeated. This is a severe test of the prestige and ruling power of the person in power, and the slightest mistake will lead to eternal damnation. Zhang Lin has been in power for decades and has enough confidence to deal with this situation, but God does not give him this opportunity. Ahem. Zhang Lin, who has been diligent in government for many years and has become ill due to overwork, coughed twice while covering his mouth, put the file on the seat, and sighed deeply. Zhang Lin knows his body very well. It is not surprising that he is dying and dying. He will definitely not last until the day of the head-on battle with Dayu. As for Zhang Du, the only heir under his knees, Zhang Lin knows him even better. He has no courage to look ahead and behind, and can only do things step by step. After he succeeds to the throne, he will inevitably be unable to stabilize the court internally and suppress the vassal kings externally. The emperor who cannot issue orders from Giwan Hall, what can he use to rally the people? Zhang Lin wanted to abolish his only son and pass the throne to the Zhang clan prince, but he could say this, but he couldn't do it in reality, because if this word got out, the first ones to fight would definitely be the left and right princes, and the Su family wouldn't have to do it. So Zhang Lin had no choice at all. Go and call the prince. Yes. The eunuch who had been waiting for a long time bowed and accepted the order. Under the same night, in the East Palace, Prince Zhangdu paced anxiously in the bedroom, waiting for possible news from outside. Since the ambush and killing of Lu Wei failed, Zhangdu has been worried, fearing that his father would ask how the matter was handled. Wang Jin secretly patrolled the city and found no whereabouts, so he might have fled far away. Zhangdu wanted to make up a reason and say that Lu Wei was dead, but without a head as evidence, he would definitely not be able to deceive his father, who was experienced, and if Lu Wei showed up again after lying, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Now Zhangdu has regretted why he didn't go to see Lu Wei in person that day. If he had sincerely explained his current situation and asked Lu Wei to help him one last time, he might have a better chance than being in a dead end like now. Your Highness. As Zhangdu paced back and forth, he suddenly heard the voice of the eunuch outside. He trembled violently, knowing that what was coming had finally come. Father wants to see me. Yes, His Majesty just read the memorial sent from the east and is in a bad mood. Your Highness should go there as soon as possible. Zhangdu's face turned pale, he gritted his teeth, and dared not delay at all, and walked quickly to the Hanyuan Hall where the emperor slept. On the way, Zhangdu kept asking Zhang Lin about his words and deeds tonight, trying to prepare for the answer in advance, but it was a pity that Zhang Lin didn't say a word tonight, just reading the memorial. Zhangdu was confused, and could only secretly analyze the situation of the front-line battle to avoid being unable to answer when asked later. Hanyuan Hall was some distance away from the East Palace. Zhangdu and the eunuch walked quickly through the corridor, and they were sweating a little when they arrived outside the hall. Zhangdu carefully arranged his clothes outside the palace gate. After calming down his breath, he walked into the palace with a smile and bowed respectfully to the desk. Your son, I pay my respects to your father. Zhang Lin stood behind the desk, his back to Zhangdu, looking up at the map on the wall, his voice flat and without any emotion. Knowing that I would come today, why did I call you here? Zhangdu looked down at the ground and hesitated. Your son heard that the news from the east today must be that there was movement from the Su family of Prince Su. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Lin interrupted Zhangdu's words. Last year, when the Chu army stopped fighting, everyone knew that Prince Su was short of ships to transport troops and would not cross the river until the spring. Now there is movement from the Su family. Who in the court doesn't know? Do you need to remind me again? The scolding was loud, and he looked old but full of energy. The eunuchs and maids outside the palace lowered their heads and tiptoed away from the Hanyuan palace. Otherwise, if they heard the emperor scolding the prince, when the prince came to power, he would basically have to be buried with the late emperor. Zhang Du was frightened by Zhang Lin's scolding and knelt down in the study. Your son will punish you. I have sent people to deal with Lu Wei a few days ago. Hearing this, Zhang Lin was even more furious. He turned around and glared at Zhang Du with a pair of tiger eyes. Such a trivial matter requires the king of a country and the prince to discuss behind closed doors in the middle of the night. I really want to split your brain open to see if it is filled with paste. Zhang Du was stunned and opened his mouth, speechless. Nothing he said was right. He felt that his father was deliberately picking on him, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Zhang Lin stared at Zhang Lin for a long time without seeing his answer, and his face became more angry. If you had done it, with your temper, you would have come to me in the middle of the night to claim credit after taking Lu Wei's head. You haven't come for so many days. Do you think I'm stupid and can't guess the result? Zhang Du lowered his head a few times and said nervously. Father, I have never been negligent. I arranged for someone to handle this matter on the same day, but Lu Wei was too cunning. Pa! The teacup fell to the ground, and the cold tea splashed all over Zhang Du. Zhang Lin's hair and beard stood up. He walked to the desk and pointed at his son kneeling on the ground. A nobody was ambushed and killed by the prince of a country without knowing it. You said the other party was cunning? He was Su Buling? Could he come and go like the wind in front of thousands of troops? No, it's just that the person you arranged went wrong. Who did you arrange? Zhang Lin was so angry that he laughed and pointed to Guiyan City outside the hall. There are civil and military officials outside the court, who can't be used. You are the prince, and you sent a message to Zhou Qingkaiu. Does he dare to say no? Can he let a merchant's son run away under his nose? Zhang Du was sweating profusely and gritted his teeth and said, the national teacher is busy with all kinds of affairs. A few days ago, the son is in Ma Zhongling again. What does this have to do with you? Zhang Lin paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, furious. You are the king, he is the minister. He eats the court salary, and he is loyal to the country even if he dies of exhaustion outside. Do you need to worry about his safety? Even if you don't mention Zhou Qingkaiu, you can just find an official who can go to court to arrange this matter. He dares to mess it up for you. Zhang Du opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and lowered his head and said. My son, I have known Lu Wei for a long time, and we have a deep friendship. If I let the court take action, he will definitely guess that it was my son who ordered it. Pa! Zhang Lin raised his hand and slapped Zhang Du in the face, making Zhang Du stagger. A dead man, are you afraid that he will know that you ordered him to do it? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that he will turn into a ghost and come to settle accounts with you? Zhang Du quickly stood up and knelt down, gritting his teeth and said. I have been taught by saints since I was young. Doing such ungrateful things is really against the conscience of heaven and earth. You still know how to be ungrateful. Zhang Lin's eyes were bloodshot with anger, and he cursed directly. Since you know that it is against your conscience, why do you still do it? Zhang Du was stunned for a moment, raised his head, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. My father asked me to do it. Whatever I told you to do, you did it. I told you to die, will you go? Zhang Du clenched his fists, looked at Zhang Lin who was making excuses, and said in a hard voice. I obeyed my father's orders, and there was nothing wrong with that. A real man should not be soft-hearted, and I have no complaints about killing Lu Wei. Then did you do it? Did you kill him? Zhang Du was speechless again. Zhang Lin raised his hand and pointed at Zhang Du, cursing. You still know that a real man should not be soft-hearted? Can he run away if you are so cruel? If you don't want to kill, just tell me directly, what can I do to you? Faced with this kind of unreasonable scolding, Zhang Du gradually became angry. After all, Zhang Lin was not the first to say that he wanted to abolish him. What if he didn't do it and was abolished? but he didn't dare to say these words to his face. Jiangdu just gritted his teeth and said, "Father, I have been obedient to you since I was a child, and I have never failed in my duties. It was just that I accidentally killed Lu Wei this time, but I didn't do it. I don't know where I am wrong. Why does father always dislike me? Think about it yourself." Zhang Lin flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "You don't even know where you are wrong. What's the point of me telling you?" Jiangdu's body trembled slightly, his breathing fluctuated sharply, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I am not wrong, I can't think of it. I have never done anything wrong since I was a child, and it is related to Lu Wei. System, there have been monarchs like me in ancient times. Just talking about my Zhang family's ancestors, there is Qi Xianzong." Zhang Lin said coldly, "Did I ever say that you were wrong about this?" Jiangdu raised his head, his face red and white. "Since father thinks it is not wrong, why did he instruct Lu Shanpu to kill his son? Why did he let his son kill the person he cherishes most? Can't you stop him?" The fifth-rank censors in the court dared to stop my edict. You, the prince of a country, can't protect an unknown person with deep feelings and loyalty. Zhang Lin asked angrily, his eyes full of anger. He only has one son, Jiangdu. He doesn't understand what Jiangdu is afraid of. He has no choice at all, no other heirs. Not to mention an insignificant soldier. Even if Jiangdu caused a huge disaster, he can only swallow his anger and help Jiangdu clean up his ass. This was a situation that anyone with a little bit of brains could figure out. He didn't understand why Jiangdu was so cowardly that he didn't even dare to say no when his opponent had no way out. Jiangdu lowered his head, his eyes twitched slightly, and he almost gritted his teeth as he said word by word. "Father is the king of a country, and he controls the life and death of all people in the world, including me, and I cannot disobey. You don't dare. You are stupid. If you had a little sense of the overall situation, a little ambition, or even a little greed, you wouldn't kneel here today." Zhang Lin was so angry that his eyebrows jumped. He was too lazy to look at Jiangdu again, and turned around and cursed. "Think about where you are wrong today. If you can't think of it, you will go to Bihai to herd sheep for the rest of your life tomorrow. I'd rather hand this world over to a dog than to you. Dogs know how to bite when they are angry." Bang! In the empty hall filled with scolding, a muffled sound suddenly sounded, and the angry words stopped abruptly. Zhang Lin's body shook, and he felt heat flowing down his forehead. He raised his hand and touched it, but his hand was blood red. Zhang Lin turned around and saw Jiangdu, who was kneeling on the ground, standing up behind him, holding a candlestick in his hand. His weak cheeks were almost twisted, and veins on his forehead bulged, staring at him like a hungry wolf. "I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I've been right since I was a child. You just don't like me." Jiangdu's knuckles turned white when he held the candlestick, his body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes were red as blood, and he said hysterically, "You never treated me as a son, you just can't stand me liking men, you're afraid that the Zhang family will die out, and you want to pass the throne to other princes. You are the emperor, how dare I disobey you? I'm not wrong, you just want to abolish me, you force me." Bang! Another one, hit the forehead. Zhang Lin, the Qi emperor who had dominated the northern Qi for decades and had forced the northern Qi to compete with Daiyue, was bleeding. Looking at his biological son in front of him, his sharp eagle-like eyes showed no fear or surprise, but rather some abnormal surprise. Zhang Kai wiped the blood in front of his eyes with his sleeves, stepped back a few steps, sat on the desk, bumped into the pile of case files, stared at his son with fierce eyes, and nodded. "Right, now it's right, as a monarch, it's not the turn of outsiders to point out right and wrong. I was right. I just want to be the emperor. If you don't let me, I'll take it myself. What can you do to me? There are no palace servants here, no one sees it, So what if they see it? From now on, I am the emperor, and what I say is what it means. Zhang Du was almost crazy, raised his hand again, and hit the shaky Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai could no longer hold on and fell into the pile of files on the ground. His head was bloody, but his eyes were still clear and sharp. He looked straight at his son. It might be the first time in his life that he looked at his son. After all, the crazy young man in front of him, although not like a human being, at least looked like a wolf. It's good to know that he is the sky. How can a monarch be without his own opinion? Even if he makes a stupid move and kills Zhang, he can't let the ministers put pressure on him and make decisions. It's good to be selfish and cruel. He dared to kill his biological father for the throne. After he came to power, he would not trust any vassal king or court official. An ungrateful wolf is better than a coward with human nature but no animal nature. If he can do this, there is no one in the world that he is afraid of. This is called tyranny. The so-called kingly way is being upright and acting without orders. Stick to your own opinion and think that Lu Wei should not be killed. No one can say it. Rule the world with benevolence. The so-called hegemony is I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. To achieve the goal, I will do whatever it takes, and I can abandon my parents and brothers. No matter which one, it is the way of the emperor. The most feared thing is to take the way of hegemony and still think about the reputation of the kingly way, but end up with neither. Now I am finally stronger. Zhang Lin's eyes became weaker and weaker, his hands fell down weakly, and his breathing gradually slowed down until there was no movement. You forced me to do this, I never did anything wrong, you forced me to do this. Zhang Du held the lamp, staring at the man on the ground with his scarlet eyes, breathing rapidly, and venting his dissatisfaction and resentment that had been suppressed for many years incoherently. Zhang Lin's consciousness gradually faded, and his eyes never closed. It was not that he would not close his eyes in death, but he simply wanted to see his son a few more times. After all, this was his heir, his only biological son. How could he not like and love his son when he was old? But being born in an imperial family, the burden on his shoulders was too heavy. Zhang Lin could not let his son grow up under the protection of his wings. He had to let his son walk on thin ice, full of crisis and animality, because he was the future emperor of Deqi. Since giving birth to this son, what Zhang Lin wanted to see most was the daunting tyranny in those eyes now, the tyranny that dared to trample everything in the world under his feet. Now that he had seen it, there was no need to speak out the deep love he had for his son. He had to be ruthless to the end, and he could not leave his son with any meaningless guilt or regret. Zhang Lin's eyes never changed, staring straight at Zhang Du, like two sharp swords without emotion, until there was no more brilliance. The empty hall gradually became silent. With a long period of silence, Zhang Du's breathing gradually calmed down, but his body trembled more and more. Father, father. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Du, who had been angry, gradually woke up, his face turned from angry livid to pale, the lamp in his hand fell to the ground, he took a step back, until he sat on the ground, and shrank back a few steps. There was no sound in the hall, only dark red blood, flowing from under the case file and spreading to Zhang Du's feet. Boom boom boom. My heart beat like a drum. Zhang Du didn't dare to look at the eyes that were no different from when he was alive. He stayed for a moment, then hurriedly got up and wanted to run out to call the imperial physician. He stopped before he reached the door. This matter must not be spread. Zhang Du breathed quickly, looked around, and quickly ran to the bookshelf where the books and files were placed. He took out the papers and sprinkled them on the body next to the desk, then picked up the candle and wanted to light it. As long as the fire was lit, it would be said to the outside world that the late emperor was dealing with memorials at night, and he was weak and fainted and accidentally knocked over the candlestick. Then the eunuchs and palace maids on duty were killed, and no one in the world would know about it. As for whether the outside world believed it or not, he would be the emperor of northern Qi soon. Who dared not to believe it? Zhangdu's face was pale, and he might not even realize that his current state was the most decisive in his life. If he had this ruthlessness, courage, and skill in his early years, Zhonglin would not have ended up like this. It's a pity that it's still too late to understand what the way of the emperor is now. The candle flame fell, but the candle did not fall to the ground. While Zhangdu was still frantically thinking about countermeasures, his head suddenly felt dizzy, and then he fell into darkness and fell into a pool of blood on the ground. Plop! After a slight muffled sound, the hall became quiet again, leaving only a shadow in the pool of blood. Su Buling was wearing a nightgown, holding a candle in his black gloves, with a little sigh in his heroic peach blossom eyes, and two little snakes coiled on his arms, also looking at the slightly messy ground strangely. It's a pity that he was beaten to death by a coward as the lord of the northern Qi dynasty. Su Buling looked at Zhonglin, who was buried in the paper. Although it was the first time he met this northern Qi monarch, the teaching just now was enough to make people feel terrible. With clear thinking and vicious words, every sentence was hinting and waking up Zhangdu, forcing a waste to become a wolf who dared to eat meat. With Songji's ruthlessness, but without Songji's arrogance and suspicion, if Zhonglin was released in Chang'an City, there would probably not be the current situation, because Zhonglin would never do the thing of reducing the vassal state before the foreign invasion was resolved. Not a pity, a tiger father and a dog son. Even if Zhonglin scolded Zhangdu hard, with Zhangdu's level, Su Buling could still break his wings in the future. The gap between father and son is too big. Su Buling sneaked into the palace, originally planning to steal Agarwood and find an opportunity to kill Zhonglin. Now that Zhangdu came out with fatherly love and filial piety, he didn't have to do it himself. After a few glances, Su Buling picked up the Agarwood paperweight on the desk, ignored everything, and went directly to the bedroom next door, ignited the cloth and scrolls, and then blocked the doors and windows. After confirming that Zhangdu could not be burned to death in a short time, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guangguangong Zi. Chapter 832. The fire is coming. Hurry up. In the dead of night, the snow and wind were blowing, and the towering imperial city was ablaze. The entire city was visible from afar, and it caused a great uproar in the streets and alleys. Suanwu Street, the imperial master's mansion. In the study, candles were lit, and Zhou Qingkaiu, wearing a nightgown, was thinking about the strategy to break the deadlock on the eastern front in front of the map. Outside the room, Zhou Zhan ran in hurriedly, and Yao Yao said in a hurry, "Dad, the imperial city is on fire. It looks like the direction is the Hanyuan Hall where the emperor sleeps. Go and have a look." Zhou Qingkai opened the window and saw the fire in the palace not far away. He frowned, and in a flash, he reached the top of the house and ran out of the imperial city. On the other side, Su Buling had already finished his business and left, and came to the small inn where Zhangdu was imprisoned. In the night, light snow was falling. Although some people stopped to look at the imperial city in the market, the news had not yet reached here, and the street was still calm. On the big tree outside the inn, the little sparrow built a small nest with branches and lay lazily inside, eating melon seeds while staring at the room opposite, occasionally flapping its wings to shake off some snow foam on its feathers. Su Buling landed on the tree, picked up the bird's nest, and said softly, "Yi, go back to the inn, let Manzi and the others pack up, we have to leave Guiyan City overnight." The little sparrow flapped its wings, looked like obeying my husband, turned around like an arrow from a string, and flew to the nearby inn. Su Buling threw Yi's nest aside and jumped into the room of the inn from the window. In the room, Zhang Kai was still lying on the bed. He was tied up for 3 or 4 days and was almost exhausted. He was in a daze and his eyes were dull. He kept calculating the time when Su Buling would come to take him out of the wind next time. Seeing someone enter the window, Zhang Kai was shocked and twisted his body in a hurry, groaning, "Woo woo." Su Buling closed the window and pulled out the cloth gagged in his mouth. Zhang Kai coughed several times and cried, "Uncle Su, can you arrange a guard? People have 3 urgent needs, don't you know? If I, the prince, poop in my pants, how can I face people in my next life?" Zhang Kai's face was almost blue, and he struggled impatiently, wanting Su Buling to untie the rope. Su Buling had no intention of untying the rope, and frowned. "Who told you to eat so much? I only eat 1 meal a day, do you think I want to eat so much? Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore." "Hold it even if you can't hold it anymore." Su Buling sat down next to him and asked softly, "Where does Zhang Rui live?" When Zhang Kai heard this, his restless mood suddenly calmed down, and a look of joy appeared between his eyebrows. He hurriedly answered, "It's in the middle of Zhuangyuan Street. There is a sign hanging on the door. You will know it when you go there. Hurry up and tie up that grandson to accompany me. I miss him so much." Su Buling nodded, and did not get up to tie him up. Instead, he turned to look at Zhang Kai. "Zhang Kai, do you want to be the emperor?" Zhang Kai's expression froze, and all his emotions disappeared. He frowned and looked at Su Buling in front of him. After a careful glance, he found that Su Buling had a paperweight with a turtle head carved on it on his waist, with the words "Turtle and Crane's Isling" written on it. "You." Zhang Kai's face turned pale, and he struggled violently, but he couldn't get up. He could only stare at Su Buling with anger. "You villain, how dare you murder my emperor, I." Su Buling raised his hand, "Don't slander me, I just went to the palace to get something, and I saw something I shouldn't have seen." Zhang Du frowned again, a little confused about Su Buling's intention, and asked, "What do you mean? The emperor and the prince are still alive, do you still want to persuade me to rebel against the Qi?" Su Buling shook his head and told everything he had seen and heard in Hanyuan Hall. "Fankin, I sneaked into the imperial city under the cover of night and touched the vicinity of Hanyuan Hall." Zhang Kai frowned and listened, and his eyes were stunned and shocked, but he did not doubt the authenticity. Because the words that Su Buling repeated were exactly the same as the way Zhang Lin and Zhang Du had talked in the past, they couldn't be made up. The only difference was Zhang Du's final rant of hatred. After Su Buling finished speaking, he shook his head and said, "The ice is not formed in a day." The saying "dogs know how to bite when they are angry" probably provoked Zhang Du, so he committed such an unforgivable crime. How can the great Qi allow a beast who killed his father and killed his king to sit on the throne? Don't you think so? Zhang Du's face was uncertain, staring at Su Buling, gritted his teeth. "What do you mean? Tell me this news, you want me to impeach the prince?" Su Buling narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Kai lying on the bed. "The emperor of Qi has only one son. Zhang Du can't be the emperor, and the throne will inevitably fall to the left and right in the hands of the prince. You and Zhang Rui are the second heirs. Last time I asked me how to find the agar wood paperweight, you told me to find Zhang Du and ask Zhang Du, the prince, to help steal it. Zhang Du is timid and will definitely be used by me. But Zhang Du and Emperor Qi are incompatible, and it is impossible for him to touch the agar wood paperweight. If there is any abnormality, it will be discovered by the meticulous Emperor Qi. A prince of a country is threatened to steal his father's life-saving things, which is more chilling than directly killing his father. Tell me first, what is the meaning of pushing Zhang Du to me?" Su Buling looked at him. Zhang Kai blinked, and then said angrily, "Su Buling, don't spit blood, how can I think so far? Whether you think about it or not, you have already done it." Su Buling stood up and untied the rope on Zhang Kai. "There has just been a fire in the palace. Zhang Du's mood swings are so high that he fainted. No one dares to clean up the scene. Now you can think of a way to take the Zhang family members there and catch him. Slow down a little and wait for Zhang Du to clean up. There is no chance in this life. After Zhang Kai broke free from the rope, he did not leave directly, but frowned and said, "Do you think my father and I really want to seize this throne? I, the Zhang family, have not yet regained our homeland. How can we use the throne to cause the entire northern Qi to fall apart?" Su Buletinling looked approvingly and nodded. "The crown prince is very enlightened, so that's fine. In 2/4 of an hour, I will tell Prince Zhang Rui the news. If you really care about the Qi, you can go directly over now and surrender to Zhang Rui. From now on, northern Qi will still be monolithic. Of course, you can also go home and wait for Zhang Rui to come over and bow down to you. But if you go home and wait now, the most likely possibility is that you will be placed under house arrest by Zhang Rui in Guiyan City from tomorrow morning, as a bargaining chip to restrain your father. You only have a lead of 2/4 of an hour. This is given to you because of your awareness of current affairs. Take advantage of it." After Su Buling finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Kai's expression was gloomy. He and Zhang Rui had a bad relationship, but he didn't believe that Zhang Rui would abide by his duty and not spy on the throne that was easily available to him. He raised his hand and said, "Wait, don't tell Zhang Rui this news first, wait until I stabilize the overall situation." Su Buring shook his head. "If I don't tell Zhang Rui, you may not be able to make up your mind. Only if someone competes with you will you run faster. You want to drive a tiger to devour a wolf and disrupt our empire. So what? If the prince has to think about the overall situation, just go home and wait now to see if Zhang Rui will accept your invitation. In ancient times, the prince probably knows better than me the fate of those who failed to seize the throne." After Su Buling finished speaking, he jumped out of the window without leaving any trace. The room became quiet. Zhang Kai clenched his fists tightly and paced back and forth in the room twice. Suddenly he remembered something. He took out 2 melon seeds from his sleeve, looked at them, threw them on the ground, stepped on them, and cursed angrily. 2 dragons seize the air, that's what it is. This black-hearted thing has such a deep calculation. After finishing speaking, Zhang Kai jumped out from the 2nd floor of the inn, landed on the street, grabbed the horse, and galloped towards Suanwu Street. There was chaos in the imperial city. The fire broke out in the harem. Foreign ministers were not allowed to enter without permission. Only the eunuchs and maids were hurriedly putting out the fire. In winter, when the weather is dry and the wind is blowing, it is not easy to extinguish a fire that is deliberately lit. After the eunuch saw the prince and the monarch lying in a pool of blood, he was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated from the firefighting crowd, leaving only a few trustworthy old servants to put out the fire. He sent someone to call the old queen who had gone to bed in the harem to take charge of the overall situation. Outside the square of Giwan Hall, many courtiers who saw the movement ran to the palace gate and anxiously asked about the situation in the palace. However, the palace door was closed and was strictly forbidden to be opened before the time. Without the emperor's order, the palace guards did not dare to open the door. They just kept asking for instructions from the palace and appeasing the courtiers. Although Zhou Qingkaiu, the imperial preceptor, was a minister and had great power, he was still a minister. No matter how skilled he was in martial arts, he could not directly break into the emperor's palace. After waiting outside the palace gate for half an hour, Zhou Qingkaiu saw that the emperor had not yet sent a message to appease the ministers. He secretly thought that something was wrong and said loudly, "The safety of your majesty is the most important thing, and the great Qi community is the most important thing. It is really helpless for me to enter the imperial city at night privately. I am willing to accept the punishment of your majesty. I hope all the ministers can bear witness afterwards." The courtiers who rushed over had already been running around in a hurry. Seeing this, they dared to stop them and said quickly, "National Master, hurry up to the palace to meet with the Holy Emperor. The war at the border is critical, so we must not make any mistakes at this time." Yeah. Seeing this, Zhou Qingkai took off the mace from his waist and placed it on the ground. He took off his shoes, jumped up to the 3-foot palace wall, and moved quickly towards the harem. The imperial guards in the outer city couldn't figure out the situation. Without the emperor's order, Zhou Qingkai should actually be stopped. However, the imperial preceptor was indeed the backbone of the court, and they were afraid of causing big trouble. They just hesitated for a blink of an eye. Zhou Qingkai then he disappeared. Men were strictly prohibited from entering the emperor's harem. Even the prince could not enter without permission. At this time, it was also strictly guarded. The eunuchs who came to explore the news were blocked outside. Zhou Qingkai stopped outside the harem and said loudly, "I, Zhou Qingkai, would like to see your majesty." The sound is like a loud bell. Even if there is a fire burning in Hanyuan Hall and the sound is noisy, it will still be heard. But Zhou Qingkai waited outside for a long time, but there was no response from the palace wall, and the fire showed no sign of extinguishing. Zhou Qingkai was so anxious that after thinking about it, he jumped up to the palace wall. As a result, he saw in the corridor inside the high wall, the old Queen Li, covered in blood, already standing below, her hair disheveled and tears streaming down her face. After seeing Zhou Qingkai, the old queen could no longer hold on and sat directly on the ground, crying loudly. "It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Master, Imperial Master, you must save Duer." Despite Zhou Qingkai's calm mind, his face paled when he heard these words. He knew that something big had happened and wanted to go down and cover Zhang Du's whereabouts, lest the news spread and plunge the entire northern Qi into civil strife. Unfortunately, before Zhou Qingkai could reach the old empress, the rapid sound of bells and drums rang outside, which informed the emperor that there was a mutiny in the city. Soon, a eunuch came running from the outskirts of the imperial city and shouted, "Your Majesty!" The right prince's eldest son, Zhang Kai, accompanied by Chang Zhonghuai, Tai Wei Zhongguanying, Jing Zhaoyinqin Li, etc., was worried about the emperor's safety due to the fire in the harem, so they forced their way into the palace to meet with the Holy Majesty. Asshole! Zhou Qingkai was instantly furious. He looked around a few times and then turned to the old queen sitting on the ground. "Is Zhang Du ready?" Empress Li was already panicking. "Duer fainted. The imperial doctor is treating Shengshang and Duer, but, what should we do?" "Imperial Master, you must save Duer, he must not have done it on purpose." Zhou Qingkai waved his sleeves. "Who cares if he did it on purpose? Wake him up quickly and pack up the body of the Holy Lord. Don't see anything strange. The head was smashed, and even after it was burned, you can see the marks on the bones. Has the body been burned?" "No, my concubine, can't bear to do such evil." "Why did he set fire if he didn't burn it? Are you afraid that people outside won't know?" Zhou Qingkai was furious. Queen Li was speechless. It is obviously meaningless to pursue responsibility at this time. Zhou Qingkai clenched his fist tightly, considered it, and said angrily, "Stop the news and just say that your Majesty fell and fainted. It is inconvenient to meet the courtiers. Let's take care of the wound first. I will go out to explain and ask Zhang Du to come over immediately." "Okay, I'll go right away." Outside the imperial city, thousands of imperial guards and soldiers from the capital garrison were confronting each other up and down the palace walls. Countless courtiers were caught in the middle, shouting and persuading all the time. "Zhang Kai, do you want to rebel and force the palace? You can't fight, you can't fight. If you let go of an arrow, the entire line of Prince Right will be completely destroyed. Da Qi is recovering the central plains. At this critical moment, there is no room for chaos. The Crown Prince Zhang was riding on a horse, holding a sword in his hand, and said to the ministers, "My father is extremely loyal to His Majesty. Who in Daki knows this? How could I do such a treasonous thing as leading an army to force the palace? You see the harem on fire, but you are still here to stick to the rules and not put out the fire, putting the emperor's safety at risk regardless. Do you want to mess with Daki, or do I want to mess with Daki?" Commander Zhang Guangying, the commander-in-chief of Daki military attaché, stood in the middle and made peace. Prince Zhang is also worried about the safety of His Majesty. You cannot ignore the fire in the imperial city. As long as you put out the fire and make sure that His Majesty's body is intact, Crown Prince Zhang will apologize to His Majesty. Zhongzheng Zhonghuai, an old man of the Zhang clan, was also very anxious at this time. Yes, there is no room for chaos at this time. Those who die by the rules are still alive. Even if Zhang Kai and I are allowed to go in and take a look, as long as we are sure that the Holy One is fine, the courtiers and the people can feel at ease, right? The ministers were already worried, but they just didn't dare to let Zhang Kai lead his troops into the imperial city. If only people from the Zhang clan went in to take a look, it would be unethical at best and nothing serious would happen, so they urged the palace guards to open the door. The imperial guard guarding the door would not dare to open it without the emperor's order, but the civil and military officials of the court urged them, and the harem refused to give the order. After much hesitation, they still opened the palace door. Zhang Kai and Zhang Huai, the old man of the Zhang family, quickly entered the city gate. They said they were two people, but the courtiers outside could not wait. After the Taiwei took the lead, they all entered the imperial city in a bustle, heading towards Giwen, who went to court every day. Run behind the palace. Halfway through the run, Zhou Qingkaiu and an old eunuch beside the emperor walked out calmly. Seeing more than 100 princes and generals approaching each other, Zhou Qingkaiu's face darkened and he said angrily, "Bold, who told you to break into the imperial city privately at night?" When the officials saw Zhou Qingkaiu's face calm, as if nothing serious had happened, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lieutenant Zhang Guangying felt a little guilty and quickly raised his hand to salute, waiting for Zhang Kai to speak. Zhang Kai was walking at the front. He knew clearly the situation in the harem and would not give in. He asked loudly, "There was a fire in the palace. I am worried about the safety of Your Majesty, so I came here with all the ministers to have a look. Is Your Majesty okay?" Zhou Qingkaiu's expression did not change. He waved his hands and said, "Your Majesty was busy with government affairs late at night. He accidentally fainted and bumped into the candlestick. Fortunately, the Chamberlain discovered it in time and was being treated by the imperial doctor. It is inconvenient to meet the courtiers. Please go back, all ministers." Zhang Kai brought everyone here and couldn't turn around at all. He asked, "Has the imperial master met with the Holy One?" Zhou Qingkaiu shook his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. The Holy One was frightened and fell asleep. He just took a look through the screen. You can rest assured. Zhang Kai raised his finger to the fire that was still burning in the harem. The fire in Hanyuan Hall has not been extinguished yet. Where is the Holy One sleeping peacefully? The Imperial Master only glanced at it through the screen. He has never met the Holy One in person. How can he be sure that the Holy One is fine? Zhang Kai. Zhou Qingkaiu looked angry. What do you mean by this? Zhang Kai raised his hand and saluted the harem from a distance. As a nephew, I am just worried about the safety of the Holy One. I cannot see with my own eyes that the Holy Dragon's body is intact. I feel uneasy. I also asked the Imperial Master to make way. Zhongzheng Zhonghuai also nodded, yes, even if you, Imperial Master, can take a look, it won't be troublesome for us to go over and take a look. Zhou Qingkaiu still wanted to speak, but footsteps came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw that Prince Zhang Kai, neatly dressed, came from behind with a gentle face and a gentle look on his face. He spoke from a distance. "Cousin, second uncle, and dear friends, you are all shocked. My father had just been handling government affairs late at night. He fainted from overwork and accidentally knocked over the candlestick, which caused the fire. At this time, my father had already received a message from my mother. Li Zhengdian fell asleep and was woken up by the beating of drums. I was very pleased to learn that you had come late at night and asked me to bring you a message so that you can go back home in peace." Zhang Du's wrist was still stained with blood and had not been washed off, so he had his right hand on his back. The clothes on his back were almost soaked, but his expression did not change at all. It seemed that what had happened just now had really enlightened Zhang Du. Zhou Qingqiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "The prince has said this. I will naturally feel at ease. I will retire." The emperor was ill, and the prince was supposed to handle all matters on his behalf. When the ministers saw that the emperor's own son had already spoken, they were sure not to ask random questions, so they immediately followed the order and walked back. Zhang Kai frowned. Seeing that Zhang Du's face was normal, and he really didn't look like he had just killed his father, he secretly murmured in his heart, could it be that Su Buling, the one who had harmed the family, deliberately gave him false news and asked him to come over and cause trouble? Forcing a woman to have a baby is a matter of no return. Zhang Kai brought his people here today. If Zhang Du hadn't been caught and Zhang Du succeeded in taking over, he would have been driven to death. Zhang Kai hesitated for a moment, and wanted to risk being punished, so he prepared to ask for help and go in to see Zhang Lin. But before Zhang Kai could make up his mind, a cry came from outside the imperial city. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Many courtiers in the square were stunned and looked back, only to see outside the palace gate, a young man wearing the prince's robe ran in rolling and crawling, sobbing with tears streaming down his face, as if he was his own father who had died. Zhang Rui. When Zhou Qingqiu saw the person coming, his heart sank again, knowing that something big was going to happen tonight. Zhang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, put on an angry look, and cursed. "Zhang Rui. The imperial master and the crown prince said that the Holy One is fine. Why are you howling in mourning at night? If you want to mourn, go back to your own home. Zhang Rui is the legitimate son of Prince Zhou, and he is not bad at learning and courage. However, he was half an hour late in receiving the news. By the time he ran to win over the person, he had already been pulled away by Zhang Kai." Watching Zhang Kai go in to force the harem, Zhang Rui didn't believe the stranger's news. At this time, he crawled in front of the crowd, knelt facing the harem, his eyes were bloodshot, and raised his hand to Zhang Du. "You are inferior to a beast, how dare you commit patricide and regicide?" Wow! These words were like thunder, and the whole place was in an uproar. They all stared at Zhang Rui in disbelief. "Your Highness, what are you talking nonsense about? How can you say such nonsense?" Zhou Qingqiu stood among the ministers and said nothing because it was too late. The emperor had just been assassinated, and the two princes outside knew about it. There must be an invisible hand adding fuel to the fire. But it was only then that he realized that there was nothing he could do to save himself. Now that the princes on the left and right know what happened in the harem, unless he kills the two princes on the spot to cover up the situation, there is no way to put the matter to rest. And the consequences of killing the two princes and forcing Zhang Du to take the throne may be even worse than they are now. Zhou Qingqiu's eyes showed a bit of weakness. When everyone looked at Zhang Rui, he looked up at the sky. It was snowy and windy in the sky, and dark clouds were pressing down on the city. He seemed to want to see who the owner was behind that big hand, but after looking at it for a long time, he had no clue. Facing Zhang Rui's questioning, Zhang Du's face turned pale, then his eyes became furious and he cursed. "Zhang Rui, I regard you as my cousin. How can you frame me with such baseless words?" Zhang Rui burst into tears, His face full of sorrow, he took out a piece of bloody paper from his arms and cursed angrily. I was sleeping peacefully in my house just now, when suddenly a servant from the palace came and delivered this blood edict. Everyone glanced at it and saw the 4 words Fei Du Li Rui written on the blood-stained rice paper. The writing was so sloppy that one could imagine the scene where Zhang Lin gritted his teeth and wrote these 4 words before he died. This. What the hell is this? While the ministers were confused, a young eunuch ran up from behind, knelt down next to Zhang Rui, and said in a trembling voice. The slave family was on duty behind the Hanyuan hall when they suddenly heard His Highness the Crown Prince shouting angrily, "You forced me," and the sound of hitting. He quickly ran to check, only to see His Highness the Crown Prince holding a candlestick and hitting His Majesty's forehead. Nonsense! How is it possible? Although the ministers did not believe that the always gentle prince would do such a thing, they still looked at Zhang Du. When Zhang Du saw that the little eunuch spoke so clearly, even he knew the dialogue that he couldn't remember clearly, he suddenly panicked and cursed angrily. You are talking nonsense. When I was talking to my father, there would be no servants around. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. There were all understanding people present, and they explained that it is impossible to leave a chamberlain during a conversation. Not my father and I are not together, which meant that we were indeed conversing with His Majesty just now. So where did this fire come from? The prince, who was less than 20, also fell ill from overwork and knocked over the candlestick. Zhang Kai was determined, and he drew out the long sword from his waist and pointed it at Zhang Du. Before the fire broke out in Hanyuan Palace, His Highness the Crown Prince was with His Majesty, accompanying him. Zhang Du made a mistake, but it was too late to react. Fang Kun was in chaos. He gritted his teeth and looked at Zhou Qingkaiu, hoping that Zhou Qingkaiu could smooth things over. It's a pity that Zhou Qingkaiu folded his sleeves with his hands and looked at the sky, having already lost his mind. The ministers were silent, but they already understood in their hearts. Zhang Du's inconsistent explanation was enough to explain everything. Zhang Kai raised his sword and said loudly, "Come here, take the prince into custody." Zhou Qingkaiu, as a national counselor, deceived his superiors and concealed such treacherous and unethical things. After the matter was over, he went to the Holy One to plead guilty. The Prince Zhang Rui was outside the palace, but he had close contacts with the emperor's attendants. I am the first to learn about this secret, and I am afraid that it may be related to this matter. The others will follow me into the palace to meet with the Holy One. Jingzhao Yinkinli quickly waved to the imperial guards to control the prince first. Zhang Rui looked furious, stood up and pointed at Zhang Kai. How dare you? I came here after receiving the emperor's secret message, and I didn't bring any soldiers. You brought so many courtiers here, so you must have known about this matter in advance. Whoever wants to force the palace can be used as a warning. Zhang Kai waved his hand and asked the imperial guards to capture Zhang Rui. He shook his head and said, I just saw a fire in the palace and was worried about His Majesty's safety, so I came to see the situation. All the civil and military officials were present. Could it be that they are all my people and are accompanying me to force the palace? I don't have His Majesty's blood book with me. There is no little eunuch in the palace to report the matter. Prince Zhang had better explain the whole matter clearly, otherwise the Zone family will investigate and you and your father will be held responsible. Promise. The imperial guards quickly stepped forward and held Zhang Rui down. Zhang Rui was furious and cursed, You are so presumptuous. If you dare to attack me, tomorrow the West Route army will march back to Yancheng. You, a rebellious minister and traitor, dare to resist the emperor's edict. Do you think my father is afraid of your father Zhang Heng? Zhang Kai led his ministers away and said coldly. Put down the blood book in your hand first. If the Holy One is only seriously injured and wakes up later, I'll see how you explain the blood book in your hand. Zhang Rui choked on his words and clenched his fists. You will regret it. If you dare to detain me today, my father will definitely kill the right prince's lineage to avenge me in the future. You wait for me. The sound was loud, but to no avail. The ministers did not dare to respond and could not start a fight. As long as the emperor's body is seen later and it is confirmed that Zhang Du killed his father, then the new king of Daqi can only be Zhang Kai or Zhang Rui. Zhang Kai took advantage of the opportunity and was able to secure the clan and convince the people. Zhang Rui was a step too slow. No chance. Everyone is thinking about the inheritance of the imperial line and analyzing the future situation. Only the imperial master Zhou Qingkai walked against the current and headed outside the palace gate. Zhou Qingkai already knew what would happen next. As long as Zhang Du cannot succeed to the throne normally, the balance between the left and right princes will be unbalanced. Even if the left and right princes do not try to steal it for the sake of the Zhang family, the two princes have already formed a deadly feud today. They cannot tolerate the other party becoming the emperor, and the whole body will be affected by one move. It was only a matter of time before the two kings met each other in battle. The new year has just passed and the Ziliang army has not yet crossed the river. Before Zhou Qingkai could figure out how to deal with the menacing Daio army, Daqi, which had been inherited for more than 300 years, collapsed without a fight overnight. Could it be that destiny is like this? Zhou Qingkai raised his eyes and looked at the desolate night sky. The fire behind him was blazing. His figure stood as tall as a mountain. He still seemed to be the backbone of northern Qi. However, his efforts to protect Zhang Du destined him to be difficult to get close to the center of power in the future. He had been squeezed out of the chessboard and became an outsider. He didn't even know who was behind it to squeeze him out. It may be any force in the world, or it may be God's will, but now it's too late and meaningless to think about these things. The last chapter of this year, Happy New Year's Eve to everyone, and may you get rich. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 833. Su Buling turned back from Zhang Rui's mansion. It was already late at night. He no longer cared about what would happen in the imperial city in the distance. At this moment, Su Buling suddenly understood why Grandpa Fubao was able to stir up chaos all over the world. It was really just that he had too many eyes. Using the advantage of information asymmetry to tell the news to the most appropriate person at the most appropriate time is enough to stir up the entire situation with just a few words. It is also an upright conspiracy. The other party has to jump in even if they know it is a trap, because if they don't jump, they will fall into a bigger pit. The superior plots, the general kills with his troops, and the counselor kills with his mouth. This kind of pleasure of being a troublemaker is really addictive. However, Su Buling did have some luck in today's situation. His original plan was to take the agar wood and kill Zhang Lin when he had the chance. He had no chance to kill Zhang Du, and he had no chance to kill Zhang Rui to frame Zhang Kai. Anyway, a trip to Baiki would leave a big hidden danger for Baiki that could not be quelled. I just didn't expect to bump into Zhang Duxianqi. Without even moving his hands, he just relied on a fool to achieve the best result so far. Having returned home with a full load, Su Buling naturally had no interest in staying here and laughing at the dogs biting dogs. After returning to the inn, he took the four girls and left Guiyan City overnight, leaving Baiki with a battle that was destined to hurt his muscles. Bone Uproar. The westernmost side of northern Qi dynasty, Black City. Thousands of miles outside the city, the sand and snow blended together. Prince Zhou Zhangruo, wearing the armor he never took off except when sleeping, stood at the top of the city day after day, looking at the Suzhou city that he had watched for decades. Although Zhang Nu's old enemy Su Yu had already left to become the regent in Chang'an, Zhang Nu's habits have not changed. He has made an oath of not breaking the armor of Suzhou, and there are no other people around. Enemy, he can't turn around and look at the many small tribes in the western region that have long since become insignificant. Report to your majesty, something happened. While Zhang Ruo was looking at Qin Lishixu in trance, anxious shouts suddenly came from below the city wall. Zhang Ru frowned and looked around, only to see Chen Xian, the chief counselor, running up from the steps, his face as white as paper and panicked. What kind of funeral has just celebrated the new year? King Su sent troops to destroy Yuanzhou. Chen Xian rushed forward in a hurry, handed Zhang Rui the news that had been rushed from 800 miles away, and said urgently. The night before, Prince Zhangdu committed a treasonous act such as regicide and patricide in Hanyuan Hall. What? Zhangdu's whole body was shaken, which was even more incredible than hearing that Guiyan City was destroyed by the Ziliang army. He grabbed Chen Xian's collar and cursed angrily. That's nonsense. Zhangdu has just been crowned the crown prince. Why would he kill his father at this time? Have you kicked his brains out? Chen Xian turned pale and said anxiously. It's absolutely true. The guards risked their lives to deliver the news. Zhangdu has been captured on the spot. Even the imperial master has been implicated. Guiyan City has been in chaos. Zhangdu felt as if he was hit on the head by a thunderbolt from the blue, and his mind was shaken and dizzy. He thought for a moment and said angrily. Ruier is in the capital, what did he do? Don't say that this bastard went to fight for the throne. Naturally, Chen Xian knew that there was no way to compete with him. This fight would end the Northern Qi dynasty, and he would no longer be able to compete with Dayu. He slapped his knee and said angrily and helplessly. You can't fight without fighting. It is said that before the death of the Holy Emperor, he wrote a bloody edict and sent it out of the palace. He abolished Du Li and established Rui. It was obvious that he wanted to adopt the crown prince as his legitimate son and establish a new crown prince. After receiving the news, the crown prince rushed to the palace without stopping, but was stopped by the crown prince Zhang Kai. He was one step ahead and was detained by Zhang Kai. Zhang Ru was originally a little surprised, but when he heard the following words, he suddenly became angry. That bastard Zhang Kai, since there is an edict from the Holy One, why do you detain my son? Does he want to force the palace to usurp the throne? Chen Xian shook his head and said, the crown prince Zhang Kai got the news in advance from somewhere, and first attracted the courtiers and Zone clan to enter the imperial city. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince went alone and was detained when he entered. Now, regardless of whether he will inherit the throne and inherit the throne, he will be alive. It's always a problem when you come back. Presumptuous. Zhang Kai suddenly pulled out his sword and paced back and forth on the city wall. This Zhang Heng, this king is tolerant to him because of the Zhang family's plan to restore the country. He really thinks that I am afraid that he will fail and dare to detain my son. Chen Xian was anxious and advised, my lord, either fight now. As long as the army arrives at Guiyan City first, the situation can be saved. Or we can take a step back and make Zhang Kai the crown prince. I support his uncle, why should I let him snatch the things that the Holy Father gave to my son? Send an order to the three armies to break camp and return to the side of King Qinqing in Yanqing. No. Beat the drum, beat the drum. Dong dong dong. Inside Ningguo Pass, Taiyuan City. The new year has just passed, and the new year atmosphere in Taiyuan City remains the same, with red lanterns hanging in front of every house. The original yamen of the Taiyuan prefecture has now become the headquarters of the Eastern Route Army of the Northern Qi dynasty. In the meeting hall, the Right Prince Zhang Heng was sitting in front of the desk, frowning as he watched the troop movements of the Ziliang army, estimating the time it would take for the army to cross the river and attack the four kings in the east. Before he had finished reading the secret letter, his staff member Zhou Chuan hurried in, his face full of surprise and horror, and his expression was very strange. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Zhang Heng put down the letter and saw Zhou Chuan looking happy and unhappy at the same time. He felt confused and said in a deep voice. What? Dongya crossed the river and defeated the Ziliang army. Zhou Chuan didn't know what to say. After sorting out his thoughts, he said. Zhang Du killed his father in Hanyuan Hall the night before and was caught on the spot by our prince and court officials. Now in Guiyan City, it is the prince who is in charge of the overall situation. As expected, the crown prince of Deqi must be His Highness the Prince. Snap. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Heng slapped the table. What is this mess? Zhang Dudu is already the crown prince, so why should he kill the king? Did that bastard Zhang Kai instigate it? Zhou Chuan quickly shook his head. It was definitely not arranged by the crown prince. The crown prince just went to Guiyan City to hide from the limelight. He had no time to plan for just 2 days after arriving. According to the crown prince, Zhang Rui was the one who got in the way and even forged the Holy Emperor's blood edict. I want to adopt Zhang Rui as my legitimate son and establish a new crown prince. Nonsense, how could the previous generation of heroes make such a mindless arrangement? Isn't this deliberately inciting the two kings to mutiny? Even if Zhang Du committed a major mistake of regicide, the Holy One would conceal the matter and not change the crown prince for the sake of the overall situation. How could you act recklessly at this time? Yes, that blood edict must have been forged by Zhang Rui. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has also detained Zhang Rui for a thorough investigation. With this arrest, Prince Zhou will definitely send troops back to Yanqing. If the prince does not go there now, not only the Crown Prince's life is hanging by a thread, but also my life Qi will also fall into the hands of rebellious officials and traitors. Zhang Heng was furious, stood up, held it in for a moment, raised his hand and pointed at the map. How can I get there now? If I leave now, most of my hard work for a year will be wasted. How will I come back in the future? The prince is fighting bloody battles on the front line, and Prince Zhou and his family are usurping the throne from behind. We can't turn a blind eye. Even if the throne is given away, Prince Zhou may not remember the prince's kindness. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. How can a monarch tolerate a vassal that is evenly matched? Wang Chu is here, and the prince has detained Zhang Rui. This is a mortal enemy. He will definitely use the prince as a weapon in the future. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth, overturned the desk, and cursed angrily. These bastards, if the Holy Spirit were here, they wouldn't have the courage to do so. Send troops back to Yanqing immediately for reinforcements. Yes. Exquisite. Bang bang bang. At the foot of Yuelu Mountain, in a small village. The old master with snow-white hair clapped his hands and looked at the chessboard in front of him, beaming with joy. I underestimated that kid and asked him to destroy the alliance between the two countries, but in the end he still had such a hand. To disrupt a country with the power of one person is really a stroke of genius. It's wonderful. Opposite the chessboard, the painting Saint Su Danking stared at the messy chessboard, frowning and said, "Teacher, I don't understand this game." Mei Kushan was playing with the brazier beside him and nodded. Yes, it is understandable that Su Buling killed Zhang Lin and Zhang Du and provoked the two kings to seize the throne. But what method did he use to make Zhang Du kill his father and willingly resist this eternal infamy? Did you use sorcery to bewitch Zhang Du? The old master stroked his beard and said inscrutably. Su Buling is a contemporary figure. His layout is far-reaching and his planning is so profound that ordinary people like you can't understand it. This plan must have taken advantage of people's hearts. Su Buling discovered the flaws in Zhang Du's character in advance and hid his plans and guidance in secret. Until Zhang Du made a big mistake unknowingly, and was not aware of his ability to play with people's hearts and applause without showing off. Su Danking nodded doubtfully. My mentor has seen through it. No. The old master gave a rare smile. It's because I can't see through it that I think it's clever. The strongest plan in the world is that it seems to have no plan at all, it is as natural as a coincidence. Su Buling, this kid, has made rapid progress, which is intimidating. Ah! Emotions are nonsense. Mei Kushan was warming up the brazier, and instead of talking about such things that even an old master couldn't understand, he said. Then what should we do next? The old master swept the chessboard with his sleeve, swept all the chess pieces into the chess basket, shook his head and said. The world is broken into 4 pieces, leaving only one big dragon in the Su family. It can end with its eyes closed. There is nothing left to do. Mei Kushan thought for a moment. Zhou Qingkaiu is the direct descendant of the ancestor. Even if he loses power in the court, he cannot admit defeat and just ignore it. Zhou Qingkaiu will not admit defeat, but the defeat is certain. Manpower cannot match destiny. It is destiny whether you allow it or not. Whoever stops him will die. Just wait and see what happens. Oh. 10 days later, Kaiyufen town. At the end of the first lunar month and the beginning of February, the gentle spring breeze sweeps across the land, and the snow on the wasteland gradually melts, and thousands of trees bloom in spring, sprouting their buds intermittently. There were lush grass on both sides of the dirt road. A small carriage passed through the town and stopped outside the closed tea shop. Chen Xining and Zhu Manzi were riding on horses, carrying packages on their shoulders, looking at the tea shop where they had stopped when they came, but they could hardly see the old woman who had been waiting day and night again. Kui Ziowen sat in the carriage, opened the curtain and looked at the various people outside. Her face had returned to its original color, as bright as a peach blossom. The agar wood snatched from the imperial city had become Su Buling's betrothal gift and was placed in Kui Ziowen's hand, tied with a red rope and a strand of black silk. Su Buring sat outside the carriage, holding a riding whip and looking at the girl next to him. Xiao Dehua was wearing a small coat and sat beside Su Buling. She looked at the tea shop next to her. She didn't know what she was thinking. Her expression was very complicated, as if she was pretending to be worried. Su Buling knew what Xiao Dehua was thinking. After thinking about it, he raised his hand and rubbed her head, and persuaded. Xiao Dehua, I will take you back to Daiyue. There is nothing to stay in this place. Little Dehua shook her head and said softly. I was born as a Jianghu person. Jianghu people value friendship. How can I be ungrateful to Qin, Mu, and Chu? My elder brother is very good to me, but my master taught me business and taught me how to be a man. I cannot turn a blind eye to this kindness. Big brother, this is the farewell. We will see each other again in Jianghu. Bar. There is nothing good in the world. There is no future if you try to compete with your master. He can't even compete with me. Xiao Dehua did not deny this, she just said. Master said that to create peace for the world, you don't necessarily have to create peace for yourself, as long as the goal of peace for the world is achieved. So whoever wins and loses among you is the same. Su Buling took a breath, but didn't know what to say. He could only say. It won't take long for the world to be peaceful. When the time comes, just don't run away with your master. Little Dehua smiled, revealing 2 sweet dimples on her face. How could I run away? The Zhou family is not only the national master of Daki, but also the most powerful martial artist in the world. Even if the master loses in major events in the world, I still have to fight for the first place in the world. When I succeed after leaving the mountain, I will go to my elder brother to retrieve the ancestral thunder weapon and restore the master's section. Su Buling raised his eyebrows, took off the mace from behind and looked at it. It turns out that this thing is Zhou Jixian's weapon. No wonder he is so cruel. But if you want to get it back, you will definitely have no chance. Just don't give away your master's one too. When Xiao Dehua heard this, she was a little dissatisfied. That's not necessarily true. Master said that my talent is no worse than that of my elder brother. My elder brother still has so many women to take care of, which is harmful to his health. Su Buling was speechless and raised his hand to flick little peach blossoms for it. You're not old, but you know a lot. Go back and tell your master that as long as he really takes the world at heart, I don't mind letting Zhou Jiaxian's lineage continue. I quite admire his son Zhou Zhan. Xiao Dehua jumped off the carriage, ran to the door of the tea shop, stood under the eaves, and waved to Su Buling. I will bring you the words. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye. Su Buling showed a bright smile, raised his whip lightly, and the carriage headed south in Kaiyufeng town. Zhu Manzi was riding on the horse. He was born with a strong sense of love and righteousness. After spending a few days with the little Dehua, who was very quaint, he felt a little reluctant to leave and waved his hand. Xiao 12, after the war is over, my sister will take you to the Central Plains to see the world. It's full of snow in the north, so it's not as fun as the Central Plains. Little Dehua nodded. I am from the Central Plains, and I will definitely go back. Chen Xining admired Xiao Dehua's talent and smiled. Remember to practice martial arts well. Your target is me. From now on, we will compete for the #1 female martial arts leader in the world, and I won't give in to you. Zhu Manzi nodded quickly. Yes, we will see each other with admiration after 3 days of separation. From now on, the three of us will fight to the top of Tai Chi. Chen Xining blinked and said inexplicably. What, you came here to be a notary? Can you see the moves? Hey, I can't compete with the female martial arts leader? My father is a real swordsman. Do you know that the tiger father has no dog daughter? Amid the commotion, the carriage gradually moved away. Little Dehua stood on the terrace, watching several people leave, and did not regain consciousness for a long time. After the figure disappeared into the wasteland at the end of the street, Xiao Dehua put away the smile on her face, showed a little loss, and whispered softly. Goodbye, it won't be long. Xiao Dehua lowered her head to look at the purse at her waist, stroking the silver ingot inside through the thin fabric, with a somewhat indescribable meaning in her spirited eyes. Just like the wilderness covered with ice and snow all year round, after the spring breeze blows, the first buds unknowingly emerge. Volume 11, Dragon Wandering in the Northern Territory, End. The sky is silent in the frozen northern region, and the dragon travels thousands of miles and the grass is luxuriant. The final volume, Junlin Tianxia, please stay tuned. Thank you to the boss Garfield for the reward. The current debt is 284,605. I've actually been paying back the debt, but it's just not divided into chapters. I'll count it up again when this volume is finished. Orts. Happy New Year, brothers and sisters. I wish you all good luck, prosperity in the new year. Young Agwan will work harder this year. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Gongzi. Chapter 834. As winter turns to spring, the ice and snow on the earth melts, and the desolate and lonely Mobei grassland also shows signs of spring. Zhou Qingkai sat cross-legged on the top of the mound, with his mace flat on his knees, his gray hair blowing in the breeze, his eyes as deep as before, but his whole temperament was a little more helpless and lonely. Directly in front of Zhou Qingkai was the endless grassland of Mobei. Two elite troops armed to the teeth collided with each other under the blowing spring breeze. The fierce horses are like the tide, and the arrows are like the rain. The clear sky was obscured by dark cloud-like rain of arrows, and the earth trembled under the roar of horse hooves. The formidable and tyrannical combat power is enough to intimidate all the little guys in the world. This is the fortune that Northern Qi has saved for decades. It is the national iron cavalry that Zhou Qingkai and Zhang Lin spent their entire lives building with all their efforts. But at this moment, the foundation of the country, which was supposed to be used to regain the Central Plains, was split into two and began to kill each other for a reason that was simply irreconcilable. Even if both sides were unwilling, under the inheritance and suspicion of the imperial line, under the trend, it is difficult to turn back. Zhou Qingkai's son Zhou Zhan stood behind him, looking equally depressed. Zhou Qingkai firmly protected Zhangdu and concealed the death of the late emperor. Even if his original intention was to maintain the stability of Daqi, he could not stand up in front of the court and clan. Now he has resigned from the post of national advisor. Zhou Zhan was a direct descendant of the Zhou family and had a close relationship with Zhang Kai, so he became the new national advisor of the northern Qi dynasty. Although Zhou Zhan was inferior to Zhou Qingkai in all aspects, at this time, there was no difference. Even if Zhou Qingkai continued to serve as the national counselor, it would be difficult to revitalize this dead game. The father and son could only watch helplessly as Dachi, who had climbed up from the wilderness and endured the humiliation, once again fell into the abyss that he would never be able to recover from. Zhou Zhan knew how heartbroken his father was now. After watching from a distance for a while, he sat down next to Zhou Qingkai and thought for a while. Everything depends on people, but it depends on God. I heard from Xiao Dehua that Su Buling had just arrived in Guiyan City, and he was just going to steal agar wood in the imperial city. He happened to run into Zhangdu, who killed his father, and took advantage of the situation to drive the tiger and devour the wolf. The situation is now irreversible. Su Buling didn't have any plan beforehand, it was just good luck. No matter how careful you are, you can't avoid it. The responsibility is not yours. Zhou Qingkai looked at the battlefield without saying anything. Zhou Zhan sat next to him. After being silent for a moment, he shook his head and said, "The matter has come to this, and the civil war cannot end unless one of the two kings is crippled. Even if the Su family comes over and can temporarily shake hands and make peace under the pressure of foreign enemies, the fighting strength will definitely not be as good as when the late emperor was around. I am afraid that the Zhang family of Daqi will have to the end is in my hands. The Zhou family lineage has protected the Zhang family for more than 300 years since Zhou Jixian founded the Qi dynasty. It has withstood many internal and external troubles, including ups and downs." At this moment, Zhou Zhan couldn't feel relieved as he watched Da Qi cut off his arms and legs while he still had the strength to fight. But the situation has reached this point, the entire chessboard has been broken up, there are no live chess pieces, and when the manpower is exhausted, Zhou Zhan has no way out but to accompany the Zhang family of Daqi on the final journey. Zhou Qingkai looked down at the mace in his hand, thought for a long time, and sighed softly. "We want to bring peace to the world. If we reach this point, we can throw in the towel and admit defeat. The Su family will sweep the country and be unified in less than 3 years, and all the people in the world will be able to recuperate and recuperate. It's a pity that the father is a mortal after all, not a saint. He can be defeated by others, but he is not willing to be defeated by destiny." Zhou Zhan was stunned. Was he dissatisfied and wanted to make a comeback? He sat up a little straighter. "Dad, do you have any other solutions? The world is divided into 4 parts, leaving only one big dragon of the Su family. At this point, if we want the Zhang family of Daqi to recover again, we can only break up Zhou, where the Su family is, and let the world be completely broken into a dozen pieces and dozens of them a few years. The northern Qi dynasty was only divided into 2 parts, and the time to unify was much faster than that of the Central Plains. This is the only chance for the Qi Zhang family to make a comeback." Zhou Zhan frowned, and after thinking carefully for a long time, he said in confusion, "The young Emperor Songling is just a puppet. The father and son of the Su family are in charge of Zhou. There is no possibility of internal strife. Even if Su Buling kills his father, Zhou will not be in chaos. How can we break the situation?" Zhou Qingkai did not answer. He stood up, put the mace behind his waist, and walked towards the south. Zhou Zhan followed for a while and realized he couldn't keep up, so he asked, "Dad, where are you going?" "Jiangnan." After a flat answer, the figure had disappeared into the wasteland. In February of spring, a sudden spring rain sprinkled on the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in Hualand, awakening the birds, insects, flowers, and trees that had been dormant all winter. On the official road near Yueyang, the carriage trudged in the light rain, and two wind-chasing horses trotted beside the carriage. Su Buling sat outside the carriage with a bamboo hat, looking in the direction of Yueyang, his eyes wide open. It took nearly 20 days to travel from Guiyang City to Yueyang. After entering Ningguoguan, Su Buling found his hidden stake and found out that Aunt Lu was pregnant. Su Buletinling was naturally filled with emotion when he suddenly received the news. He didn't close his mouth all day, and he still giggles from time to time, wishing he could grow wings and fly back. In the car behind them, the three girls returned to their own territory, and the boredom of the long journey was gone. Kui Zioan's body has basically recovered, and she has regained her agility in the Peach Blossom Valley. She is wearing a light blue spring shirt, leaning on the pillow, and helping Su Buling sew the child's clothes. The childishness of the girl has completely faded away, and she looks more like a newlywed daughter-in-law returning to her parents' home. It was raining outside and it was difficult to ride a horse. Chen Xining and Zhu Manzi were sitting next to them, playing backgammon and talking about crosstalk. The two little snakes were still acting as chess boys. They were also wearing two long socks-like clothes, which Kui Zioan made casually for her own business. The little sparrow is a bird raised by Zhongli Jiju. Although it is a bit naughty, it is impossible to miss its master after being away for a long time. It has flown back in advance in the rain, and I am afraid it will be home long ago. The carriage traveled along the official road and gradually came to the shore of the 800-mile Dongting Lake. Although it was still far away from the building boat, the scene that came into view brought Su Buling back to his senses. In February, the spring rain continued, and the lake was filled with mist. Hundreds of large warships were moored on the lake. The black flag of King Su was fluttering in the mist and rain. In the hole propped up on the side of the ship, neatly arranged artillery could be seen. Soldiers in black armor were walking on the warship. You can hear the whirring sound from above. Wow! Zhu Manzi heard the movement outside and turned his head to take a look. He was startled by the endless sight of the warship and lay down at the window to look through the binoculars. Chen Xining also stopped talking, her beautiful peach eyes showing a bit of shock. Although South Vietnam is coastal, it does not have an organized navy. It just fights pirate boats. Seeing so many warships ready to go, she said. With so many ships, how can we fight from the south of the Yangtze River? It's just a few hundred ships. The four kings in the east have more ships than this. What's more powerful is the 20 gunboats. If the opponent has no artillery, they can destroy most of the cities in the south of the Yangtze River without docking on the river. Su Buling explained softly that these things had been discussed with Xiao Qi a long time ago and were now in place on time without being too surprised. The four people walked and watched. Before they could count the number of ships, the sound of horse hooves and wheels could be heard in front of the official road. Su Buling looked up and saw a luxuriously decorated carriage approaching from the end of the official road amid the rain. On the carriage, a charming woman in a long black dress stood outside the door, waving on tiptoes, her gourd-like figure trembling with the movement, her almond-shaped eyes, red lips, and picturesque features. Even though she was far away, she could still feel the presence of the carriage. That overripe charm. Zhu Manzi turned the telescope over, took a closer look, and said doubtfully. Is this Sister Kikai or Sister Bao Bao? Xiao Qi and Xiao Xiang look exactly the same, and they can't tell each other apart just by their appearance. Because of their identity, Xiao Xiang likes to pretend to be Xiao Qi when going out. It's normal for Manji to be confused for a while. Kui Zioan glanced at the window and said crisply. It's Xiao Qi. The Queen Mother is also thinking about Su Buling behind her back. She is so flustered that she thinks about it. When she is in front of Su Buling, She always pretends not to think about it at all. Su Buling chuckled, you really understand Xiang. That's natural. Mother-in-law is half a mother-in-law. Half a girl. Mother and daughter. Chen Xining pursed her lips and looked at the silly ant in front of her, really not knowing what to say. When Su Buling saw Xiaoqi running over to pick her up, he didn't wait for his wife to come. He jumped off the carriage and ran to Xiaoqi's carriage in the rain. Xiaoqi's temperament is relatively cold, and there are Ziliang troops around, so it's hard to look like she misses her too much. After Su Buling came over, she folded her hands on her waist and bowed straightly. My husband is back. Yes. Su Buling jumped onto the carriage, raised his hand and gave Xiaoqi a bear hug, holding Xiaoqi up on her tiptoes, saying in 2 words, and then said, Baby, I miss you so much. Oh you, huh? Xiaoqi's face turned red after being kissed. She was about to push Su Buling away and say a few words, but her face froze when she heard these words. Baby. Xiao Qixing's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. She pursed her lips and wanted to explain. She looked up and saw the evil smile in Su Buring's eyes. She immediately understood. She lifted up her embroidered shoes and stepped on Su Buring's feet. Down. Are you interested? Interesting. Su Buletinling hugged her and never let go. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is better than a wedding, so she lowered her head and prepared to have another couple of sucks. After all, Xiaoqi was in charge of the ship on the building, and she also helped with military affairs. There were so many warships on the lake, and Manji and Kuizioan were still lying at the window watching. How dare she be intimate with Su Buling outside, so she quickly covered Su Buling. Mouth, said lightly. It's raining heavily outside. Let's talk in the carriage, Miss Chen doesn't even dare to look here. Please be more careful. Su Buling looked back. Chen Xining's face turned red and she was already looking away. Apparently she couldn't stand such a disgusting scene. He nodded and carried Xiaoqi into the carriage. The 2 carriages had already crossed each other. Perhaps not wanting to disturb the reunion between Xiaoqi and Lang Jun, Kuizioan said crisply at the window. Old Su, I'm going back to find my mother first. You guys take your time. Yes, Mr. Su, Xining and I are going back to the ship first. Zhu Manzi chuckled and drove the carriage towards Yueyang City. Xiaoqi originally wanted to say hello, but when she poked her head out, the carriage was already far away, so she had no choice but to obey Su Buling and be carried into the carriage. Rain hits the car windows, and horses are strolling by the Dongting Lake. In the large carriage, there were books and books placed next to the small cases. I only read half of the letter and newspaper that had just been delivered today, so I stood up in a hurry and pressed a square of mahogany ornaments on the letter paper. The ornament shows 2 little figures bowing to each other to worship the heaven and the earth. Although their foreheads touch each other, you can still identify who is engraved by their dress and demeanor. I don't know how many times Xiaoqi played with it when she was thinking deeply. It was smooth and shiny, and it could reflect the outlines of the 2 people entering the car at this time. Xiaoqi was carried around the waist and entered the car. As the door closed to block the view from outside, she stopped struggling and turned around in Su Buring's arms, raising her pretty face like a flower to Su Buring's face. After taking 2 bites, he said slightly annoyed. Are you satisfied? We're already an old married couple, why do you mess around when we meet? Su Buling was not willing to let go, pushed Xiaoqi to sit on the couch, pressed his hands, and said softly from a high position. How can I be satisfied? I've been holding it in for 2 months in that place where birds don't lay eggs in Mobei, and I'm almost going crazy. Kikai, be good and let your husband vent his anger. Oops. Xiaoqi and her father-in-law often get together, but they are not greedy in their hearts, but after all, they are in charge of the house. How can they have the nerve to mess around with Su Buling on the carriage in broad daylight, when the girls on the building and the boat are waiting eagerly? Xiao Qi originally wanted to push Su Buling up and sit up, but after a few attempts to block it had no effect, she let it go. She raised her hands and put her arms around Su Buling's neck, pressed their cheeks together, and joked softly. I don't believe you are so honest. There are 3 beautiful girls around you, but you can still keep your integrity? How many have you eaten? You still don't believe in my husband's determination? I wouldn't touch any of them, but Zioan is a little wild. I knew it. But I was very honest this time. I went out 3 times and came back 3. I didn't bring new ones back, otherwise Xiang'er wouldn't let you touch them. Hey, don't push yourself too hard, I still have something to say. You say. Xiao Qi was messed up by the use of her hands and mouth, her breathing was unsteady, and her face was a little flushed. Afraid that Su Buring was serious, she raised her hand and touched Su Buring's forehead and pushed it gently. When Su Buling saw this, he didn't feel anxious at all. He stood up, hugged Xiao Qi on his lap and sat down, saying with a smile. Tell me, my husband is not greedy. Xiao Qi sat on Su Buling's lap, with her clothes half unbuttoned, revealing the black belly band and the back half of the white bandage without covering it up. She turned around and picked up a few pieces of letter paper on the small table and asked seriously. Ms. Sir, what we are discussing is that you secretly contact Li Hanzhong and the others to launch an attack in Northern Qi to destroy the alliance and find an opportunity to kill the Northern Qi imperial advisor. How did you provoke the 2 kings to fight for the heir? I never heard you mention this before. Su Buling's eyes showed a bit of unpredictability, and he raised his hand and scratched Xiao Qi's nose. My husband's plan is exhaustive, don't you know? I was observing the sky at night. Xiao Qi narrowed her eyes slightly and twisted Su Buling's waist. Stop bluffing me with this. I've been reviewing this matter these days, and I can't figure out how you set up the situation. If you don't explain it clearly, I won't touch Xiang'er tonight. Kikai, you are my sister, how can you always bully your sister? When she bullied me, why didn't I see you talking about her? She was riding on her belly, ringing her tail bell, and you were still laughing heartlessly. Baby, it's also for your own good. Spit. Su Buling was a little amused. Okay, let's get down to business. He hugged Xiao Qi and told him all the experiences he had had after arriving in Northern Qi, plus the story of the blind cat encountering a dead mouse. That's it? I wasn't that ambitious originally. I just wanted to find an opportunity to kill Zhang Lin or Zhang Du and create some trouble for Northern Qi. Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence that I would just happen to do it? After Xiao Qi listened carefully, she nodded slightly. I see. It seems that the Northern Qi dynasty has indeed run out of energy. Now that the 2 kings are in internal strife, it is difficult to compete with us. This battle may not last long. However, Zhou Qingkaiu is also a generation of outstanding people. He was squeezed out of the court due to an unreasonable disaster. I definitely won't be depressed like this, sir, I just need to be more careful. Su Buling smiled softly, that's natural. Let's not talk about this for now. Does your father know that Aunt Lu is happy? When Xiao Qi heard this, she gave Su Buling an angry look. You still call me aunt? Are you ashamed? How can I call you a father if my children hear it in the future? Su Buling's face was a little confused, and he raised his hand and slapped Kikai's butt. Snap! Waves formed on the thin skirt. Xiao Qi stood up in pain, raised her hand and slapped Su Buling on the shoulder, and then said seriously. Of course my father knew that, and he almost came to Yueyang to visit himself, but Prime Minister Xiao tried to dissuade him from coming. He was afraid that something might go wrong while Hongluan lived here, so the Lu family was planning to take Hongluan back to Chang'an City. But Hongluan is still thinking about you. I'm afraid that you will run around and refuse to go back when you come back. I bought a village outside Yueyang City specifically to raise Hongluan's fetus, and Jeju and Xiang'er will take care of her. Su Buling nodded with a smile, thought for a while, and kissed Xiao Qi on the face. Kikai, do you want one? When Xiao Qi heard this, she bit her lower lip and glanced at Su Buling. I don't want it now. Since I married you, I have basically never lived at home. I run around here and there all day long, and it's not easy to even meet. I also thought that after the war is over and I am no longer busy, I can let you make it up to me. When we first met, you did something to me by mistake, and you even got married unreasonably. How can anything be so cheap in the world? Su Buling blinked. How do you want to compensate? Like Xiang'er, roll your eyes 100 times. This is easy, you can do it now. Oh, you go ahead. We'll talk about it after you're done. Xiao Qi sat in Su Buling's arms, and she couldn't stand the lingering. She was afraid that the gun might accidentally go off later, so she stood up, sat next to him, and talked about the next arrangements. Su Buling listened carefully, but had no intention of giving up. While saying, "Madam, you have worked hard these days," he lovingly rubbed all the places that Xiao Qi could rub. The spring rain fell on the deck of the ship. Ning Qingyi held an oil paper umbrella and stood side by side with Zhongli Chuchu at the bow. The red and white long skirts outlined her graceful figures, like a flame burning next to an iceberg that never melts. Zhongli Chuchu married Su Buling and has become a wife from a girl. She bit her carefully decorated moist red lips and looked at the rain curtain on tiptoe. There was no concealment of longing and expectation in her eyes. In comparison, Ning Qingyi was still as cold as before, with a straight back and no smile. It seemed that he was just going out for a formality, but every time there was a slight movement on the shore, the eyes that turned quickly still showed the expectation in his heart. Zhongli Chuchu and Ning Qingyi were originally sworn sisters who met in the martial arts world. They had a good relationship, but since Chuchu gave Qingyi a bad idea in South Vietnam and forced Qingyi to participate, Qingyi didn't want to talk to Chuchu anymore. Chuchu knew that Qingyi was thin-skinned. Although she was still a novice, she had in-depth exchanges with Su Buling on some issues. It was normal for her to have opinions about her, but she didn't mind it. Seeing that Man Zi and Kui Zioan had returned to the boat, and Su Buling was expected to arrive soon, Zhongli Chuchu spoke first. "Qingyi, tonight." "Stop it." Ning Qingyi narrowed his eyes slightly, stood aside, and subconsciously covered his back with his sleeves. "I will accompany Man Zi and Miss Chen tonight. If you give Su Buling bad ideas to me, we will break off our relationship in the future." Zhongli Chuchu smiled in her green eyes, and glanced at Ning Qingyi's skirt. "How can it be called a bad idea? I saw that you were bored watching from the side, so why don't you try it yourself? Do you know how uncomfortable it is? I saw that master was very happy, and I thought you would like it too." Ning Qingyi's face was red and white, and he was not willing to talk about this kind of thing. He stood aside again and stopped talking. After 2 sentences of conversation, the carriage stopped outside the steps of the building ship. Su Buling, dressed in white clothes as white as snow, walked out of the carriage holding an oil paper umbrella. Xiao Qi followed closely behind him. The faint spring feeling on her face had not yet disappeared. In front of the 2 little girls, her eyes were a little unnatural, and she smiled and nodded to greet them. Su Buling jumped off the carriage, helped Xiao Qi down, turned around and waved. "Chuchu, Qingyi, why did you come out to pick me up in such a heavy rain?" Ning Qingyi was not very good at expressing his feelings. After seeing Su Buling, perhaps because he didn't want Su Buling to see his inner thoughts, he just said calmly. "Chuchu insisted on coming out to pick me up, and I was afraid that she would be bored waiting alone, so I came out." Zhongli Chuchu understood Qingyi's thoughts, and naturally started to spoil it. Who said that? Just now, Man Z came back and wanted to tell you about Northern Qi, but you didn't want to listen. You asked Man Z to go to bed quickly, and Man Z couldn't stop him. Ning Qingyi blinked. Does this conflict with accompanying you to pick someone up? Zhongli Chuchu thought about it, and it seemed that there was no conflict. Su Buling shook his head and chuckled, pulling Xiao Qi onto the deck, raised his hand and gave Chuchu a bear hug, weighing it for a while. Chuchu, why are you thinner? Are you missing me too much and can't sleep? Xiao Qi was watching from the front. Zhongli Chuchu felt a little embarrassed, and gently broke free from his arms. Husband, Sister Kikai is here. Xiao Qi stood behind him dignifiedly, and there was no need to be jealous of the little girl. She smiled with the demeanor of a lady. There are no outsiders on the boat, it's nothing. Yes. Su Buling nodded cheekily. Just now in the carriage, I was hugged and chewed by Kikai. Didn't you see your sister Kikai's hungry look, wishing to eat me alive? Su Buling. Don't slander me. Xiao Qi's face flushed, raised her embroidered shoes and kicked Su Buling's calf, and found that the maids around were laughing, and quickly turned around and ran into the boat. Su Buling chuckled, let go of Chuchu, looked at Qingyi who was looking away, opened his arms and moved closer. Ning Qingyi was shy and didn't know how to say cheesy words, so she didn't dare to be intimate with Su Buling in public. She wanted to retreat immediately when she realized something was wrong, but unfortunately, she couldn't hide from Su Buling with her skills. Ning Qingyi was suddenly hugged into his arms, and she became anxious and twisted her shoulders hard. Okay, I'll let you hug me, you let me go, woo woo dash. The four lips met. Ning Qingyi didn't say a few words, and was thrown back and held in his arms, and his mouth was blocked. Su Buling smiled, holding Ning Qingyi's head, supporting Qingyi's eyes wide open and not reacting, and picked up Qingyi's slender right leg, posing in a very romantic posture. The kiss in public made many maids blush and exclaim, and even Chuchu blushed and bit her lower lip. Ning Qingyi was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. His body tensed up instantly. He slapped Su Buling in a panic, but couldn't break free. Su Buling didn't stop until his face turned red all the way to his neck. Ahem, you bastard. Ning Qingyi stood up quickly, wiped his mouth with his hand, his face was red as blood, and even tears were about to come out. He glared at Su Buling and ran back to the ship. Su Buling was satisfied. He raised his hand to hook Chuchu's shoulder, glanced at the deck, and asked curiously. Where are the others? Zhongli Chuchu saw Qingyi was defeated, and there was some gloating in his eyes. He secretly pulled Su Buling's hand from his sleeve and said softly. Master and the others have gone to Longshao Villa in Bajiao Lake. Manzi and the others have just come back. They are a little tired from the journey and are taking a rest. Yafu didn't know, but when she heard that you were back, she ran to the second floor, saying that she had something to do. I'm so busy that I haven't come down yet. Su Buling frowned and said strangely. This girl, what is more important than my husband? Where is she? Zhongli Chuchu raised his finger and pointed to the top of the ship, it seems to be in the study. Su Buletinling nodded and flew up directly without taking the stairs and jumped into the window on the second floor of the building. The study room on the second floor is no longer as empty as before. More than 10 rows of bookshelves are neatly placed, listing the arrangements of the Su Wangsu family in the past 1 or 2 years, as well as news from all over the world. In order to make it easier to read, all kinds of information had to be organized into volumes according to dates and events, so that Xiao Qi could find it later. Many of them were secrets that could not be disclosed, such as Su Buling's regicide, etc. Naturally, these things could only be organized by the people around you. Behind the desk by the window, Song Yafu, who was wearing an underskirt, was carefully copying messy news on rice paper, and then cutting and revising it into a booklet, just like she used to when she was helping her father prepare lessons in the Imperial College. In addition to pen, ink, paper and inkstone, there was also a vermilion wine gourd in front of her. Drinking alcohol would affect her thoughts. Basically, Song Yufu just had a sore writing hand, so she would pick it up and play with it a few times. Song Yufu obviously couldn't concentrate on her work when Su Buling came back today. While Qingyi and Chu Chu were looking forward to it, they would occasionally raise their heads to see if Su Buling was back. Every once in a while, the maid Daodu would come up with hot water to change the tea. Seeing her lady sneaking around, she said strangely, "Miss, why don't you go down and wait? I have to go to Bajiao Lake when I come back later. What should I do if I miss it? I'll see you again in a few days, I'm not in a hurry." "Miss, I'm not in a hurry, I am. If Miss can't see the master, then I won't be able to see him either." Song Yufu looked at the beans sprout like little beans with helpless eyes. "How old are you? Chiao Yi and Yu Inu are not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry?" "They are both in a hurry." Daodu pursed her lips and wanted to say, "A full girl doesn't know a hungry girl is hungry," but she didn't dare. Within a few words between the master and the servant, the carriage finally appeared on the shore, and Su Buling got off. Song Yufu turned around and took a look from the window. There was obvious surprise in her eyes. However, she did not stand up to say hello. Instead, she lowered her head nervously, pretending that she had not found anything, hoping to get through and wait until Su Buling went to Bajiao Lake. It's just that Su couldn't forget anything, but his wife couldn't forget it. She quickly flew up from the window and landed in front of the desk. Daodu trembled in fright, her face suddenly turned red, she quickly leaned over and said hello, master, and then ran away with her face covered, looking as if she was dying of embarrassment. Su Buling blinked, spread his hands inexplicably, and asked, "Afu, what's wrong with Daodu?" Song Yufu held the book, pretending to be working seriously, and whispered, "Daodu has always been like this, don't worry about it. My husband is back. Well, Sister Hongluan is at Bajiao Lake. Come over and have a look." Su Buling had no intention of leaving immediately. When he came to the desk, he lowered his head and glanced at Song Yufu's face. Song Yufu's eyes flickered, seeming to be hiding. "What? Are you not happy that your boyfriend is back?" Su Buling raised his eyebrows, passed his hands under Song Yufu's arms, went around to the skirt of the clothes in front of him, and shook his hands. Having been married for more than a year, Song Yufu has long since transformed from a green pheasant girl into a plump little daughter-in-law. Although the size of her clothes is not as big as that of a big branch, it is still quite substantial. Song Yufu came from a scholarly family and had a gentle personality. How could she bear this? She quickly put down the book and held Su Buling's hand. "How could it be? I'm happy, just. Su Buling directly picked up Song Yufu, sat down on the chair, put her in his arms, and raised his hand to caress her buttocks. Just what? Song Yufu was good at giving birth, and the size under her skirt was not small. She was a little embarrassed when her husband took advantage of her. She hid for a while and then whispered in a low voice, "Sister Hongluan is pregnant, isn't she?" Everyone was very happy at first. Sister Xiang'er asked Sister Kikai to have a baby, but Sister Kikai didn't dare. They pushed each other back and forth. Finally, for some reason, they asked me to do it. I didn't dare to refute a few big sisters, and then the matter was settled. Su Buling raised his head and patted it gently, his eyes slightly fierce. "Is that why? You don't want to give me a dozen babies?" Song Yufu quickly shook her head. "How could I not think about it? It is natural for a daughter's family to support her husband and raise her children. But I am about the same age as Manzi, and I was still young all day long in Manzi. I didn't even enter the door. Several older sisters are not pregnant yet. It's not good for me, a little girl, to have a baby and be taken care of by them. Su Buling was a little amused. What's wrong with this? There won't be any big battles to fight in the future. I have plenty of time to accompany you. I'll just take care of you myself. Song Yufu lowered her head. It's just that I'm too anxious. We have to wait until Manzi comes in. Then I'll have a baby with her. Manzi's breasts are so big, she will definitely take care of the baby. Manzi taking care of children? At the age of 3, he went to a restaurant to listen to storytelling. At the age of 4 he burned yellow paper. At the age of 5 he traveled all over the world. At the age of 6 he had seen through the world and retired to the mountains. Su Buling blinked his eyes, a little afraid to think about the scene of full branches and babies, so he quickly brushed away these messy thoughts, lowered his head and kissed Yu Fu twice. Don't think too much, just let it go. Let's go to Banana Lake. Song Yufu got up from Su Buling and hooked the hair beside her ear. My husband, you go. We are about to cross the river. There are many things to do. Sister Kikai will be busy later, and I have to help her. Su Buling felt a little embarrassed and smiled. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. What's so hard about this? It's much easier than being forced to copy books by your husband. Su Buling recalled the scene of throwing Yufu off the bell and drum tower to intimidate him in the past, and his old face blushed. That's right. Longshao Villa on the shore of Banana Lake is about 40 miles away from Yueyang City. It's raining continuously in the sky, and it will take a long time to get there. It was almost dark, and it should have gone there tomorrow morning, but Su Buling couldn't wait. After visiting the boat, he got on the carriage in the rain. The nightingale sat outside and drove the car. The little sparrow, who didn't know the way, missed his master and followed him all the way. It was cold and rainy. The little sparrow wanted to find a soft place to squat, but when he looked down, the road was flat. He thought it was okay and just squatted on the nightingale's shoulder, letting the nightingale comb his feathers and enjoying the long-lost warm service. But the nightingale hadn't seen Su Buling for a long time. As a personal maid, she must have missed him. After walking a distance on the road, the old horse knew the way and there was nothing to pay attention to, so she left the little sparrow outside to drive and ran into the car. Little sparrow? Su Buling leaned on the soft couch and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. His thoughts had drifted to the villa dozens of miles away. Seeing Nightingale coming in, she smiled and said, Little sparrow has been missing you for 2 months. If you are not considerate, be careful that Chen Si Ning will seduce you. Nightingale smiled. Yi is famous for being loyal and reliable. We are like sisters. How could she be fickle and be seduced by others for a little favor, right, Yi? Outside the car, the little sparrow who was about to leave in anger to find Jeju stopped flying when he heard this, chirped twice in response, squatted on the whip, and drove seriously. Su Buling shook his head and chuckled, sitting a little to the side, leaving a seat for Nightingale. Miss you, young master? Yes. Nightingale never blushed, and it was no different at this time. She came to sit next to Su Buling and asked curiously. I heard rumors in the martial arts world that a few years ago, there was a chaotic battle between 9 dragons in Ma Zongling outside the Great Wall, which caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to lose their light. It should be the young master's hand, right? Manzi was just talking about his experience on the road, but he hesitated for a long time and didn't get to this point. It's a wet. Young master, please tell me about it. Su Buling knew that Nightingale was well read and liked the stories of martial arts figures. Anyway, there was nothing to do on the road, so he started talking about the thrilling night in Ma Zongling. Nightingale followed Su Buling at the age of 15. Now she is almost 17 and has grown into a big girl. Although she is very thin and slender, and relatively flat, her skin is as white as jade and her texture is well proportioned. With a face full of spirit, she looks different. Su Buling had been back for more than 20 days, living and eating with Chen Xining, and had no chance to be intimate with Xiao Wan. He must have felt a little unruly. As he was talking, his hand was placed on Nightingale's shoulder. Seeing this, Nightingale naturally leaned into Su Buling's arms and raised her hand to untie Su Buling's belt. Su Buling paused, spread his hands and said, "Nightingale, what are you doing?" Nightingale raised her eyes, her expression serious. "Young master, you talk about your own things. I am a maid. Madam often says that I am not smart, so she asked me to serve you when needed, so that you don't go around flirting with other girls. I think you are very anxious now." Su Buling blocked Nightingale, looking a little helpless. "Nightingale, how many times have I told you that girls should be reserved? If I flirt with you, you should shyly hide. How can you take advantage of the young master so openly? Qiao Yi is not as good as you." "What tiger? Qiao Yi has no chance." Nightingale blinked her big eyes and raised her head. "Are you in a hurry, sir? If not, I'll go out and drive the car, and I can still listen." Su Buling opened his mouth, coughed lightly, and continued. "That day at the foot of Ma Zhongling, sir, sir, shot a single gun and broke into the tiger's mouth as warm as honey." His slow down. "Wu, sir, what nonsense are you talking about? Just listen." Zizi. The spring rain was drizzling, and the carriage was getting farther and farther away on the official road. The little sparrow stood outside the carriage, looked back, and looked helplessly at the drizzling rain curtain, chirping twice, as if saying birds also want to eat big insects. If one chapter has 10,000 words, this is the penultimate chapter. The last volume. If the heroine doesn't appear again, she will be gone. This chapter is just for the heroine to show her face. It's very watery and almost plotless, but if I don't write it, she will disappear, so I still have to write it. Today I will update 9,000 words. Tomorrow I will be forced to go on a blind date. I will leave in the morning and come back at 8 o'clock in the evening. I will definitely not be able to update. Everyone, go to bed early tomorrow. The prince is very fierce." Author, Guan Gongzi. Chapter 835. There were thunderstorms on the spring night, and the rain hit the banana trees outside the window. Longshao Villa was built in the bay of Bajiao Lake, close to mountains and rivers. It was originally the property of the Zhou family, a wealthy family in Chu. The Zhou family was the father-in-law of the king of Chu. After the king of Chu fled to the south of the Yangtze River, the villa was naturally taken over. State-owned, placed in the name of the Su family. It was dark at night, and 2 red lanterns were hung outside Longshao Villa. Hundreds of royal guards were patrolling the surrounding area, but there was no noise at all. Even the surrounding scenic spots were temporarily cleared to prevent the noise from disturbing Lu Hongluan, who was resting. The carriage drove across the bluestone road and stopped outside the gate of the villa. Su Buling came out of the carriage and checked his robes first to make sure they were not disheveled by the nightingale. Then he opened his umbrella and got out of the carriage, and told the guards who came to greet him not to disturb his wives who were already resting. Nightingale got out of the carriage, her face still calm and her heart not beating. She put the little sparrow on her shoulder and walked briskly in front to lead the way. Su Buling followed him into the villa and walked through the corridors and buildings for a long time before arriving at the lakeside garden of the villa. There were gradually more voices of women around him. Su Buling had not seen his wife for a long time, and he must have been a little excited. There were still more than 100 steps away, so he listened attentively, and some familiar voices came from afar. "Damn it, can you sit down? You've been walking back and forth all afternoon. Are your legs cramping? I'm happy to, but do you care? If you think it's an eyesore, just go back to the boat and stay there." "Why should I go back? Why don't you go back? I am a doctor, who will take care of Hongluan when I go back. You can't help. Su Buling will come back later, and you will only be an eyesore standing in front of me. Who's an eyesore? I'm telling the truth. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. You just spent a long time washing and preparing all kinds of inconspicuous things. You definitely want to take Su Buling to the wilderness at night. You said you didn't even get through the door. How dare you fight with us sisters? There's no way it's your turn tonight. You. Hey, he, I was just joking. Bang bang bang. A crisp slap came, and I don't know where it came from, but it sounded very elastic anyway. Su Buletinling raised his eyebrows, but he didn't go in to start a fight. It really hurt and he would just rub it for juju later. He stopped and listened for a moment, then came to Furong Courtyard. Furong Jiayuan is the main courtyard. It is planted with bananas all over the courtyard and faces the Bazana Lake. Even at night, the scenery is still beautiful and pleasant under the decoration of candlelight lanterns. The nightingale stopped outside the courtyard gate and took the little sparrow to the peony courtyard where Jeju lived. Su Buring straightened his clothes a little and entered the veranda quietly. In the distance, he could see the candlelight in the pavilion near the lake. It was raining lightly in early spring and the weather was neither hot nor cold. Through the window, you could see 2 deck chairs and a small table on the terrace outside the house. Yu Inu and Xiaoyi, dressed in lotus-colored spring shirts, sat sideways on the ground, holding needles and threads in their hands. Next to them were several pieces of ready-made children's clothes and a white boy's robe worn by adults. Lu Hongluan was leaning on the carved soft couch, with a needle and thread in her hand. She was charming and gentle. She was only 2 months pregnant. There was no difference in appearance. At most, her lower abdomen was slightly bulging. The already spectacular skirt looked a little too big. Xiao Xiang'er was leaning on the soft couch next to her. She was wearing a gorgeous red dress with gorgeous makeup. The thin spring dress outlined her proud figure to the fullest. She didn't need to consider her belly. She was sitting in a much more lazy posture, with her hands on her sides. The face, with its ups and downs at first glance, has a strong visual impact. Su Buletinling curled up his lips slightly, thinking that Xiang'er was taking care of his close friendship sisters, but when he took a few steps closer, the words he heard left him speechless. Xiao Xiang'er was leaning on the soft couch, twirling the mahogany sign with her green-white jade fingers, her eyebrows arched, and she said slightly teasingly, "Hongluan, Su Buletinling will come back soon, are you happy?" Lu Hongluan must be happy in her heart. She carefully embroidered a new robe for Su Buling and nodded. "That's natural. There's no point in being happy." Xiao Xiang'er put away the small mahogany sign, shook his head and sighed. "You are pregnant and cannot move your fetus. In the next year, your baby will not be able to touch you. You can see and eat you. You can only watch me and your daughter making love to each other. If I were you, I would be jealous." Everybody was so angry. Lu Hongluan pursed her lips and hummed, "What kind of things are meaningless? Do you think they are all the same as you? You don't think it's interesting, maybe you find it interesting." Xiao Xiang'er's eyes were soft, and she gently pulled up her skirt, revealing her smooth calves. "We are all sisters, and we have to help each other. Sister, I washed it for a long time just now, and even specially applied your favorite scented powder. The smell should be similar to yours. Later, just let Su Buling think of me as you. Okay. Let you eavesdrop in the next room to satisfy your craving." Lu Hongluan took a few deep breaths, his eyes filled with jealousy, and he silently said in his mind, "Don't be angry, don't be angry." Xiao Xiang'er looked playfully, thought for a while, and sighed again. "No, Su Buling is afraid of disturbing you, so he will definitely ask you to rest early and go outside with me. You don't even have to listen, tut tut tut." Damn Xiang. Lu Hongluan couldn't bear it any longer, so she picked up the embroidery needle and tried to pierce it. Xiao Xiang was not afraid at all. Come on, it hurts me. It's your baby bump that hurts me. He will help me rub it later. Lu Hongluan was almost angry and cried, unable to fight with her words. She was planning a word to retaliate, but when she raised her eyes, she saw Su Buling standing in the room, looking at them with a smile. Her eyes lit up. Your Majesty. You're back. Xiao Xiang thought Hongluan was deceiving, so she still lazily leaned on the soft couch and joked. Is it stupid to be a sister? I'm not afraid of Su Buling. Even if he comes, he won't be able to vent his anger on you, anger. While Xiao Xiang was speaking, a handsome face appeared above the backrest of the soft couch. He looked down at her, his eyes slightly narrowed with inexplicable meaning. Xiao Xiang paused in her words, Ruxing blinked her eyes, sat up slightly, and said with a smile. Su Buling, why are you back? I was chatting with Hongluan and didn't pay attention. Su Buling didn't say anything. He took out the fox tail from the house, sat down in front of Xiang and raised his hand to lift up his skirt. Xiao Xiang's expression stiffened, and her not-so-strong aura suddenly softened. She quickly held down Su Buling's hand that was about to break open the dumplings. Baby is wrong, just joking, ah. Good brother, I was really wrong. Qiaoyi and Yunu's faces turned red and they didn't dare to look. They just ran down silently with their heads down. Su Buling slapped his buttocks twice before nodding with satisfaction. That's pretty much it. Xiao Xiang had been alone in spring for 2 months. She couldn't bear Su Buling's random behavior, but her face turned red after being patted twice. Seeing Su Buling stop his hand, he quickly sat up, pulled down his skirt, and glared at Su Buling. You pervert, ah. Okay, it's getting late and I'm going back to my room. You and Hongluan can chat slowly. I'll take care of you later. As he said this, he snatched the tail from Su Buling's hand, turned around and ran out of the waterside pavilion, walking a little unsteadily. Lu Hongluan smiled and felt relieved, and quickly mocked. What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders. Didn't you and Chu Chu learn some waist-twisting dances from the western regions? How fun would it be to dance with your tail for me and Ling Er? Before he finished speaking, Xiao Xiang disappeared. Su Buling knew that Xiang was giving him some time alone with Aunt Lu, and felt warm in his heart. He sat down next to Aunt Lu and held her hand. Aunt Lu. Lu Hongluan withdrew her gaze and glanced at Su Buling. Her soft cheeks turned red. She was about to lower her head, but after thinking about it, she poked Su Buling's forehead with her finger. Auntie, no one is big or small. If the baby hears me, he still doesn't know how to look at us. I have to change my words in the future and stop shouting randomly. Su Buling chuckled, picked up Lu Hongluan very gently, sat on his lap, and touched his belly under the dark green spring shirt. Okay, it's up to you. Since Lu Hongluan was found to be pregnant, she has basically been like porcelain. She is pampered by a large family. She even has 2 people to help her up the steps. She gasps loudly and Juju rushes forward. In fact, she feels a little awkward in her heart. But he couldn't defeat the girl at home. Seeing that Su Buling was also so cautious, Lu Hongluan frowned slightly and said, I'm not made of tofu. How can I be so weak when I'm pregnant? The people in the countryside still go to work in the fields for 8 or 9 months after being pregnant, otherwise they will pass on from generation to generation. Su Buling touched it gently and smiled brightly, it doesn't hurt to be careful. If mother were still alive, she would probably be more nervous than me when she knew you were pregnant with my baby. When Lu Hongluan heard that Princess Su had been sworn to Jinlan since she was a child, her face became even weirder and she pursed her lips. Oh, don't talk about this. The more I talk about it, the more I feel sorry for my sister, mother-in-law. Are you not hurt when you go out this time? Regarding the news from outside, Xiao Qi and the others are afraid that I will worry, so they don't tell me. I am just afraid that you are outside. He was beaten and killed, and he was injured again. Su Buring shook his head. I can't be hurt, I just went out for a walk. Northern Qi is currently in civil strife, and this war probably won't last long. I will stay with you from now on. Lu Hongluan wished she could stay with Su Buling all the time, but she came from a wealthy family and knew what was right and wrong. She shook her head and said, business is more important. I've only been pregnant for 2 or 3 months, so I don't need you to be by my side every day. Besides, even if you were by my side, you were pulled away by Xiang. You can't see or touch it, so you might as well be with Xiang. Let's stay together alone in the empty boudoir. As he spoke, he smelled a little bit jealous, obviously soured by Xiao Xiang's words just now. With a slight smile on his face, Su Buling picked up Lu Hongluan and said, Xiang doesn't want to have a baby, so you can just be angry with her then. She is thinking about your body so much that she is not willing to get pregnant. You don't know, she is almost crazy. She sleeps with me, talks in her sleep at night, and hugs me for a while. I'm sorry to say that she. During the chat, the two entered the room. The room was Lu Hongluan's resting boudoir. The environment was elegant and filled with incense. There were ornaments symbolizing having many children and many blessings everywhere. There were also 2 portraits hanging on the wall, one was of Xiao Xiang's 8 beauties, and the other was of Su Buletinling's. Portraits are still not hung side by side, but one above the other, similar to the ones in the Jinghua Garden Villa. Lu Hongluan's skirt fell in the air, and her embroidered shoes swayed gently in the air. She put her hands around Su Buring's neck. When she saw Su Buring carrying her to the embroidery bed, her face turned red and she was a little nervous. She turned her head and looked outside. Ling this is not good. If they see it, they will have to scold you. Su Buletinling knew the seriousness, so he definitely didn't dare to mess around at this time. He just put Lu Hongluan on the bed, then lay next to her and put her in his arms. It's getting too late. It's time to go to bed. Staying up late is not good for your health. Oh. Lu Hongluan blinked her beautiful eyes, and there was actually a little disappointment in her eyes. However, at this time, she really couldn't let her thoughts run wild. She hugged Su Buling's arm and lay down, glanced at the portrait in the room, thought for a while and said, it feels like time has passed so quickly. When you first came to Chang'an, you were only 17 or 18 years old. In the blink of an eye, you are almost a father. Su Buling looked at the man standing on the top of the Taiji Hall in the portrait and nodded. Yes, Aunt Lu was watching me everywhere at that time, afraid that I would get into trouble. Now I am the first mother. I was afraid that you would be seduced by a bad woman and go astray. You look like a disaster to the country and the people, and you are in a high position. Even the Queen Mother can risk her head to seduce you. If I don't keep an eye on you, there will be no room for you on the boat. By the way, you didn't bring a bunch of girls back this time, right? That Miss Chen is Xiang's granddaughter, and it's almost 3 generations living together. Are you planning to make a family tree in the backyard? Miss Chen and I, there is nothing. No, they came all the way from South Vietnam to North Chi? You are an ignorant woman who doesn't know the truth and can't see through the little girl's mind? Chen Si Ning stayed on the boat for a few days, asking about you in words and deeds, calling everyone sister to please her, and just asked if she could marry in the future. He. Don't laugh, which girl on the boat can run away? My Su family doesn't lack 1 or 2 pairs of chopsticks. By the way, Yunu is about the same age as me, and she is still a virgin. How about I arrange it for you to take her with Chiao Yi? Let's talk about it later. It's boring to invite her in and have sex with her as a routine. That's right, Choo Choo has green eyes, just like Jade, very beautiful. Do you think your future baby will also have green eyes? Well, it's hard to say, if you have more children, there will definitely be. Outside the window, rain hits the banana leaves, and inside the house, gossip. Lu Hongluan leaned on Su Buling's shoulder, forced her eyes and whispered softly. As the night deepened, her words slowly stopped and turned into gentle breathing. Since the first day she met Su Buling, Lu Hongluan's nights have only the shadow of one person in her mind. Whether before going to bed or in dreams, she always thinks and misses him over and over again in her mind. She had woken up from dreams several times at midnight. The rain was rustling outside, and the pillow was empty. She was the only woman staring at the portrait in a daze in the boudoir. And this time, Lu Hongluan opened her eyes in the middle of the night. The man's profile blocked the portrait. He slept soundly with steady breathing. After noticing that she woke up, he tilted his head and looked at her. The four looked at each other without saying a word. Lu Hongluan pursed her lips, put her cheek on his shoulder, and closed her eyes again. This sleep was sweet. The rain in early spring is as delicate as butter. Amid the rustling sound of rain hitting banana leaves, the two neighboring courtyards quieted down, but the women living in them were mostly sleepless tonight. Zhongli Jiju was lying on the bed, with a little bird squatting in her clothes that she hadn't seen for more than 2 months. Ning Yuhi was lying beside her, closing her eyes and concentrating on breathing evenly. Lu Hongluan was pregnant, and even Xiang knew to let Su Buling accompany her more, so the two of them would naturally not run to fight for it. In order to prevent the other party from running around and eating alone, the two mortal enemies actually slept together and guarded against each other. They seemed to be asleep, but in fact, they would open their eyes and look at each other with suspicion at the slightest movement. In the courtyard next door, the lights were on all night. Xiao Xiang'er was a night owl. She sat alone at the desk by the lake window, using a green lamp to carefully polish the waist bell she had just made. Outside the window was the rippling lake, and the waterside pavilion was also in front of her. She could even vaguely hear the whispers of men and women in the room. Xiao Xiang'er listened attentively and sat alone until late at night. Su Buling had to accompany Hongluan tonight, so she didn't need to sit here and wait. She could just lie down and sleep. She could see Su Buling as soon as she closed her eyes and opened them. But at this moment, how could she sleep? Xiao Xiang'er and Su Buling were not the first to know each other, but she was definitely the one who paid the most. After falling in love with Su Buling, Xiao Xiang'er resolutely detoxified Su Buling. At that time, she abandoned all ethics and family traditions, and saved Su Buling with the determination to exchange her life for his life and the most precious thing of a daughter. If there had been no accident at that time, she might have been cursed for never turning over in her life, and Su Buling didn't make any promises to her at that time, and she didn't know what the future would be like, but she did it without hesitation. Giving charcoal in the snow when there is no way out is far better than adding icing on the cake when you are rich. In terms of liking, who likes more than her? Maybe, but no one else gave Su Buling a chance to help him in his time of need. From the day she detoxified Su Buling became a dragon, and no longer needed women around him to die for him, so she would always be the only one. However, Xiao Xiang'er never cared about these things. After staying in the Deep Palace for 10 years, she had seen through all the imperial families, and had been the queen and the queen mother. She had taken all the status a woman could get, and she didn't care about those jealous things. All she wanted was to spend the rest of her life walking hand in hand with the man she liked on the street. When she licked her lips, the man knew to hand over a string of candied haws, that's all. Of course, if she could blink her eyes, the man would know to let her roll his eyes, that would be even better. Xiao Xiang'er sat at the table, her thoughts unconsciously began to wander, her body was a little out of control, she was upset and had chest tightness, and she wanted to run into the waterside pavilion to join in the fun. But after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Xiang'er still held back. After all, he had plenty of time for the rest of his life. Xiao Xiang'er looked at the window for a moment, feeling really flustered. In order to clear away the messy thoughts in her heart, she got up and started to pack up the tails, bells, golden quail eggs and other items. After placing them neatly in a small box, she lay down on the bed. He rubbed the small mahogany sign in his hand, recalling the experiences represented on it according to the strokes of the character. Through the mahogany plaque that carries the relationship between the two, you can feel her state of mind when she carved each stroke. In the first few strokes, Xiao Xiang'er was full of determination, and after hearing 100 times, she felt hopeless. After that, I don't know whether I felt despair or resigned, it felt lighter. Then I got used to it, and I kind of liked that feeling. I kept escaping from reality when I was doing it, comforting myself that it was detoxification. When the 100 times were almost full, I cherished words like gold, and my mind was full of thinking, why is it full so quickly? What should I do in the future? Fortunately, Su Buling came up with a bad idea and gave her back 100. Second rate. How it feels now. Why doesn't the smelly brother come? Xiao Xiang'er touched the small wooden sign with both sides engraved on it, feeling a little disappointed. She took a deep breath, tried to make herself fall asleep, and then started to think about it from the beginning. After going back and forth like this for who knows how long, the chirping of birds and the morning light came from the window. Xiao Xiang'er didn't know if she had fallen asleep, but when she opened her eyes again, there was someone sitting in front of her. The sky was getting brighter, the sound of rain outside the window was still there, and smoke was lingering on the lake. Su Buling was neatly dressed and sitting next to the bed, holding Xiao Xiang'er's newly made waist bell and looking at it. He could only see the profile of his face. There was a familiar smile in his eyes. He raised his eyebrows from time to time. He didn't know what he was thinking of. Purpose scene. Xiao Xiang'er blinked, still a little confused after just waking up. Why is it dawn? Su Buling turned around, put down the waist bell, and raised his hand to hold down Xiao Xiang'er who was about to get up. If you don't wake up, sleep a little longer. It's still early. Xiao Xiang'er couldn't sleep, so she sat up from the bed, the spring quilt on her body slipped off, revealing the golden lotus hidden carp. The two carps looked like living creatures under the waves, and the edge of her belly band also revealed a white arc. Faintly it can be seen that the small red bell makes a soft sound of ding bell as he stands up. Xiao Xiang'er was stunned, looked down, and realized that she was wearing two small bells in her sleep. She frowned slightly, quickly raised her hands to hug her chest, and glared at Su Buling. When did you do it? I just put it on, and you kept calling me by my name and tearing my clothes in a mess. I was afraid that you would be cold, so I put it on. You're being stupid as a baby? What's the point of bringing this thing if you're afraid of the cold? Xiao Xiang'er didn't know what to say, thinking that Su Bulenling had just come back. He didn't care about taking advantage of not waking her up. He pulled up the thin quilt slightly and leaned against the head of the bed. How is Xiaowen's health? Su Buling just didn't want to wake Xiang'er up. At this time, Xiang'er had already woken up. He could no longer hold back the flames that had been held in for many days. He stood up and untied his robe, held Xiang'er's ankle and pulled it down. Let's talk later. Ah. Xiao Xiang'er was pulled to lie down again, her body suddenly softened, her breathing was slightly rapid, and her eyes were very dissatisfied. What's the matter with you? I knew this when we met and didn't even say a word. Su Buling blinked his eyes, sat down again, and said with some shame. It's my fault, I went to Baiki this time. No matter how detailed it is, let's start from the beginning. Xiao Xiang'er had already set her posture, and when she saw Su Buling Zhen stopped, she was slightly stunned. Knowing that Su Buling was deliberately teasing her, Xiao Xiang'er didn't fall for the trick and pretended to listen carefully. But at this time, how can I have the heart to listen to those nonsense? Xiao Xiang'er didn't listen to half of the words, and her breathing became more and more erratic. Finally, she raised her foot and lightly kicked Su Buling's waist. Su Buletinling paused for a moment, understood, turned around and lay down. Baby, do you miss your brother to death? Who missed you? Didn't you eat? Or were you injured? Aunt Lu is sleeping, don't wake her up. Yes, Hong Luan is next to you. Master baby, don't be so loud, you can hear it on the building and on the boat. Are you in charge? Don't cover my mouth, Weavua. Before I knew it, it was getting bright. It was raining on the lake, and the light was still relatively dark. The maids all got up and walked around to prepare breakfast. In the room facing the lake, Su Buling opened the window and stretched contentedly. He felt that all the fatigue from traveling for the past 2 months had dissipated, and his body felt lighter. Next to the dressing table, Xiao Xiang'er's face was still a little flushed and sweaty, and she was combing her hair with a comb in a dazed manner. Her eyes were annoyed and she muttered softly. You're heartless, ask your aunt to do something messy for you in the future. Su Buling turned around and said with a smile. Baby, don't be angry, just cover your mouth. Get out of here. Hee hee. Su Buling took the comb, stood behind Xiao Xiang'er, held 3,000 black hair, and combed his hair seriously. Let's get down to business. Xiaoan is in good health. I kept talking about you on the way. We will go back to Luzhu together later. You know her temperament. She is definitely not used to being alone in Luzhu. Xiao Xiang'er's legs were still soft. After a moment of relaxation, he calmed down, looked dignified and noble, and snorted coldly. How is what I told you? Have you made it clear to Xiaoan? She just likes you in her heart. If you explain this, your heartache will naturally be cured. Su Buling thought for a while and smiled. I already said it? Xiaoan said that you, the mother-in-law, have to make the decision on this matter. The 3 of us will sit together and you can persuade her in private, and it will basically be done. When Xiao Xiang'er heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly and she hit Su Buling with her elbow. You still want me to talk about this kind of thing? What do you think of me? I used to be her mother-in-law, but now I am not. If I make the decision for her, how should Xiaoan and I call each other when she comes in? Nothing else. Don't you think it's weird that she eats one mother at a time? Quite weird. But, it's too late for you to be happy. Xiao Xiang'er knew the temperament of her smelly brother very well, so she didn't care about it. She let Su Buling comb her hair and said softly. Xiao Wan is a miserable person. If it weren't for this relationship, I wouldn't put in a good word for you. Su Buling's eyes were full of smiles. He lowered his head and smiled at Xiang'er's face. Xiao Xiang'er pushed Su Buling's cheek away. Come over after cleaning up. I miss Xiaoan too. Good. After finishing tidying up, the 2 people walked out of the room. Lu Hongluan was quite sleepy during pregnancy and had not yet gotten up. Yunu and Qiao Yi were waiting on her. Zhongli Jiju got up early in the morning and stood in the corridor feeding the sparrows. She was dressed in a long aqua dress and dressed up carefully, showing her charming temperament to the core. She glanced at the door from time to time. Ning Yuhi was also in front of him, still looking like a fairy in white clothes like snow. Although he had no makeup, his pure and beautiful appearance still suppressed the misty and rainy scenery outside the corridor. The 2 of them stood together, looking like they were walking birds and admiring the scenery, but in fact they must have been attracted by Xiang'er's movements just now. They were afraid of disturbing Xiang'er, so they didn't run in to join in the fun. Seeing Su Buling come out, Zhongli Jiju quickly turned around and bowed Yingying. Ms Xiang'er, are you awake? Xiao Xiang'er just wanted to stimulate Lu Hongluan and accidentally injured the 2 sisters. She looked a little embarrassed and said with a smile. Yeah, how about I go to eat first, and you and Su Buling. Zhongli Jiju and Ning Yuhi were embarrassed. Ning Yuhi quickly shook his head and explained, we just came out to get some air and happened to come here. Zhongli Jiju also nodded, yes, Yi flew around in the morning, and it was hard to catch up. The little sparrow was a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to offend his master, so he could only nod obediently. Su Buling walked up to him, kissed Aju and Dabai on their faces, and said with a smile. Xiao Wan is back. I will take Xiang to the building later. You can go there together. In the evening. Didn't say anything later. But the three women all understood it. Zhongli Jiju and Ning Yuhi refused to give in private, but in front of their faces they had no nerve to talk about their love affair with their husbands. Ning Yuhi said softly. Jiju has to take care of Hongluan. Just go over there and I'll stay with her here. You have to come over anyway, running around and causing trouble. Seeing what Ning Yuhi said, Zhongli Jiju felt deeply moved and nodded. Yes, you go back and stay with Chu Chu. She just got married. If I stay by your side, she will have to call me her master. Su Buling came back and didn't go out. He was not in a hurry. He said no more and walked into the dining room with his three wives. In the afternoon, after a journey of dozens of miles, the carriage returned to the building ship again. Pistachio Manzi returned home, and the atmosphere in the whole building became lively. Even if it rained heavily, it could not stop Manzi from going to the restaurant to listen to Blood on the Town. He went out early with King Yi and Chuchu. Chen Xining, he's not that old, so he must have gone out with him. As the weather warmed up, the Ziliang army's affairs across the river gradually increased. Xiao Qi and Song Yafa basically stayed in the study during the day. Su Buling took Xiang upstairs to say hello, and then went to the room at the back of the boat building. Because Xiao Xiang moved to Longshao Villa, the room was a little emptier. The lounge chair was still placed on the terrace, and the daisies in the two flower pots also had a few green leaves. Kui Zioan has a relatively withdrawn personality and usually does not move around. At this time, she was staying alone on the terrace, carrying a small umbrella to cover the rain that came in, taking care of the flower pots carefully, and humming a ditty with interest. I have lost contact with people who were prostitutes in Guangdong. Xiao Xiang regarded herself as Xiao Wan's elder, and was worried at first. When she heard this sentence when she entered the door, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly sank, and she turned around and pinched Su Buling. What nonsense did you teach? His expression is like that of an elder looking at a delinquent young man who leads a bad child. Su Buletinling sang it casually, but he never thought that Xiao Wan would remember it. He immediately laughed and entered the house with Xiang in his arms. Kui Zioan heard the voice, stood up quickly, glanced back, and a pure smile bloomed on her cheeks. Mother! Zioan! When Xiao Xiang heard the word mother, she felt very uncomfortable, to be honest, but it was hard to say anything. She quickly walked up to Kui Zioan and looked at Kui Zioan. Are you feeling well? Much better. Kui Zioan carried a paper umbrella and spun around on the terrace, her skirt whirling like a young girl in her mid-20s. Seeing that Kui Zioan was in good health, Xiao Xiang's face sank slightly, and she frowned and said, You're fine, but you're still out in the rain? What should you do if you get sick again? Laugh. Kui Zioan recovered physically and mentally, and was much more alert than before. She put down her umbrella and walked into the house. She raised her hand and hugged Xiao Xiang and said with a smile. Mother, I miss you so much. I'm not the same yet. Xiao Xiang hugged Zioan, waited a little, and nodded slightly. Yes, I have gained some weight. Please be careful in the future. Don't be alone outside in the cold wind. You don't know how scared I was a few days ago. I know. Su Buletinling stood aside and didn't interrupt. After watching the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law look at each other for a moment, he winked at Xiang. The good baby Xiang cared about Su Buling and Xiaowen from the bottom of his heart. Seeing this, he sighed secretly, took Xiaowen's hand, walked to the bed in the back room, sat down, and said softly, "Xiaowen, how do you feel about going out alone with Su Buling this time?" Kui Xiaowen feels very good. She never hides anything in her heart and speaks directly. It's very good. I love you so much. You came so far to find agar wood for me. I'm very touched. My mother has found a good husband. Oh. Xiao Xiang glanced at Su Buling, but saw that Su Buling went out and closed the door. She didn't know how to speak. After thinking about it, she smiled and said, "Xiao Wan, you are only 1 year younger than me, but you are no longer young. The things that happened in the palace are over. As a woman, you still have to find someone to rely on." "That's not possible?" Seeing Xiaowen's answer so straightforwardly, Xiao Xiang was stunned for a moment and then said with a smile, "Yes. Well, I think you and Su Buring are quite destined. In fact, he really likes you." "I know." Xiao Xiang blinked her beautiful eyes and could only continue after seeing this. "You have also lived on the boat for so long. Since we both like each other, why don't we get married?" "Okay." Xiao Xiang sat up a little straighter, feeling something was wrong. She turned to look at Su Buling with suspicious eyes. Su Buling walked into the back room with a serious expression, sat down next to Xiang raised his chin, and signaled to continue. Kui Xiaowen looks silly and sweet, but in fact she has a clear mind and can see what the two are thinking from the beginning. She forced Su Buling down in northern Qi, just hoping that when she came back, the three of them could live together without delaying her mother's work. At this time, he naturally pushed the boat along and pushed Xiao Xiang's shoulder. "Since everyone has the same idea, let's consummate the marriage without further ado." Xiao Xiang was pushed down on the bed, her eyes changed from confusion to shock. She wanted to get up but was held down by Su Buling. Her face suddenly turned red and she said nervously, "Su Buling, what are you doing? Are you stupid if Xiaowen is stupid? How can such a thing be so careless?" Without saying a few words, Kui Xiaowen fell beside Xiao Xiang took out the round rabbit tail from the bedside, and said with a smile, "I have been talking to Lao Su for a long time. I have always wanted to know how to use this tail. He asked my mother to teach me. Queen Mother, please show me." Xiao Xiang stared at her eyes, knowing that Su Buling had been deceived. She picked up her embroidered shoes and kicked Su Buling. "You bastard, you dare to play tricks on me. I was wrong, dear brother, don't do it in front of Xiaowen, it's so awkward. Mother, you and Kikai, Hongluan, Dabai and Dazhong are not at odds with each other. Why are you at odds now? Don't call me Queen Mother, it won't be awkward for me. No, there should be no confusion between elder and younger, right Lao Su?" He. Su Buling smiled from ear to ear. After putting down the curtain, he also lay down in it and said softly, "Baby, be good. Elders should set an example and teach Xiaowen a lesson. Oh, my dear brother, I was so wrong." "What's wrong?" "Everything is wrong, please forgive me." Outside the room, Xiao Qi, who came down from upstairs early, stood at the door in a long black dress, leaning against the door and listening, her eyes filled with the joy of a great revenge has been avenged. Song Yufu's face was so red that she didn't dare to listen to what was going on inside, so she whispered, "Sister Kikai, Sister Xiang is in such a difficult position. Isn't it bad to bully Sister Xiang like this?" Xiao Qi said lightly, "She used to make trouble on the boat, right? Kikai is the best on me, and make so many messy things to torment us, now let her see what it feels like to be so ashamed." Xiao Qi spoke in a very low voice, but she couldn't hold back Su Buling's pet. In the room, Xiao Xiang seemed to have found a savior and said, "Sister, are you outside? Come in quickly, I have something to tell you." Xiao Qi's expression changed, and she secretly thought something was wrong. She turned around and wanted to leave, but unfortunately she couldn't escape. The door opened before she turned around, and then the two girls were hugged in by Su Buling. Xiao Qi's face turned red and she said angrily, "Su Buletin Ling. You're torturing Xiang. Why did you bring me in? She must be using me as a shield. You are my sister, this shouldn't be done. Come on, Zioan, look carefully, this is a plug-in. Hey Yufu, come here. My, sir, Sai." There was a lot of whispering outside the building and a lot of laughter in the room. As the ship rose and fell, the sky became dark again. Thanks to the boss, the scalper doesn't eat grass but only plays the piano for the 10,000 reward. The 20,000 words have not been finished yet, so there are probably 2 chapters left. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The Prince is Very Fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 836. On the shore of Dongting Lake, the lights of the boats are reflected on the water. The Yueyang Tower in the distance is brightly lit, and it looks like a fairy palace on earth amid the rain. On the boat, 2 puppies were lying in the corridor, wagging their tails and looking at the night view of the lake. The big white goose was unusually honest. It huddled in the corner and stared cautiously at the 2 small snakes in front of it. Ah Ching and Ah Bai got together and communicated by exhaling snake letters. Although they couldn't make any sound, they looked like they were saying, "Ah Bai, this goose is almost as white as you. So fat, looks delicious." On the railing of the corridor, 4 girls were sitting side by side, holding small wine bottles in their hands, with skirts of various colors falling in the air, outlining a beautiful picture of ladies in the rainy night. Zhu Manzi likes to chat, and there is never a quiet time on the boat. Now that there is a talkative Chen Xining, the 2 of them are together, and the others can hardly get in the conversation. The 4 of them had just gone shopping and listened to a new episode of Blood in Kowloon Town. Zhu Manzi and Chen Xining, as participants in the event, couldn't help but make serious comments. The storyteller's story is not good, and he didn't know where he got it from hearsay. He guessed the identities of Mr. Su and Zhou Qingkai without even knowing the characters. The others just made random nonsense and beat the 3 heroes of Yinglu. Changed to the dual door gods of Prince Su's mansion, Lao Xiao is still telling stories in Chang'an City. He has no time to run anywhere. Manzi, is Lao Xiao Kanyunzi? Yes. Oh, I know. I seem to have been in South Vietnam back then. I had a conflict with half of the 7 stars of South Vietnam. They were full of nonsense. They called Shangguan Kinhe Shangguan Kinji, Tong Tianmang Nanyu Ziajiabiu, and Night Evil Sikong Ji Sikong Ziapai. Boy, the fire-hunting PUD is called the Prostitute Emperor. Zhongli Chuchu was also from South Vietnam. Hearing this, he gasped. What's more, what's the result? Chen Xining shrugged slightly. What else can the result be? Kun is the ground, the cloud on the ground, the fastest runner in the world. Even the old Sidhu stared blankly. Even the 7 stars of South Vietnam combined can't catch up. He said a few harsh words after that. It was over. Zhu Manzi's eyes were full of admiration, and he nodded. I have never lost an argument, and I have never won a fight. Well, he can be regarded as a legend of his generation, much more powerful than my father. Chen Xining shook his head. Zhu Sword Saint is by no means in vain. When a sword comes out, few people in the world can stop it. It's just that the opponent is too exaggerated, which makes him look embarrassed. Zhou Qingkai is the direct descendant of the god of war Zhou Jiaxian, the contemporary national master of the northern Qi dynasty, and a polemicist. Li is probably on par with Mr. Su. Last time at Mazao Ridge, Mr. Su and Zhou Qingkaiu actually had a head-on confrontation. It was a pity for Li Hanzhong that no one in the world could surpass him in terms of internal martial arts. Right, I was attacked by two grandmasters continuously. Chen Xining was carefully analyzing the battle situation at that time. As he spoke, his sleeve was suddenly pulled down. Looking sideways, he saw Zhu Manzi winking and gesturing to the dazed Qingyi next to him. Chen Xining was stunned for a moment before she remembered that Manzi had told her that Qingyi was Li Han's daughter, and the relationship was very bad. She quickly laughed and stopped talking. Ning Qingyi has always been straightforward, but when she saw that she was being ignored, she said in an easygoing manner, "It doesn't matter. I'm not a little girl. I can't even hear these things." Zhu Manzi actually thinks that Li Hanzhong is quite good. Her father regards Li Hanzhong as a brother, which shows that his character is not much different. But her random advice on these things would hurt the sisterhood, so she still opened her mouth to smooth things over and changed the topic. "Forget it, there's no point in talking about this. Where did Sister Yufu and Sister Kikai go, and Sister Zioan? I haven't seen them since I came back all afternoon." As soon as these words came out, Ning Qingyi's eyes turned strange. When Ning Qingyi came back in the afternoon, she learned that Su Buling was back, and was going to talk to Su Buling. But as soon as she walked to the door of the stern room, she heard a faint voice coming from inside. "Good brother, be gentler. Baby, let Zioan lie on top of you." Lao Su, the queen mother and the aunt looked the same, how can you tell them apart? Kikai is a little more sultry, hey, just kidding. Ning Qingyi was so frightened that she didn't even dare to express her anger, for fear of being dragged in and forced to participate, so she brought all the girls here. When Manzi asked, Ning Qingyi found it difficult to answer. Chen Xining had just arrived at Luzhu not long ago, and her thoughts were not so dirty yet. She just thought that Su Buling and Xiao Qi were discussing something very important. At this time, she looked back a little doubtfully. Yeah, it's already night. Because of Li Hanzhen's relationship, Ning Qingyi's stay here actually interfered with the three girls' chat. After thinking about it, she turned over and jumped off the fence and landed in the corridor. "You guys talk first, I'll go over and take a look. Go back quickly, we haven't finished the wine yet." "Good." Ning Qingyi waved her hands with a smile. After leaving the veranda and entering the shipbuilding, she did not go directly to the room at the stern because she would never return. The laughter on the fence rang again. Ning Qingyi stopped and turned around to enter the boathouse tea house. She looked at the misty rain outside the window and wanted to be alone for a while. It was just that when Ning Qing was at the window at night, he suddenly saw from the corner of his eye a window of a room not far from the next door. There were hands on the window sill, with long fingers, obviously Su Buling. Ning Qingyi's eyes lit up, and she looked around, only to find that Su Buling was standing in a room where he had never slept before, holding his hands on the window sill to enjoy the night view, with a strange expression on his face, a little painful and, it means to be happy. Ning Qingyi blinked her eyes, but before she said hello, Su Buling noticed her gaze over there. He quickly stood upright with his hands behind his hands, turned his head and looked over, showing that familiar bright smile. "Qingyi." Ning Qingyi always showed little expression on her face. After nodding slightly, she walked out of the tea hall and came to Su Buling's room. Just now, Manzi and the others were drinking. "Come out for some air. Are you done?" Su Buletinling was not only busy, but he was almost drained by Bao Bao sisters. He walked up to him and raised his hand to smooth the hair around Ning Qingyi's ears. "Yeah, you're not jealous, are you?" Ning Qingyi had a cold face and a somewhat repulsive fairy spirit in her bones. Even though she and Su Buling had been lovers for a long time, they never let go of her in private. She leaned back slightly to avoid Su Buling's fingers, frowned and said, Aren't you tired of touching each other when we meet? I'm a little tired. Su Buling smiled cheekily, raised his arms to hug King Yi's waist, and walked to the embroidery bed. The bed over there isn't big, and there's no room for 4 of us to sleep on it. I'm about to come back to rest. Since you're here, then. Ning King Yi's face froze. She was not willing to let Su Buletin sleep with her. She twisted her shoulders and tried to struggle. It's just dark, it's early, I'll go help you call Choo Choo. Su Buring shook his head. You're welcome. There is no need to push around between sisters. Who is being polite to you? Ning King Yi's cold expression couldn't hold back anymore. She subconsciously blocked her buttocks to prevent Su Buling from pinching her, and said coldly. Stop. I came here to talk to you about business, not to accompany you. Su Buling took a closer look and couldn't figure out whether King Yi was resolutely resisting or trying to resist in return. In order not to hurt King Yi's heart, he still held King Yi in his arms, sat down by the bed, nodded and said. Okay, you go ahead and get down to business after you finish talking. Ning King Yi sat in Su Buling's arms. After twisting a few times, she couldn't get away, so she gave up. She raised her hands and tightened the tight snow-white spring skirt, tilted her head and looked out the window. Did you meet Li Hansheng in Baiki? Su Buling turned Ning King Yi's cheek to face him and said seriously. That's right. Before I left, I wrote a letter to Li Hansheng and Zulu, asking them to follow the envoy team northward and gather together in Yinbei, so that the matter of Mazao Ridge came about. Ning King Yi did not look directly into Su Buling's gaze, lowering her eyes, with a hint of tangle and loneliness on her cheeks. I don't mind if you do this to accomplish big things. But Li Hansheng, my mother died because of him back then. He even ignored his wife and daughter for the sake of fame. I don't think you should rely too much on him. Su Buling knew King Yi's childhood experiences, and it was inevitable that he would hate Li Hansheng. He considered it for a moment and said softly. Actually, you and Li Hansheng should communicate face to face. I'm not saying nice things to him, but when I was in Mazao Ridge, I was ambushed by Zhou Qingkaiu. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Li Hansheng stayed behind without any hesitation. Let me escape. If it weren't for my extraordinary martial arts, he would have died in Mazao Ridge. Ning King Yi frowned and raised her eyes to look at Su Buling. Is there still this matter? Why did I lie to you? There are so many variables in a grandmaster's moves that even Manzi and the others can't see clearly when they are standing nearby, but I know it clearly. So I definitely don't believe that Li Hansheng is ruthless and unjust. I think so. When Li Hansheng was young, he spent his whole life studying books about saints and wanted to gain fame and follow the righteous path. Later, something happened and he felt regretful. That's why he never went to see you. He only wanted to destroy the Song family and avenge your mother. Ning King Yi did not agree with this statement. Everyone is dead, what's the use of regretting anymore? He stayed in the village honestly back then. How could my mother be poisoned by the wolf guard? The fault was originally his. Could it be that now that he knows his mistake, I have to be considerate of him? Then who will understand my mother? My mother did not despise his poverty, secretly helped him, married him, took him to live in the world, taught him martial arts, and gave him a daughter. In the end, he died miserably. Even if he kills the Song family now, what does it have to do with my mother? How can my mother still thank him for avenging her? Ning King Yi became a little excited as she spoke. After all, these inner thoughts could only be said in front of her man. Su Buletin raised his hand and gently placed it on Qing Ye's back, comforting her softly. I'm not Li Hansheng, so I definitely can't answer this question. I'm going to Jiangnan soon, and I'll meet Li Hansheng. I'll be the intermediary and let you talk to him face to face. If his answer doesn't satisfy you, with a wink, I will cut Li Hansheng into pieces on the spot. Su Buling's face was serious, and he had a domineering attitude that said, as long as you can vent your anger on your wife, the gods will kill you. Ning Qingyi was stunned, raised her hand and patted Su Buling on the shoulder. Nonsense, no matter what he does, he is still my biological father, how can I let you kill him? Su Buling spread his hands slightly. What should we do? Ning Qingyi thought for a moment, let's talk about it then. If he doesn't have any regrets, you can cripple him and guard my mother's grave. If he really realizes his mistake, I won't cause trouble for him in the future. Su Buling raised the corners of his lips and smiled, that's it, we'll talk about it when we go to Jiangnan. After Ning Qingyi finished speaking, she seemed a little absent-minded. She wanted to get up and go out, but her hands on her waist didn't loosen and she couldn't stand up. Ning Qingyi looked at Su Buling, a little confused. Su Buling raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and patted Qingyi's tight skirt. It's getting dark, why don't you leave? Come and chat with me for a while. Ning Qingyi's body tensed up. How could she not know what Su Buling wanted to do? She said coldly. Su Buling, don't go too far. I haven't married you yet, and you listen to Chu Chu's nonsense and forget about me. How can you keep pushing forward? If that's the case, you might as well consummate the marriage with me directly, at least be more normal. Okay. Su Buletinling's eyes lit up, he quickly pushed Qingye down and pinched Leng Bingbing's cheek. I've been waiting for your words for a long time. I've done everything else except this one step. I feel weird talking about it. Ning Qingyi was pressed, and she suddenly panicked. She raised her hand and pushed gently, her face gradually turned red. I casually said that I promised to advance and retreat with Manzi, how could I agree with you in advance? Is that the back? Are you really not tired? I'm not tired, good boy. It's you who suffers in the end after all the pushing and pushing. It's more comfortable if you cooperate honestly. Well. The breeze blew the lanterns, and the corridors facing the lake were filled with the chirping of orioles. The three girls were drinking wine and chatting about all kinds of affairs from all over the world. The absence of Meng Hulu Xiaoning did not affect the atmosphere. However, Zhu Manzi has been full of social talents since childhood. Although he looks naive, he is very considerate and can take into account the feelings of every friend. Seeing that Ning Qingyi left to call someone and didn't come back for a long time, Zhu Manzi felt that he had just talked about the sad part and Qingyi went to relax alone. As a good sister who was sworn to Jinlan, Zhu Manzi thought that she could not neglect Qingyi. After saying hello to Chen Shining and Chu Chu, she jumped off the fence and prepared to find Ning Qingyi back. It had actually just darkened not long ago, and it was raining outside. The maids were all resting in their respective rooms, and it was quiet in the boat. Zhu Manzi skipped through the aisle in the building and went directly to the room at the back. He listened carefully and found that there was no movement inside. Then he went to Qingyi's room again, opened the door and took a look, but it was empty. Huh? Where did you go? Zhu Manzi looked around and found that Su Buling's room was still lit with candles, so he quickly ran to the door, raised his hand and knocked twice. Mr. Su, are you asleep? A response quickly came from the room. Nothing. Then I'm coming in. Zhu Manzi chuckled and was about to push the door in. She was pampered by her boyfriend. Unexpectedly, before she pushed the door open, Qingye's anxious and embarrassed shouts came from inside. Manzi, don't come in yet. I'm discussing something with Su Buling. I'll be here soon. Discussing something? Zhu Manzi frowned. It didn't matter whether he went in or not, but when he heard Xiaoning's weird voice, he had to go in even if he didn't. Squeak. The door opens. Zhu Manzi entered the room with a pouted mouth, closed the door, and looked sideways at the back room. Sure enough, as soon as the curtain was lowered, a white arm picked up the skirt. Xiaoning. Where are you discussing things? Zhu Manzi's eyes were full of jealousy, and he walked to the bed in a depressed mood, lifted the curtain and took a look. Ning Qingyi was naked and hurriedly got into the quilt. Her face turned red and she was full of guilt, and she said urgently. Manzi, he insists on kissing me, and I can't help it? No loyalty. Zhu Manzi's face turned red and he didn't dare to look at Su Buling next to him. He just stared at Ning Qingyi. We agreed to advance together and retreat together. How could you steal my man behind my back? Tell me, how long have you been betraying me? Ning Qingyi didn't dare to say that he gave part of it to Su Buling, so he could only say weakly. I really didn't break my promise. I just kissed him twice and didn't do anything else. You have it written all over your face that I'm lying. Do you think Benji is stupid? Zhu Manzi's eyes were full of jealousy. He glanced at Su Buling and lay down next to him. We have agreed to advance together and retreat together, even if we kiss behind our backs. If young Master Su kisses you, you have to kiss me, otherwise it will be unfair. Ning Qingyi was worried about not being able to come down to the stage, but Manzi came to see her off by herself, which made her feel a lot more relaxed. With the intention of dragging Manzi into the water, she nodded quickly. Okay, promise, you have to be fair. Whatever you do to me, you have to do to Manzi. No favoritism. Zhu Manzi didn't realize the seriousness of the problem yet, so he nodded seriously. Right. Su Buletinling looked a little funny. He had just finished serving his 4 wives, and he was definitely not in a hurry. When he saw Ji coming to join in the fun, he suddenly changed his attention, turned around and lay on the pillow, holding the back of his head. Qingyi, confess it yourself and explain all the advantages you took advantage of by hiding it from Manzi. If you are not willing, I can explain it for you. Ning Qingyi was stunned, a little confused. How do I explain? Zhu Manzi was very smart and explained seriously, whatever you did to Mr. Su, do it again now. If I have done it, I don't care. If I haven't done it, Mr. Su has to compensate me. Right. Su Buletinling nodded with a smile. Ning Qingyi pursed her lips. She would definitely not dare to do such a shameful thing in front of Manji. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded slightly. That's okay. Ning Qingyi slowly sat up and held it in her hands. Zhu Manzi's face turned red and he didn't dare to look at it, but he still looked at it seriously. After a while, he cut lightly. That's it? Ning Qingyi was almost dying of embarrassment, her face turned red, her eyes widened and she said. How about you try it? Just try it, what's the point? Zhu Manzi turned up one end, put down the curtain, unbuttoned his collar in a classy manner, and held it up by himself. Spring rain bursts outside the window, and the house is full of life and fragrance. Chen Xining and Chu Chu sat on the railing, waiting for Qingyi and Manzi to come back after not seeing each other for a long time. The two of them were not very familiar with each other, so the topic gradually disappeared. Chen Xining looked back at the shipbuilding and said inexplicably. What did they do? Why are everyone missing? In fact, Zhongli Chuchu had already guessed what a boatload of girls had done, but after all, it was not easy to say this kind of thing in front of Chen Xining. She got down from the fence and said with a smile. Maybe we have something to do. It's already dark. Let's go back to our room and rest. We won't wait for them. Chen Xining nodded slightly. We were on the same boat anyway, so there was no need to wait around. She jumped off the fence, picked up 2 small snakes trying to swallow geese, and looked across Dongting Lake. The CAO family in Junction is right there, right? I heard that there is also a martial arts stage there. Many people in the martial arts world used to become famous there. Zhongli nodded and smiled, yes, but the CAO family has declined, and the martial arts stage has become a place to dry fishing nets. There is nothing interesting to see. Chen Shining nodded and said nothing more. The two people turned and walked towards the shipbuilding. Before entering the house, they suddenly saw a woman walking under the deck holding an umbrella. Zhongli Chuchu paused, squinted his eyes and took a closer look, and saw Ning Yuhi in a white dress in the drizzle, holding a paper umbrella and a small basket on her arm, walking onto the deck of the building. Zhongli Chuchu hurriedly stepped forward and said slightly doubtfully, "Sister Daning, why did you come here so late? Is there anything going on at the villa?" Ning Yuhi's face was demure, like a dignified woman who managed her household well. After glancing at the two girls, she smiled and said, "Nothing is wrong in Zhuangzi. It's just that your master is greedy and wants to eat Yuanyang's specialty. I'll come over and buy some for her." Oh. Zhongli Chuchu blinked his eyes, feeling that his master was a bit too squeamish. For such a small matter, just say hello to the guard or me. How can I trouble Sister Daning to run errands for my master? Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, I have nothing to do in Zhuangzi. We are all a family, and we should help each other. Seeing that Ning Yuhi was so considerate, Zhongli Chuchu felt relieved. Then I'd like to trouble Sister Daning. Well, it's still early. Do you want to go shopping now or during the day tomorrow? How about I go with you? Ning Yuhi shook his head slightly and glanced at the shipbuilding. Jeju has been working hard these days practicing medicine. Let your child go with you for this thing. Then I will say yes or no to buy it. Your master will feel more comfortable eating it. Is your child here? I need it tonight. Go back, if your child is not here, forget it. Seeing how considerate and virtuous this very fair elder sister was, Chen Shining felt very fond of her and she interjected. Here you are, let me call you. Zhongli Chuchu knew what Su Buling was doing, so he definitely didn't dare to let Chen Shining call someone, so he just shouted at the door of the shipbuilding. Ms. Daning, Sister Daning is here. Are you busy now? He's not busy, master, please take him outside quickly. Ning Qingyi's cry, as if grasping at straws, came from deep inside the shipbuilding. Ning Yuhi's face turned red unnoticeably. He was afraid of disturbing his apprentice's good deeds, so he quickly said. If you're busy, forget it, I'll leave now. Not busy, he's out. After a few words, the door opened. Su Buling, who was neatly dressed, walked out of the room, straightened his robe a little, and showed a warm smile. Master, Yuhi, Miss Chen, Chu, I have kept you waiting for a long time. Chen Siming was an outsider, so it was actually quite embarrassing to be caught in the middle. He nodded slightly and said. Mr. Su, it's getting late. Go shopping quickly. I'll just go back to bed. You don't have to greet me. Zhongli Chuchu also nodded, Ms. Sir, I just need to accompany Miss Chen. You go and do your work first. Su Buling nodded with a smile. Although his legs were a little weak, his momentum was very elegant. He walked outside the shipbuilding, took the oil paper umbrella, waved his hand and said. Then I'll go out first, and you guys can rest early. Well, Mr. Su, Ms. Yen, please go slowly. Su Buring nodded, turned around and accompanied Ning Yuhi, walked down the steps of the boat, and headed to the market in Yuanyang City. It was a drizzly spring night, and there were no pedestrians on the bluestone road along the shore. Only the slight noise from the market in the distance could be heard. Ning Yuhi was gentle and demure. She walked half a step behind Su Buling with a basket in her arms. After she was some distance away from the building, she looked back and saw that the girls had all entered the house. She lightly bumped Su Buling with her shoulder. His eyes were playful. Su Buling's eyes were filled with resentment and yearning, making her walk a little swaying. He raised his arms and put his arms around Ning Yuhi's shoulders. Master, why are you here now? Are you anxious? Ning He bit his lower lip, leaned into Su Buling's arms, and said softly. I haven't seen you for a few months. How can I not be anxious as a teacher? Su Buling raised his fingers and opened the bamboo basket in Ning Yu's arms, only to see that it contained tails, bells, magnolia ointment. Come prepared. Su Buletinling understood and laughed. Master, didn't you buy some incense for Jeju? Buy her a hammer. It's not like she doesn't have long legs. Do you know that when she saw you coming back, she was afraid that I would come here to eat alone? She followed me from morning to night, for fear that I would sneak away. Su Buling raised his eyebrows, a little funny. Then how did you escape, master? Ning He smiled softly, with a slightly cunning look in his eyes. I imitated your handwriting and wrote a note, Zi in the west wing of Orchid Garden. Don't let master see it. I secretly put it on her dressing table. Then that damn bitch looked at me wrong. It was very noisy, and disappeared as soon as it got dark, and asked me to go to bed early tonight, and then I came out. The silly wife deserves her reputation. Su Buletinling took a breath and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ning He's lips curled up slightly, and he bumped Su Buling with his shoulder. What? Are you fighting for your Ajiu's injustice? When she gave me the itching powder, she was much more sinister than I am now. Su Buling shook his head and patted Ning He's buttocks. Okay, there's nothing wrong with having a family fight. It's raining so hard, it's probably a bit too wild in the wilderness. Ning Yu's slender hand stretched out the edge of the umbrella and caught a few drops of spring rain. If you just think about it, it's actually pretty good. It's almost like being in the water. But the rain in early spring doesn't allow you to get wet. When I came over, I found a boat. Ning He took Su Buling to a secluded place on the shore of the lake. An awning boat was parked by the lake, and even a thin blanket was laid inside. She smiled and said, the boat we took the first time was thrown into Yuanyang Lake in Suzhou. This boat is almost the same, so we can revisit our old place. Su Buling took a look at it twice and was very satisfied. Master is really well prepared. That's natural. You're so busy. How dare I waste so much time on you? Ning He took Su Buling's hand and landed it on the small fishing boat. He got into the awning of the boat, sat sideways in a gentle posture, and patted the place next to him. Come and sit down. You should have just finished your work. If you are not interested, I can chat with you. How could Su Buling not be interested? Even though he was not interested, he was forcefully attracted by the charming master. After pushing the boat away from the lakeshore with a bamboo pole, he put away the oil paper umbrella and entered the cabin, and sat down next to Ning He. I'm very energetic, master, don't worry. Ning He said stood up and sat in Su Buling's arms, condescendingly looking into Su Buling's eyes face to face, and breathed like a blue. Really? How exuberant. Su Buletinling held the blanket back with his hands, his bulging warm chest was right in front of him, and his eyes were a little unruly. It will probably sink the ship. Master, you'd better not play with fire. Ning He pulled out the hairpin on his head, and his long hair fell down like clouds. He hooked Su Buling's neck with his hands, his expression seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and his eyes seemed to want to eat people. It's not like you don't know my master's temperament. He's also good at martial arts. I've followed you and I'm not afraid of your troubles. If the ship sinks, I can't even sink it. Su Buling didn't know why, but he felt a little guilty. After all, he had just served 4 wives who had reunited after a long absence. He coughed lightly. How about, master, let's have a chat first. Okay. Ning He leaned close to Su Buling's ear and said softly, which mouth do you want me to use to talk to you? Good guy. Su Buletinling's blood boiled, Fang Kun was confused, and his speech was a bit incoherent. What, King Yi's marriage, I feel that it should be done earlier. I have already done everything to her, and there is only one last step left. The relationship is neither close nor far, so King Yi is a bit awkward. Ningyu he put his chin on Su Buling's shoulder and rubbed his cheek gently. That's the nature of King Yi. If you don't force her, she will never be able to turn around. Even if she has done all kinds of things, she won't be angry if she finds an opportunity to push things along. Now that she is unable to get up or down, King Yi will definitely be embarrassed. Yes. Well, I recently visited Northern Qi. Yan Huilan's swordsmanship is honestly pretty good. Master must have heard of him, right? The Northern Qi swordsman is very famous. I'm not interested in other people's swordsmanship. I just like your swordsmanship. How about you practice it with my master and see if you improve? Su Buling slowly fell into the canopy of the boat. Looking at King Qin's face close at hand, he opened his mouth. He had nothing to say. He stood up and pressed Ningyu He down. Ningyu He had a smile on his lips, his long hair spread on the blanket, and his eyes were shy, but they had been together for so long, and they had long since let go. There was no resistance, but he looked at Su Buletin gently. Make. Su Buletin lowered his head and looked at each other. After a long time, he said with a smile. Master, I really didn't notice it when I saw you for the first time. If you like it as a teacher, that's what you do as a teacher. If you don't like it, you won't dare to be so wild as a teacher. That's true. The sound of the words gradually faded away, replaced by ripples surrounding the fishing boats in the center of the lake. It's getting dark again and again, the spring rain has not stopped, the spring breeze seems to have never stopped, I don't know how long it will last this time. Thanks to the boss, your answer is not important for the 50,000 reward, I will become the 37th leader of the Crown Prince. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 837. The rain curtains fell from the eaves, hitting the banana leaves, making a crisp sound in the night. In the courtyard of the west wing of the orchid garden, colorful koi carp occasionally jumped out of the water, a little sparrow stood on the armrest of the pavilion, using a green lantern to carefully look at the fish waiting for food below. Zhongli Jiju was sitting in the stone pavilion, dressed up, her aqua blue dress was arranged meticulously, and there was a snack box beside her, which contained secretly made snacks. After all, it was already midnight when Su Buletin came here. If he was hungry and went to the waterside pavilion by the lake to find something to eat, he would definitely alert others. Zhongli Jiju ran over just after dark. Apparently he came a little early. His body was sore after sitting for too long. He turned around and lay on the fence. He sprinkled the fish food in the porcelain bowl into the water, then spread his palms and fed. He gave 2 sparrows to the little sparrow and said with a smile. Nio, do you think he likes me more? He must have been busy on the boat for a long time. He got up secretly in the middle of the night and came to find me. He was afraid that Ningyu he would be jealous, so he secretly left me a note. Chirp. The little sparrow called twice, but I didn't know what it meant. Zhongli Jiju smiled, her face slightly red and a little shy. Actually, there is no need to do this. We are married to him. We are an old couple. Let Ningyu he know about this. I don't know what to say to him. Jiji. Should he? Oh, don't say that. A bowl of water must be balanced. It's enough if he has this intention. I don't mind. Bird, what did I say about me? Zhongli Jiju curled his lips, touched the round little sparrow, and continued talking to himself. The little sparrow felt a little hopeless. She felt that her master was getting married, and her head became stupid. But there were some words that the bird couldn't say, and she couldn't say them out, so she could only jump on Zhongli Jiju's shoulder and say something with her furry hair. He rubbed his head against his cheek to accompany her through the somewhat uncomfortable waiting time. Time passes little by little, and the spring rain occasionally becomes smaller and heavier. The lights in other places in Zhuangzi gradually went out, and the whole world was slowly replaced by the sound of rain. Even the fish in the pond seemed to be full and gradually lost their traces. Zhongli Jiju talked to himself. He didn't know how long it lasted. His head nodded slightly, and he immediately woke up. He sat down again and took out a small mirror from his sleeve to make sure that Zhen didn't smudge his makeup when he fell asleep before continuing. Wait carefully. Just wait and wait and wait. Time passes very slowly, but also seems to be very fast. I don't know if it is midnight, or it may have already passed. The expectation on Zhongli Jiju's face did not change, but her eyes gradually became a little disappointed. She frowned slightly, took out the small note in her arms and looked at it. Her eyes turned darkly, and suddenly she felt something was wrong. Why is Ning Yuhi so quiet? Is it possible? Zhongli Jiju finally noticed something was wrong and stood up suddenly, but just as he was about to take a step, he sat down again. After all, it would be bad if my husband really came and she left. Zhongli Jiju pursed her lips, shook the little sparrow who had fallen asleep on the fence, and said softly, "Nio, go see what Ning Yuhi is doing." The little sparrow spread its wings sleepily and flew out along the corridor unsteadily. But after a moment, it flew back like a sharp arrow, hovered in front of Zhongli Jiju, and chirped twice. Zhongli Jiju's face sank slightly, and he thought clearly about the whole story in an instant. But compared to being annoyed by Ning Yuhi's teasing, Zhongli Jiju felt more disappointed. This stinky Taoist nun. Zhongli Jiju whispered something, but had no strength. He picked up the food box with snacks and turned around to leave shitting. But as soon as Zhongli Jiju turned around, a figure fell down from the stone pavilion. It landed just in front of him. I don't know if he landed unsteadily. He staggered and said, "Oh, I'll go. Ms. Sir." Zhongli Jiju was stunned, and looked up, only to see Su Buling wearing a white robe, which was soaked with rainwater, and his hair was stuck to his face. He looked a little embarrassed, but his handsome appearance had not changed at all. His face is just a little pale. The emotions in Zhongli Jiju's eyes disappeared in an instant, and his eyebrows were full of smiles. He quickly ran forward to help Su Buling and said in surprise, "Ms. Sir, why are you here? Why are you wet like this?" Su Buling gasped for air, wiped the rain from his face, and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me? I was busy on the boat for a long time just now. I originally wanted to wait for the rain to lighten up before setting off, but I didn't expect that the rain was getting heavier and heavier, so I ran over here. It was just in time and I didn't ask you to wait for too long. Bar. I just arrived, and you were quite on time." Zhongli Jiju's eyes were a little distressed, and he quickly pulled Su Buring to sit down in the pavilion. He raised his hand to untie Su Buring's rain-stained robe, took out a handkerchief from his arms, wiped Su Buring's cheek, and said softly, "If it rains heavily, don't come here. Tomorrow will be different, and I'm not in a hurry. How can you break the promise of something you promised?" Su Buring straightened his hair and took out a small bag from his waist, which contained an exquisite wooden box. He opened the wooden box and said softly, "You must have been here a long time ago and haven't eaten in the afternoon, right? This is a pastry made by the chef of Yueyang Tower. I just bought it. How does it taste?" Zhongli Jiju blinked her eyes, pursed her lips and smiled, "I have prepared some, and I want to wait for you to eat together." She raised her hand to take the snack box, picked up a piece of bean paste cake, put it in her mouth and took a bite. After a brief glance, he lowered his head and smiled again. "Silly wife." Su Buring sighed softly, took Jiju's food box over, took out the pastries inside, and started eating too. The two of them were sitting side by side in the stone pavilion, just eating. The scene was quite warm. But after Zhongli Jiju took a few bites, he licked his lips, turned his head and looked to the other side, raised his hand and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Jiju. Su Buling noticed something was wrong and panicked. He put down the food box and sat on the other side. He looked up and saw that Zhongli Jiju's fox-like eyes turned red and slightly misty at some point. Why are you crying? Why don't you just eat a piece of pastry? Isn't it delicious? No, it's delicious. Zhongli Jiju lowered her head, as if she didn't want Su Buling to see her crying, and barely raised a smile, saying softly. My husband just got together with you, right? Su Buletinling's expression froze slightly and he opened his mouth. It's nothing. Zhongli Jiju lowered his head, took a small bite of the bean paste cake, and said in a soft voice. I'm married to you, and I can't go back to the village. From now on, I'll be yours. Whatever you give me, I'll take. If you don't give it to me, I can't rob it. It belongs to a wealthy family. There are rules. Su Buletinling's eyes were slightly anxious, and he raised his arms to hug Jiju's shoulders. Hey, why are you talking about this? Zhongli Jiju lowered his head, holding the cake in his mouth, and his voice was slightly choked. I don't come from a good background, so I'm not as good as other girls. They either come from a wealthy family or from a wealthy family. I'm just a poor and humble woman from the mountains of South Vietnam. My husband-in-law is so good to me, and I'm satisfied. Jiju. I also know some minor medical skills, and I am my younger sister in the house. If Xianger and the others want to maintain their health and beauty, they don't even need to ask, I will stick to it myself. Even you and the others have to be prepared, for fear of mistreating anyone. Xiaoan was not in good health, so I ran all the way back with you. You went down to rest, and I stayed with Xiaoan because my husband believed in me. Hongluan was happy, and I stayed nearby every 12 hours. Even in the middle of the night, if Hongluan coughed, I would come over immediately, because the sisters at home all trust me. I'm afraid that one day something goes wrong, and my husband-in-law and my sisters suddenly feel that I am useless. I have no father, no mother, and no one to rely on. Who can say a good word to me then? So I have to know my own taste. When you came back from a long trip, all the girls expressed their condolences. I didn't care if you didn't come to my place. After all, your body is not made of iron. You can leave unimportant people alone first. Su Buletinling's scalp was numb, he hugged Jiju and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. It doesn't matter what it is. You are the first daughter-in-law I am marrying, and the marriage certificate is stamped with the imperial seal. Don't lie to me, I know the importance. So after meeting all the girls, I can tell the smell of several girls in you, and you finally came to me. It's not the last, Chu Chu hasn't had time to go there yet. That's right. Chu Chu and I are both barbarian women from South Vietnam. It's appropriate to put them last. Su Buling wished he could slap himself in the mouth. The little sparrow stood nearby and felt a little distressed when he saw the 9 pear blossoms covered with rain. He chirped twice, obviously saying hurry up and coax you. Su Buling pressed down Jiju's hand and said seriously. Jiju, I don't have any priority. It doesn't matter whether things go smoothly or not. I'm just one person, and I can't meet you at the same time. I ran back and forth twice, and I just left you behind. Zhongli Jiju choked up, with aggrieved eyes, I don't believe you did it on purpose. I'm easy to bully, and I obey your words, unlike Ning Yuhi, who makes trouble and robs. She ran to find you, and I still have to wait here honestly so that I won't be there when Hongluan needs her. Su Buling held Jiju's hand and placed it on his heart. The conscience of heaven and earth, how could I deliberately prioritize, let alone leave you behind? Zhongli Jiju pursed her lips, her eyes were watery, and she was about to cry. Since I'm not last in your heart, Then where do I rank? I have always treated everyone equally. You're going to lie to people by saying this. Everyone knows that I am the youngest. I don't say it clearly, but I do the youngest things and suffer the injustice of the youngest. You must be thinking the same thing in your heart. Su Buling had no choice but to sit a little closer and said softly. You are the boss. The first one to sign the marriage contract and come to court must be the boss. Zhongli Jiju's eyes lit up and he raised his head. Really? Su Buletinling frowned. Zhongli Jiju's surprised expression condensed, and he quickly lowered his head, making a look of grievance and resentment. I actually don't care about this. Yeah, sir, I was wrong. Su Buling was really frightened by Jiju just now. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled Jiju over and pressed her on his knees. He raised his hand and patted her twice. You even dare to tease your husband? Have you forgotten the family law? The resentment on Zhongli Jiju's face disappeared and turned into a grieved begging for mercy, frowning in pain. I'm just talking casually. That smelly Taoist nun Ningyu he teased me, and you protected her, but I didn't say anything. Su Buling lifted up the hem of her aqua blue skirt and took another photo of the big white ball. How can I call you a shield? I came on time. I am just afraid that you two will quarrel. I know, I'll be happy if you come on time. Zhongli Jiju lay on Su Buling's lap, held Su Buling's wrist with her backhand, and begged for mercy. I know I was wrong. Sir, please calm down. Su Buling was not angry either. He picked up Jiju and pinched his face with his hands. It's good to admit your mistake. Don't scare people like this in the future. If you make such a fuss, I'll have to split myself into a dozen pieces. Zhongli Jiju smiled and nodded, okay, I'm just kidding. I know that my husband is not a favoritist, and once he says something, it's hard to follow up. If you say I am the boss, I will be the boss, and I won't show off to others. Su Buling's face was straight and he said seriously. No, your name is Jiju, and I'm the 9th in the ranking. Zhongli Jiju looked aggrieved, hugged Su Buling's neck and shook it. How can this be calculated? Is it possible that I have to change my name to Zhongli Yiyi? Yiyi is the name of the little sparrow. The little sparrow held its head high and chirped, as if to say, did you see it? It's obvious who the real palace is. Zhongli Jiju knew what Su Buling was thinking, and was just making a fuss to adjust the atmosphere. Seeing that Su Buling looked a little tired, she stopped being annoying and immediately said, whatever you say is what you say, whoever made you the leader? Looking aggrieved, he nodded and said. Oh, that's all, I can't do anything to you anyway. Are you tired after 2 days of hard work? It's so late, go to bed early. Ningyu he and I are different, so we won't pester you to ask for anything. Su Buling narrowed his eyes slightly, if I say treat everyone equally, I will treat everyone equally. It's just you and Chu Chu, how could I miss it? Zhongli Jiju was really worried about Su Buling's health, shook her head and said. Your face is pale. I'm not in a hurry. No, you and I must lie down together today, otherwise you will definitely accuse me of being partial tomorrow. Su Buling stood up, pressed Jiju on the pillar of the pavilion, and lifted his legs. Zhongli Jiju felt a little guilty when she saw Su Buling's fierce expression on his face, as if he wanted to teach his wife a lesson, and said quickly. I was joking just now, I didn't think you were partial. If you really want to come, you can't be here. Let's go back to the room. Su Buling's eyes narrowed slightly, you even dare to tease your husband. If I don't let you have a long memory, how can you strengthen your husband's relationship in the future? Just stand here for me. Ms. Sir, you, oh, please slow down, ah. The sound of urgent and slow sounds came from the rainy night in the orchid garden. From shy and timid to incoherent and soon to crying. The little sparrow stood on the fence, watching the master being tortured seriously, with little expressions in his eyes that said, "I'll take care of you now." After watching for a moment, maybe because he was worried that the pavilion would collapse due to too much movement, the little sparrow flew to the corridor and squatted. When he looked at it, he saw the white color in the east. It was daybreak, and the maids in the villa got up early and walked around in the pavilion near the lake. Lu Hongluan walked out of the room, looked at the smoke outside the terrace, stretched a little lazily, with a hint of tiredness in his eyes. Ning Yuhi lived next door and was meditating under the eaves. When he noticed Lu Hongluan getting up, he jumped over the wall and landed on the terrace. He smiled gently. "Hongluan, are you up so early?" Lu Hongluan pursed her lips and looked around. Seeing that the maids were far away, she approached Ning Yuhi and asked softly. "Yuhi, did your child come back last night? I heard Jeju screaming for half the night behind Zhuangzi. I thought she was having a nightmare. I wanted to go over and have a look, but finally decided not to do it." Ning Yuhi naturally understood what Lu Hongluan meant, and his expression was a little strange. "Yes, Jeju has always been like this," with a loud voice. "I'll talk to her later." Lu Hongluan hadn't been intimate with Su Buling for a long time. Her heart must be itchy and her eyes were sore. However, she touched her belly and said quietly, "Forget it, stop talking. It doesn't matter if you speak louder. A little movement in the house is better than silence. Yuhi, you are quite quiet." Ning Yuhi didn't dare to tell anyone about the boat capsizing last night, so he smiled with a red face. "Your child is sensible. It's just that Jeju is a bit naughty, so that's why you deal with her like this." "Oh, Jeju probably won't be able to get up today." Listening to Zhenzhan, "I'm afraid so." On the other side, the orchid garden. The window in the wing room has just been opened, and the little sparrow is standing under the eaves, staring at the rain curtain in a daze. In the corridor, Zhongli Jeju's face was rosy and she was in high spirits. She hummed a little tune, walked into the house with a tray, put the porridge just cooked in the kitchen on the table, and said with a smile, "Ms. Sir, let's have something to eat." Su Buling stood behind the screen, dressed in clothes, with a slightly hopeless look in his eyes. Now, he finally understood why there are only exhausted cows. After cleaning up the stupid wife for half a night, Jeju cried and begged for mercy. As a result, in the end, Jeju got up earlier than him. Sure enough, even a good man can't stand up to a woman. Seeing Jeju's smiling face, Su Buling shook his head and said slightly seriously, "Seeing how considerate you are, I won't deal with you this morning, otherwise you won't even think about going to bed today. I know I was wrong." Zhongli Jeju's eyebrows were curved, and with a hint of spring in her eyes, she walked up to help Su Buling tidy up his clothes. "I made some porridge specially to replenish qi and strengthen the body. If your body bones are broken, no one will be able to eat it." Only then was Su Buling satisfied. A man should be tired, and he had to make up for himself when he needed it. He didn't refuse Jeju's kindness. He sat down with Jeju at the table, and the two of them had breakfast together. There were more people on the boat on the shore of Dongting Lake, and it was much more lively than before. On the terrace behind the boat, Kui Zioan found a few more flower pots and planted the seeds collected along the way in them. Xiao Xiang who has always been a night owl, slept too early yesterday and got up at this time. She stood by holding an umbrella and muttered, "Wan you can't do this. Since you regard me as your mother, you should be more polite. How can you press my mother's legs like this and let your husband bully her? I am a junior, and it is my duty to help. By the way, my mother looks really good with a tail, just like a fox that has cultivated into a spirit in the mountains. If you can't escape, you will become a rabbit spirit sooner or later. Now that you are well, I won't embarrass you, . Wait for the future. My mother loves me the most, just do it for me." "I do it for you, who will do it for me?" Chi, she is your sister. That's right. In the study room on the second floor of the building ship, Xiao Qi sat at the desk, obviously did not hear the words of her younger sister Mo Deliang. Because of the relaxation and venting yesterday, Xiao Qi looked much better, and while handling affairs, she hummed a little song with interest. Song Yufo sat on the desk next to her, holding a small pen and recording various arrangements. Her face was a little aggrieved, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, she was the youngest, and she ran in to join in the fun. They pushed each other back and forth, and finally she was the one who was blamed. She couldn't push it back. In the room directly below, Zhu Manzi and Xiang woke up late, and even if they woke up, they refused to get up. They hugged Neng Qingyi's neck and whispered together. Their faces were slightly red, obviously talking about the experience they had when they held and fed together yesterday. On the deck, Chen Xining, wearing a straw raincoat and holding a bamboo hat, walked out of the boathouse, looked at Junshan Island across the lake, and said, "It seems that there is nothing to do on the boat. Manzi will probably get up at noon. I will go over to see it myself. If Manzi looks for me, you can tell her." Zhongli Chuchu walked beside him. As half the owner of the Su family, the way of hospitality must not be ignored. She said with a smile. "Miss Chen wants to go out for a walk. How can you go alone? I will go with you. I will arrange for the guards to prepare the boat." Chen Xining stood on the edge of the deck and declined. "It's just a few steps away, it's too troublesome to prepare the boat, I can go there by myself." Zhongli Chuchu blinked her green eyes, a little puzzled, and wanted to ask, "Are you going to swim over?" But before Chuchu could say anything, she saw Chen Xining put on a bamboo hat and jumped off the edge of the boat. "Ah!" Zhongli Chuchu was startled and hurried to the edge of the deck. Looking down, she saw a graceful figure wearing a straw raincoat, stepping on the misty lake, and instantly disappeared into the rain and fog, leaving only a series of ripples spreading on the lake. Tap tap tap. So humming cool. Zhongli Chuchu was originally going to accompany Chen Xining, but when she saw this scene, her expression froze slightly, and she adjusted her clothes awkwardly, pretending nothing had happened, and turned to walk towards the boathouse, muttering vaguely. "It's great that you have great martial arts skills, my husband can also walk on water, hum." Zhongli Chuchu muttered to herself for a few words, and before she entered the cabin, she saw a carriage coming from the end of the road on the shore. Nightingale was driving outside, looking at the cool Chen Xining on the lake with a telescope. "Husband." Zhongli Chuchu's eyes lit up, and she turned around and ran down the deck, coming to the carriage. "Husband, didn't you just go there last night? Why are you back again?" The door of the carriage opened, and Su Buling walked out with a friendly smile on his handsome face. "Jeju needs some medicinal herbs, so I went to buy some, and bring some rouge and powder for them. It's raining heavily, what are you doing outside, waiting for me?" Zhongli Chuchu raised her hand and pointed at the lake. Xining wanted to go to Junshan Island just now, and I was going to accompany her, but, husband saw it. He, I asked you to practice martial arts well. Nightingales can do this, and the clear night will soon come. Su Buling jumped off the carriage, took the umbrella, covered Chuchu's head, and walked along the bluestone road towards the market in the distance. Zhongli Chuchu pursed her lips and looked back. "Aren't you going to call Manzi and the others?" At this time, Manzi must not be up yet. "Oh, that's right." Zhongli Chuchu smiled, and seeing that Nightingale didn't catch up and there was no one on the road, she took Su Buling's arm. Zhongli Chuchu was born in the western regions. She was very tall, as tall as Su Buling's nose. Needless to say, her figure was curvy, and her bulging collar could compete with the big sisters on the boat. Under the outline of her red long skirt, she looked like a red rose blooming in the spring rain. Light silk umbrella, drizzling rain. The exotic beauty in red, snuggling next to the young man in white, the beautiful picture alone, can surpass any ink painting in the world. However, only the two people in the picture can appreciate this beautiful scenery. After Su Buling walked a little distance away, he tilted his head to look at Chu. Why didn't you come over secretly when you were with Bao Bao and the others yesterday? Zhongli Chu held Su Buling's arm, raised her cheeks, and was a little shy. I am young, and I will definitely be tossed around by the sisters like you Fu. Besides, there are 4 people, and my husband is not made of iron. Su Buling's eyes were filled with relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I still know that I feel sorry for my husband, but since you didn't come yesterday, you became the last one. Don't be angry with me. Zhongli hugged Chu tighter and rested his cheek on Su Buling's shoulder. How could I be angry? Ever since I met my husband, I have known that my husband is considerate of people, especially women. I didn't know my husband well at that time, and he was always getting into trouble. My husband didn't hesitate to help me so many times. Now he is married my husband, how can I think that my husband is partial because of this little thing? It doesn't matter if I am the youngest. Anyway, there are Man Zi, King Yi, and Shi Ning behind me, right? Su Buling chuckled, Miss Chen and I are not the same as each other, so don't talk nonsense. Zhongli Chu snorted softly, we are already on the boat, how can we run away? She is our princess of South Vietnam, she is rich and good in martial arts, and she is better than me in every aspect. How can my husband let her go? Su Buling shook his head quickly, hey, everyone has their own strengths. Miss Chen is undoubtedly talented, but you are not bad either. You are the 8th leader of our generation. Not to mention other things, your breasts and legs. Zhongli Chu quickly moved away and twisted Su Buling's waist with his hand. People from the Central Plains are not all polite when it comes to their love for concubines. How come my husband can't say a few words without mentioning a few ounces of meat? It's an insult to politeness. Su Buletinling smiled brightly and raised his arms to hug Chu's waist. Chu, you are a beauty from the western regions. How can you become as gentle as Fubao and a little wilder? You used to dance with half your butt naked in front of me. Oops. The romantic mood that Zhongli Chu had finally brewed up was completely gone. His face turned red and he snatched the umbrella. Ms. Sir, if you keep saying this, I won't accompany you when you go back. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. Su Buling would just let it go and not mention Chu's youthful and ignorant behavior. The two people walked side by side and came to the market in Yueyang City. Zhongli Chu wanted to go directly to the pharmacy, but Su Buling changed her route and turned into a small street. She thought she was going to buy rouge, so she followed slowly and talked about common things. But while walking, Zhongli Chu discovered that Su Buling entered an inn, opened a room, and locked the door. Zhongli Chu stood in the wing of the inn, looking at Su Buling who had closed the window in confusion, and asked. Ms. Sir, what are we doing here? Aren't we buying medicine? There's no rush to buy medicine, we only have 1 day. Su Buling took down the stay on the window. The sound of rain and noise on the street outside was cut off, and the room became quiet. He sat down in the elegantly decorated wing, leaned on the soft couch, and crossed his fingers. My husband is well known for being fair and just. You didn't come here yesterday because you were considerate of my husband. But what my husband should do cannot be avoided just because my wife is considerate. Zhongli Chu blinked his eyes, not understanding what Su Buling meant. He looked at the clean and comfortable room, with a blush on his cheeks. Ms. Sir, are you okay? How else to answer this? Who would say that a man can't do it? Su Buling's face was straight and slightly dissatisfied. You look down on your husband. No. There was a hint of nervousness in Zhongli's emerald eyes. After looking around, he walked towards Su Buling and untied the ties around Ruliu's waist. Then I'll do it. Su Buletinling was very impressive, but since he hadn't gotten out of bed for 2 days, he must have felt a little weak. He raised his hand, took out the waist bell from the baby, and hung it on his fingertips. Jingle bell. The silver bell is slender and exquisite, with a dazzling halo. Choo-choo, do you know what this thing does? Zhongli Choo-choo learned dancing when she was young, so she naturally knew about this kind of dancing props. She took off her red outer skirt and wore only a red belly band and thin pants. She stood in front of Su Buling and took the waist bell. It's for dancing. I happen to be good at it. Do you want me to dance for my husband? Su Buletinling originally meant this. He stood up and came to Choo-choo. His eyes were level with Choo-choo's slim waist. His hands went around the silver bell tied behind Choo-choo's waist. With his breath blowing against his skin, Zhongli Choo-choo felt that his legs were weak. He opened his arms and looked down at Su Buling's movements. Not only did he not hide, he straightened his waist rather naughtily and bumped Su Buling lightly. Su Buletinling's cheek touched the transparent fabric of the thin pants, and the faint fragrance of his daughter came to his nostrils. He was so aroused that he almost fired his gun. He took advantage of the situation and kissed his belly, then leaned on the couch by the window like an uncle. Okay, let's get started. Zhongli Choo-choo dances very well, but rarely shows it in front of others. The first few times he danced with Su Buling, he was too nervous. By now they were an old couple, so naturally they didn't have so much psychological pressure. Zhongli Choo-choo thought for a moment, raised his hands, and then his waist trembled slightly. Ding bell ding bell. The fine silver bell rings and stops with a moving rhythm. Zhongli Choo-choo has a very tall figure. It is a bit exaggerated to say that Yingying's grip is a bit exaggerated, but not a little more, not a little bit less. The lines are almost perfect, and just looking at it makes people feel relaxed and happy. Su Buletinling didn't know where to look. He tapped his fingers on the table to help beat the beat, and nodded. Yes, it's very exotic. If you add a camel and stand in the desert, it would be even more perfect. I have a camel. Master spent a lot of effort to buy it, but unfortunately he lost it. It's not lost. It's left with Zhangboyan. He's going to Jiangnan soon. I'll ask for it when the time comes. If Zhangboyan can't get it, send him to Yumen Pass to raise camels. You are almost the unification of the world. If Zhangboyan has any brains, he will not dare to mistreat the camel. Even if the camel eats Jinbei mountain ginseng every day, will it become fat as a pig? I don't know whether it has become fat as a pig, but the camel that eats ginseng as a meal must be very nutritious. When I was in northern Qi, I also saw a famous dish called roasted whole camel. I really want to eat it, but it takes several days to roast it, and it makes too much noise. No, why don't you roast Sining's snake? A ching is so big, it's gone in 2 bites. The big white goose is fat, it can eat several meals. That's the white prince. Dingling dingling. The dancing posture is graceful, and her body is like a swimming snake. While chatting, the gorgeous exotic beauty slowly jumped onto the couch and into the arms of the young man in white. Finally, the meeting is over. My legs are weak when I write about it. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 838. Ding bell. The crisp ringing of the bells was continuous, accompanied by the woman's weeping murmur. I don't know how long it took, but the sound suddenly stopped, and there were only 2 breathing sounds left in the warm-in room. The originally tidy wing was a bit messy, with clothes and belts scattered everywhere, and hairpins and jade pendants randomly thrown on the small case. Zhongli Choo-choo pressed her cheek against Su Buling's chest. After resting for a moment, she raised her cheek, brushed her messy hair, and looked down at Su Buling. "Ms. Sir. Su Buletinling was lying on his back with some beads of sweat hanging on his forehead. He closed his eyes and calmed down before saying softly, "Take a nap when you're tired. It's early, so don't rush out." "I'm not tired." Zhongli Chuchu picked up the handkerchief and wiped Su Buling's forehead, the blush on his cheeks still lingering. "I just don't know if I can serve my husband well." Su Buletinling was not only well served, not even a drop of it was left. He opened his eyes, with a bit of pride in them. "My husband, I am number one in the world. You alone are not enough. Just make yourself comfortable." "Oh, isn't it enough?" There was a hint of apology in Zhongli Chuchu's eyes. "It's because my martial arts skills are low and my body is too weak." She gritted her teeth, held Su Buling's sides with her hands, and lowered her head to kiss Su Buling's lips. "I'm going to." Su Buling's face turned pale, and he hugged Chu quickly, with their cheeks pressed against each other, and he raised his hand and patted her smooth back. Okay, I have to buy medicine and rouge later. If I go late, your master will have to blame us." "Didn't my husband say there's no rush?" "It's still early. If you don't enjoy yourself, I will definitely have to take care of you." What about that?" By the way, Shi Ning ran away to Junshan Island alone. "I killed Cao Ying, so she may be in danger." Hundreds of thousands of troops are piled at the door. The Cao family's gate is not even dared to open. What danger can there be? Hey, the visitor is a guest. It's okay for Chen Shining to come all the way and let her hang out alone. I should show some kindness to the landlord in the past. Oh. Zhongli Chuchu thought so. She sat up straighter and was about to get the skirt next to her, but she looked down at the smiling Su Buling and asked, "Is it hard for my husband to be better or worse?" "Miss Chen can't satisfy my husband." "It's nothing. As a man, you have to suffer a little, eh?" Zhongli Chuchu threw herself into Su Buling's arms again, her green eyes full of admiration and care, and whispered, "I don't want to let my husband suffer. I'm of no use. If I can't even satisfy my husband, I'll become a vase." "Chuchu, then what, will you?" Ding bell. Ding bell. The crisp ringtone rang again. In early spring of February, it rained continuously for days. The originally prosperous Junshan Island was deserted, with only a few cargo transporters walking around on the dock. Chen Shining crossed the lake alone and stopped in the square in front of the island. His eyes scanned the ancient floor tiles covered with sword marks, trying to connect this depressed-looking place with the holy land of the Central Plains in the past. Unfortunately, the only building that can still see the original style is a coiled dragon wall at the end of the square. Iron eagle hunting deer was a dividing line between the rivers and lakes. Before that, the rivers and lakes of the Central Plains were the place of fame in the minds of all warriors. A man spends 10 years in poverty in order to be named on the gold medal list, and a warrior has worked hard for 10 years in order to become famous all over the world in front of that dragon wall. Chen Shining is a princess of a country, but she is also a real warrior. She has read anecdotes about heroes from all walks of life since she was a child. She has always dreamed of being like those famous knights and becoming famous all over the world under the spotlight. Although the heroes in reality may not always be as upright as the story says. Chen Shining learned to investigate cases since she was a child, and she understood very early that the Jianghu is a place of lawlessness. Whether you are good or evil depends on your own conscience, and when people have no restrictions, their conscience is sometimes worthless. But after all, there is something worth remembering in Jianghu: a pot of wine, a sword, or the reckless ranger who suddenly ran in and beat her up while she was traveling in a carriage. Let's drink and talk and act chivalrously together. Loyalty, wandering around the world together, forgetting each other in the world. This kind of experience that Jianghu people will never forget can only be experienced in Jianghu. If Jianghu dies, what's the point of having martial arts? Chen Xining walked along Junction Island and identified the buildings on the island according to the records in the chivalrous stories. Sometimes, on the stone pillars and archways, she could find some of the famous martial arts figures from decades or centuries ago, left behind. Trace. However, the Jianghu without Jianghu people, no matter how glorious it once was, seems to be meaningless. Chen Xining walked around alone for a long time, taking in the scenery, and wanted to visit the Cao family. However, remembering that the trader of the Cao family had a holiday with Su Buling, she decided to forget it and turned around to return. Just like when she came, Chen Xining wore a koi raincoat and a bamboo hat, jumped directly into the lake, walked on the water and flew towards the building and boat. But when I was halfway there, I suddenly saw a small fishing boat slowly sailing towards Junction Island on the sparkling lake. The awning boat was not big, and the tall man in white, holding a white oil paper umbrella in one hand and a bamboo pole in the other, slowly moved forward on the lake. Supported by the misty rain in the Dongting, the artistic conception was as beautiful as an ink painting. Chen Xining's eyes lit up. Although the distance was far, she could still tell who the person was from his figure. She turned on the lake and ran to the black-sailed boat. She jumped up when she was still 2 feet away and landed on the other side of the black-sailed boat. She was surprised and puzzled. "Mr. Su, why are you here?" Su Buletinling was rowing with an umbrella. Seeing Chen Xining coming, his handsome face raised a smile. "Miss Chen is a guest. It's really a bit rude for me to come here to hang out alone. I wanted to go over and accompany the girl." "Oh." Chen Xining nodded and smiled, looking Su Buletinling up and down, and said strangely, "It's not far away. Mr. is the best martial artist in the world. Do you need to row a boat here?" Su Buletinling's cold and extraordinary expression froze. He hadn't stopped since the night before yesterday. He had been with each wife 2 or 3 times. He was almost crazy because of the wives. He was floating when he walked, not to mention walking on the waves, which was very tiring. But as a man, you can't just say that you are weak. Su Buling chuckled, turned his eyes to the Dongting Lake where the rain was falling, and murmured for a while. "The mountain path is covered with morning clouds, and the fishing rod is hung in the cool moonlight at the water gate. The wine smells warm in the spring breeze among the flowers, and the sound of chess in the bamboo is cold in the evening rain. There are beautiful scenery everywhere in the rivers and lakes. If everyone comes and goes in a hurry like the girl, wouldn't they miss it all?" Chen Xining's heart jumped suddenly, and she was a little afraid to look directly at the handsome and cold young man on the other side of the boat. She lowered her head slightly and said with a smile, "I've learned my lesson. I was too impatient. So where are we going now?" "We can go anywhere, as long as we don't get on the Kong." Su Buling turned the bow of the boat and headed towards Yueyang City. "The girl is a guest, I have to see where the girl wants to go." "I want to have sex." Su Buling stumbled and almost fell off the boat into the lake. He turned around with a stiff and strange expression, and a little flattered. I'm afraid this is not a good idea. It's not impossible. How about we go for a walk first? I'll prepare carefully tomorrow, and then do that." There must be a sense of ceremony. Chen Xining blinked, looked at the hundreds of warships neatly arranged on the shore of Dongting Lake, and nodded. "Is it inconvenient?" "Actually, it's okay not to go. I just heard that your Wukui cannon can destroy a city with one shot. Last time I fought against South Vietnam, I couldn't bear to watch it, and I didn't even touch it. I'm a little curious." It turned out to be this cannon. Su Buling secretly breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his forehead, turned to walk towards the crossing fleet, and smiled. "Of course there is no problem, I have to go and see it anyway. I just came back the day before yesterday and didn't have time, so we just happened to go together now." Chen Xining was a little puzzled. Didn't the young master say that we should prepare it? This cannon doesn't need to be prepared, it can be loaded at any time. Huh. Hee, the rain is so heavy, there is so much water, are you hungry, girl? No, the young master seems a little confused, won't he catch a cold? No, I'm in good health. Then how about we tread water to go there? Rowing is too slow. Well, signing, the rivers and lakes are stories and wine, walking around and seeing is called traveling the rivers and lakes, running too fast will miss a lot of things, you have to change your temper in the future. Oh, yes, I forgot again. In between the irrelevant words, a lone boat was drifting away on the lake. Thousands of miles away, Huainan. Huainan City is the barrier of Jiangnan and the gateway to the entire Jiangnan water town. The Xiao family, which has spanned 3 dynasties and lasted for 1,000 years, has taken root here for generations. It can be said that the entire Huainan belongs to the Xiao family. However, with the rise of the 4 kings last year and the division of Dayu into 2, the current situation of the Xiao family is a bit awkward, just like the Taiyuan Wang family. Prime Minister Xiao Chuang served as an official in Chang'an City and was directly denounced by the 4 Eastern kings as a traitorous prime minister who brought disaster to the country and usurped the throne. The ancestral property of the Xiao family is in Jiangnan. If it were an ordinary family, they would have been directly exterminated by the 4 Eastern kings. But the Xiao family has lasted for 1,000 years. The Song royal family is considered a nouveau riche in front of the Xiao family. Its influence in Jiangnan is greater than that of the court. It can be said that anyone who has read books and learned to read has more or less been taken care of by the Xiao and Lu families, because behind all the schools and academies in Jiangnan are the shadows of these 2 families. When Jiangnan students enter Chang'an as officials, the first thing they do is to pay a visit to these 2 families. If they don't want to draw a clear line, they will definitely be regarded as outsiders by the officials of the Jiangnan faction. There is not even a classmate or fellow countryman who can talk to the whole court. It is conceivable how difficult it is to go on a career path. Although the 4 kings of the East have reorganized a court, their officials are still from Jiangnan. To wipe out the Xiao family in Huainan, they first offended their own people and hundreds of thousands of Xiao's collateral branches in Jiangnan. Moreover, killing all the Xiao family, there are still Xiao Chuang and the eldest son of the Xiao family in the capital, which has no other meaning except venting anger. Therefore, the 4 kings of the East wanted to pull the Xiao family over from the beginning. The head of the Xiao family is Xiao Ting. As long as Xiao Ting speaks up to support the 4 kings of the East and expel Xiao Chuang from the family, Xiao Chuang will not represent the Xiao family. But Xiao Chuang is Xiao Ting's biological father, and it is easy to imagine how difficult it is for his son to expel his father from the family. In early spring of February, seeing that the Ziliang army on the north bank of the Yangtze River was eyeing it and was about to cross the river to the south, the atmosphere in Jiangnan gradually became tense and solemn. It was drizzling on the bank of the Huai River. Xiao Ting, who had been the head of the family for a year, sat on the stone embankment by the river, fishing with a fishing rod in his hand, and said earnestly, "Rui Yang, it's not that my brother won't help you, but you don't know what I'm capable of." When the elders of the Xiao family were talking about something, I sat on top and grinned like an old birthday star. I had to nod my head no matter what I said. I can't let my uncles find out that I don't understand. You asked me to express my loyalty to the Holy Father, but no one believed me. I still call Su Buling my nephew, but he agrees when I call him uncle. It's pretty quick. Besides Xiao Ting, Wang Ruiyang, the eldest son of the Hangzhou Wang family, squatted beside him holding a fishing rod with a friendly expression, shaking his head and saying helplessly, "Brother Xiao, please don't embarrass me. I've been here so many times, and I can't be sure anymore. Even if I don't mention the Holy Spirit, my father would break my legs." I boasted about Haikao at that time, saying that I would die with Brother Xiao. Friendship. That's natural. We have visited a brothel and drank wine together. Ask the girls in Huainan City. Who doesn't know that we have similar interests? And we are famous for being brave and unparalleled. Not to mention ordinary girls, Yushan Tower, that old bastard, we both have experienced it. I remember Wang Laozi's words very clearly, the old man loses the fire, that's wonderful, that's what I like, especially those who have given birth to children, they will cause trouble. Son, I'm really a little greedy when I say that, how about later? Xiaoting was as full of nonsense as he was in Chang'an City, and he was even more unruly than in Chang'an City. After all, he no longer had a strict aunt to control him. Wang Ruiyang and Xiaoting talked about serious matters, but each time they would be led astray by Xiaoting in less than 2 sentences, and they could not get to the point at all. He always felt that Xiaoting was deliberately playing tricks on him, but he and Xiaoting were old acquaintances, and Xiaoting in Chang'an City, he has such a personality, and he doesn't even pretend to be like him, so he can only laugh and listen. Xiaoting babbled for a moment. He must have felt a bit itchy. He got up and pulled Wang Ruiyang away. Just talk and don't practice the tricks, just walk around. Brother Wang came to visit today, and I happened to tell my family that we would go out to socialize. Let's invite 10 girls tonight to show you what Huainan Yabuletan Leng means. Maybe no matter how fierce I am during the day, I am very powerful at night. Wang Ruiyang smiled very forcefully. The Ziliang army was almost reaching the south of the Yangtze River. He had no intention of running away to drink wine. He raised his hand and said, Brother Xiao, there is no hurry. Please listen to what I have to say first. Spring has begun, and the Ziliang army is coming soon. The Su family has kidnapped your father and the prince and occupied Chang'an. This is something that will last forever. Brother Xiao's body is as the head of the Xiao family. The Xiao family has been rooted in the south of the Yangtze River for thousands of years. If we encounter such a big change, if we ignore it and betray the old master, wouldn't it be a chilling experience for future generations? Xiaoting waved his hand. It's not like you don't know about my virtues. I will be infamous for thousands of years after my death. Food, drink, and fun are not important. By the way, I stole the jade ruyi that Emperor Xiaozong gave to my great-grandfather. If we can exchange for a big sum of money, let's go gamble for a big sum later. This bastard thing. Wang Ruiyang's face turned green and he wanted to curse a few words, but in the end he suppressed his anger and raised his hand and said, I hope Mr. Xiao will think carefully about what happened today. The Xiao family has been cared for by the Song family for 3 generations. How can there be any reason for the country to be ruined and the whole family? I hope Mr. Xiao will understand the current affairs and not regret it when the time comes. Wang takes his leave. Hey, don't go, I'm treating you, madam. Farewell. The water veins in the south of the Yangtze River extend in all directions, and it is rainy everywhere in early spring. The Chaihe River on the south side of Luzhu has become an important transportation route from north to south in the past 2 years because grain and grass are mobilized here. The town of Daqiao in the middle of the river has gradually become prosperous. War is accompanied by chaos, and chaos means that there are more lawless places. The Jianghu people who originally stayed in the Chu region, because of the presence of a large number of imperial troops, all ran to such places where there were no troops stationed. Make a fortune. In the early morning, a boat sailed down the river and arrived at Daqiao town along the Chaihe River. It docked at the pier, and 2 men in Jianghu costumes stepped off. The leader seemed to be an elder, wearing a robe and a cape, with a hooked nose, and a serious look in his eyes. Behind him was a rather handsome young man, holding an umbrella and walking behind him, with a rather gloomy face. The foreman on the dock was about to step forward to ask if there was any work, but when he looked up, he saw that the hatch of the large ship was tightly closed, and there were no big animals pulled inside. Occasionally, the whole ship moved. The boat will rock slightly. The hook-nosed old man raised his hand and patted the cabin twice, and the animals in the cabin became quiet. The foreman who took the job stepped forward and said politely, "Sir, what are you doing? Do you want the boys to help?" The young man held an umbrella to cover the old man's head and waved his hand. "It's just a few cows. They won't stop, just have a quick meal and then leave." The foreman chuckled, "This cow is a bit noisy. Come on, sir, just say hello if you need anything. There is a newly opened Yang's shop in front. I came from Chuti. The food is really delicious. If you are interested, you can come and sit down." I said that Lao Wang introduced me, and I will definitely give you a 20% discount. It is very common for people to help each other solicit customers on the pier. The young man said nothing and walked with the old man to the place pointed by the foreman. After taking a few steps, he looked back. "Grandpa, won't those two ancestors cause trouble? There are so many people in this place, and it will be difficult to escape the officers and soldiers they provoke." The hook-nosed old man's eyes were dull. "I'm very well behaved. I just moved a few times because I was hungry and there were the noises of cattle and horses outside. Jinghong, you can go buy some sheep later and ask for lambs. I'm too old to digest them." Shangguan Jinghong nodded in agreement and entered the tavern by the dock with the old man. The tavern had just opened, and the signature tables and chairs were all new. There was a little girl wearing a skirt, sitting at the back door, holding a book in her hand. You could faintly hear the quarreling between men and women coming from the backyard. "I have been drinking all day long. I asked you to find a job seriously and not to hang out with those gangsters. But you refused to listen. With just a few words from them, you were ready to go to Hangzhou with them to become a disciple of the Wang family. How can anyone ask for your martial arts skills? You almost died last time, but you still don't have a long memory. What do you, a woman, know? You didn't look at who I met last time. It's my ability to survive. If you survive a disaster, you will be blessed later. Don't worry so much about my affairs. Then you can't survive this day? The girl is still young. Do you think I want to open such a shabby shop? After saving so much money and finding a boat gang, I will have a good life. If you insist on opening a dock shop here, you won't be able to make much money in a day. If you weren't a girl, do you think I would tolerate you? I'm not very capable. I just know this all day long." Snap. There was a slap and the word stopped abruptly. The little girl sitting at the door also burst into tears. The hook-nosed old man frowned. Shangguan Jinghong also spat on the ground, turned around and prepared to leave. But soon, a woman in Jingchai and sarong ran out of the backyard. She picked up the crying little girl and looked up at the two guests at the door. The emotions on her face disappeared instantly, revealing a kind smile, and she quickly greeted, "Please come inside and sit wherever you like." There was nothing unusual about the woman's expression, but there were still a few red marks on her face. Shangguan Jinghong frowned, thought for a moment, and then walked into the small restaurant, sat down by the window, ordered 2 side dishes at random, and said softly, "Men in the Central Plains are nothing." The hook-nosed old man said casually, "Every family has sutras that are difficult to recite, so don't pay attention to them and just talk about business." Shangguan Jinghong nodded, picked up the teapot, and poured a bowl for the old man, looking a little lonely. Last year in South Vietnam, the 100 Insect Valley was almost wiped out. Even my grandfather and second grandfather were killed. If the guards hadn't resisted to the death that night and allowed me to escape into the water, my Shangguan family would have died. The hook-nosed old man raised his hand and said, "What's the use of talking about this? Anyone in the world who doesn't have a few lives on his body will ask you what to do." Shangguan Jinghong took a sip of tea and looked to the northwest. At the beginning of spring, Su Buling will lead an army to attack. I still have some Mad King poison. When the time comes, I will find a way to create chaos. Grandpa will go in. The hook-nosed old man shook his head. You are asking Grandpa to send it off. There are countless bows, crossbows, and artillery in the Ziliang military camp. Your poison can confuse at most 1,000 people, and the remaining hundreds of thousands can be eaten by each person's spit can drown you and me. Shang Guanjinghong also knew this and sighed softly, not knowing what to say. The hook-nosed old man saw Shang Guan exclaiming in surprise, picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. Young man, don't be impetuous and hasty. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and as long as you have patience, you can always find opportunities. Breaking into the military camp is not feasible, but if you can find a way to trick Su Buling out and be alone, Grandpa will have 20% chance. Be sure to kill him. Only 20%. 20% is very little? For ordinary people, there is at most a 20% chance of leaving alive. You are not very capable, but your ambition is as high as the sky. Are you sure that the record at Mazao Ridge is just nonsense from a storyteller? Shang Guanjinghong smiled coquettishly and was about to ask again, but suddenly saw the grandfather opposite him stop talking and look up. Only then did he realize that the woman from the restaurant had walked in with a tray. Your Majesty, I've been waiting for you for a long time. This is the local chicken that was just delivered this morning. It has been stewed all morning and the taste is just right. The little woman put the two side dishes on the table, nodded and smiled, then turned and returned to the backyard. The hook-nosed old man never spoke, just looked at the tea bowl. Shang Guanjinghong looked a little confused and leaned closer. Grandpa, why did you suddenly stop talking? The hook-nosed old man's ears twitched slightly. After listening for a long time, he whispered. There is something wrong with this woman. She is so far away. When I mentioned Su Buling's name, she paused. She knows martial arts, and she probably knows Su Buling. Shang Guan was startled, but he didn't feel anything. He was a little more cautious at the moment. Could it be a hidden stake of the Su family? The hook-nosed old man picked up his rice bowl and chopsticks and said casually. No matter what she is, I would rather kill the wrong person than let go. When traveling in the world, the most taboo thing is that the news will be leaked before the attack is successful. I know, when will we do it? It's already started. The hook-nosed old man was holding vegetables with a dull look in his eyes. Shang Guanjinghong looked a little confused and looked around. Not sure why, he also picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat. After only 2 bites of the meal, a little girl's cry suddenly came from the backyard of the restaurant. Mom, look, inside the river. Careful. Boom. The water exploded, the sound of wooden boards being hit, and the screams of men and women could be heard. MS sir. Mother. The ground shook, and the beams of the small restaurant swayed visibly to the naked eye. Pedestrians on the street heard the noise and stopped in front of the restaurant to check. Some people shouted twice, asking what happened. As a result, within a few moments, a man's lower body was broken at the waist and thrown onto the street, scaring the pedestrians on the street and fleeing in all directions. Girl! The woman's shrill cry came, followed by the sound of falling water, and the movement in the back house fell silent at this moment. The old man with the hooked nose put down his bowl and chopsticks, took out a few copper coins from his sleeve and put them on the table, then turned and walked out of the shop. Let's go. Shang Guanjinghong stared at the back door, his face pale, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He quickly got up and ran out, his legs trembling slightly. Thanks to Ning 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 for the leader's reward. Thank you to Manager Eat for the 27,000 reward. Currently owed 288 RZ. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 839. The Prince is Fierce, Chapter 6 of Hidden Dragon Scale Shadow, Spring River Moonlit Night, the first year of Jianping, February 18th. The rain stopped for days, and the Chu land, thousands of miles away, was moistened by the rain, and it was already colorful without anyone noticing. Under the warm spring sun, drums were beating like thunder on the battle bank of Dongting Lake, and 50,000 elite soldiers of the Western Liang Army, fully armored, boarded 300 warships in an orderly manner. 200,000 soldiers from various places were waiting in Ezhu, waiting for the vanguard army to gain a foothold in Lushan County on the south bank of the Yangtze River, and then they could cross the river in large numbers and attack Luzhu, the front-line military fortress of the Four Kings in the east. Black flags were flying on Dongting Lake, and the black armored soldiers neatly arranged on the deck raised their swords. The shiny new artillery was sticking out of the muzzles from both sides of the ship, and the solemn and majestic military appearance seemed to be able to crush all obstacles in the world. Su Buling stood on the top of the warship, with the commander Yang Zunyi and military advisor Yu Julu standing on the left and right, and Yang Guanyu, Su Ying, and many other generals of the Ziliang army behind him. After everyone boarded the ship, Su Buling pointed a 3-foot-long sword at Jiangnan and shouted, "All troops, attack! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The shouts went straight to the sky. The 20 gunboats in the front took up their anchors and slowly sailed into the Yangtze River with the help of the sails, followed by the rest of the ships. The mighty fleet almost blocked the vast river surface, and the dense merchant ships were anchored on both sides of the river. Merchants, scholars, and warriors were all in awe and silent, watching this army, which was already invincible in the world, slowly heading south. Chen Sining was wearing silver armor, holding a scimitar in his hand, standing with his back straight behind Su Buledinling. Even though he was not a member of the Ziliang army, he was also infected by the majestic military power. His beautiful peach blossom eyes showed a bit of arrogance of with a sword in hand, "The world is mine." Ning Qingyi was still the same as before, serving as Su Buledinling's personal soldier. He was naturally cold and expressionless. He looked more like a serious master than Chen Sining. He just occasionally glanced at Chen Sining and stood up straighter to avoid being compared with Chen Sining, who was more skilled in martial arts. The fleet set sail one after another, and Su Buledinling put away the sword and handed it to the general Yang Zunyi. Su Buledinling is now the lord, and his only role is to be the commander, which is considered a mascot to suppress the battle. There are generals of the Ziliang army in the war, Xiaoqi, and spies all over the world for intelligence, and the Suwang and hundreds of ministers in Chang'an City for logistics. There are really few things that he really needs to solve personally. It is not a good habit for the people in power to do everything personally. There are too many things to do in an army of hundreds of thousands of people, and one person cannot finish them all. Grasping the general direction and shocking the generals under his command are what the people in power should do. This is the difference between a general and a general. Yueyang is nearly 400 miles away from Ezhu. It will arrive tomorrow night if it goes downstream along the turbulent river. After the fleet set sail, many generals also dispersed one after another and returned to the shipbuilding to recuperate or discuss the arrangement of the bench shore. After saying goodbye to Yang Zunyi, Su Buling turned around and walked to the room on the top floor, and took a look at the back of the fleet. The building ship that Xiaoqi was riding was with the fleet transporting food and supplies. It would set out to catch up after gaining a foothold in the south of the Yangtze River tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. At this time, it was still on the shore of Dongting Lake and had not set sail. On the deck of the ship, you can vaguely see many colorful girls. Even Lu Hongluan, who is still pregnant, ran over. Lu Hongluan's family is in Jinling, and she will definitely go back if she has the chance. A dozen girls, each holding a telescope, looked out on the deck. When they saw him looking over, they waved and shook their hands. Su Buling raised his hand and shook it, indicating that he saw it. Chen Xining followed behind him seriously, and when he was away from other generals and personal soldiers, he asked in a slightly serious and low voice. "General, we will attack Lushan County tomorrow night. Dongyu has deployed heavy troops there. I'm afraid it will be a fierce battle. Aren't you nervous?" This general was obviously very into the play, and even the voice could be lowered and made a little thicker. Su Buling turned around and smiled. "It's come to this, how can we be nervous? Go downstream and fight from west to east. They may not receive the news until halfway through the boat. The defender of Lushan County is Qin Jing, a veteran of the Chu army, nicknamed Qin Baobao. We are old rivals and know each other well. When the fleet arrives, bombard him for half an hour. If he doesn't turn into Huashan, I will respect him as a man." The words were a bit arrogant. Chen Xining was a princess of a country after all. She had a broad vision and experience. She gently advised. "It's not good to be too conceited. People who looked down on their opponents in ancient times suffered a great loss. What if he doesn't retreat in half an hour? Then bombard him for another half an hour until he runs away. I've been preparing for half a year, and the shells and gunpowder are enough to blow Hangzhou into a basin." Su Buling shook his head, opened the door and entered, and threw the tiger talisman to Nightingale, who was waiting in the study. "I really don't look down on people. 50,000 main forces of the Ziliang army and 200,000 government soldiers are fighting the panicked young men in Jiangnan, 300 artillery pieces, the shortest range is equivalent to the bed crossbow, the weather is clear and there is no wind or rain, and the bunkers along the coast of Lushan County can stop me, unless Qin Jing learns from Lu Xiu's method in front of the battle and throws a meteorite to hit me. The probability is lower than that of Man Zi against the 10 Wu Kuei men killing the opponent." Chen Xining was puzzled when she heard it, but after careful thinking, it seemed to be necessary. Nanyu surrendered to Northern Qi and was in civil strife. The only remaining Dongyu was still in disarray and the people were in panic. The only one who could fight was the Liaxi army from Yuzhu. Moreover, they did not have a powerful weapon such as artillery in battle, and they were also in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. If they could still lose the battle, they would have to commit suicide on the battlefield. Ning Qingyi walked beside her, unable to understand all this nonsense. She only knew that this trip was to wrap up, and there was no equal opponent in the world. She closed the door, took off the silver helmet on her head, and asked. "Su Buling, when you finish conquering Jiangnan and Northern Qi, you will become the emperor, right?" Chen Xining blinked and was quite interested in this question. She nodded and said. "If God doesn't take what he wants, he will be blamed for it. If he says he doesn't want to be a leader now, do you believe that the tens of thousands of soldiers and 5 powerful men outside will kill him first?" Su Buling sat down behind the desk and said helplessly. "My father is still alive. After the fight, he changed from the heir to the prince. Nothing has changed. I just live a more stable life." Chen Xining said with a smile, "What's the difference? You are only in your early 20s, Prince Su is your only son, and you are the one who fought the battle. As long as you don't die young, you will be the emperor sooner or later. That's not necessarily the case. If I get turned around by the babies and the others every day, maybe my father can really send me away first." Ning Qingyi obviously understood the meaning of these dirty words, narrowed her eyes slightly and snorted. "You still know? Who asked you to find so many?" Chen Xining blushed a little and said softly, "Don't say these unlucky things. Wenro Township is the tomb of heroes. You just need to pay more attention in the future." Su Buling chuckled and had no comment on this. After all, it was impossible for him to pay attention. The only thing he cherishes is his wife around him, whether he rebels or kills the emperor, all for the sake of allowing those around him to have a stable environment and be happy for the rest of their lives. If you can't even satisfy your wife, even if you become the invincible king of the Central Plains, what's the point? That night, Lushan County, Luzhu. On the south bank of the Yangtze River, countless Dongyu troops lined up on the river bank to defend themselves. They built countless fortresses, trenches, and city walls. They built nearly a dozen forts in an area of 500 miles from Lushan County to the outpost fortress Luzhu. Line of defense. With the wealth of Jiangnan and nearly a year of preparations, this barrier would have been unbreakable in any dynasty in history. Even if Zhou, the god of war, came first, he would probably be disappointed. But at this moment, Luotian County Guard Qingjing didn't have any joy on his face. On the newly built city walls along the river, Qingjing patrolled back and forth in battle armor. From time to time he urged engineers to strengthen the city defenses and dig cat-ear holes in the ground to avoid artillery fire. He wished he could build a dam more than 10 feet high and more than 10 feet thick on the riverside. Since the four kings raised their armies, Qingjing can be said to be the worst general, fighting Su Buling from beginning to end. The one who was beaten in Nanyang was dumbfounded, the one who was beaten in Xiangyang lost his helmet and armor, the one who was beaten in Jingmen was so scared that he was frightened by the news, the one who was beaten in Yueyang was speechless, and from Nanyang, which is adjacent to Guanzhong Road, he has been beaten. Drive him to Ezhu across the river. If this kind of record was placed before Jiazi, he would probably have his head chopped off when he defeated Xiangyang and be regarded as a typical example of a stupid general. But the four kings in the east couldn't kill Qingjing. Qingjing is a famous general in Chu, and his talents are not low. He is as famous as Guo Xianzhong, Yang Zunyi and other frontier generals who are in charge of an army. He is simply unbeatable in this battle. The gap in hard power is too big. Moreover, Qingjing had at least fought against Su Buling. If he had been replaced by another general, his record would have been even worse than Qingjing's. Seeing that the weather was getting sunny and warm, and there were more and more dark troops on the other side of the river, Qingjing knew that the Ziliang army was coming again. He was so anxious that he felt as if he hadn't gone to the latrine for half a month, his face was livid and he was sweating, but nothing can be done. General. When Qingjing was in a panic, the deputy general ran over. His face was pale and he did not dare to speak loudly. He came close to Qingjing and whispered. General, something serious has happened. Qingjing trembled, but he already knew what was going on. He quickly pulled the deputy general to a secluded place and said angrily. Su Buletinling is here. The deputy general nodded quickly. The spies came with news that the main force of the Ziliang army in Yueyang began to assemble last night, and I'm afraid they have already boarded the ship and set off. There are 300 ships, including 20 new ships loaded with artillery. If this is press over here. Qingjing's face turned pale. What are you still waiting for? We'll arrive tomorrow night at most. Why don't you hurry up and get the three armies ready for battle? The deputy general's face turned bitter. We are preparing for battle every day, but how can we defend this place? The Wukui artillery can hit 8 miles at the longest, and the widest part of the river is only 6 miles, and the narrowest part is less than 2 miles. The Ziliang army on the opposite side of the river, this place can be blown up. There are deserters in the military camp every day. If this order is passed, 1/3 of the defenders will be able to escape before the Ziliang army comes over. Qingjing's face turned pale and he glared angrily. What should we do? If we can't defend it, we won't defend it. The deputy general said bitterly, we must defend, but we can't stand and get beaten, right? At least stay away from the river, or we retreat to Lushan County. Your mother hummer. Qingjing was furious. We didn't guard the natural dangers of the Yangtze River, but we sent them back to guard the county. More than 200,000 troops came ashore and they could push them across without artillery. We need to attack Lushan County? Can't we go from both sides? The deputy general's face turned bitter. This river is a natural hazard for us, but not for them. If we don't retreat. The king of Chu has already spoken. If you tie a dog by the river, it can bite Su Buling twice. If I retreat again, I will just take my head and go back to apologize. You can just ask me to kill myself. The deputy general pursed his lips. Indeed, if you stand here and don't retreat, you can still die in battle, with great vigor. Damn you. Qin Jing was furious, raised his hand and slapped the deputy general twice on the forehead, and then paced back and forth, not knowing what to say. After all, the current situation is like this: either die standing or kneeling. Qin Jing is dead anyway. The deputy general stood in front of him, not daring to persuade him. After a moment of silence, he plucked up the courage, took a step forward, and whispered. General, the civil strife in the northern Qi dynasty, the surrender of South Vietnam, the people in the south of the Yangtze River are panicking, and the situation in the world has become clear. In ancient times, the sons of destiny who ruled the world always died whoever stood in their way. As soon as the Ziliang army arrived, all the officers and soldiers under his command and the surrounding people died in vain. This is recorded in the annals of history. You still have to bear the infamy. The general has always loved his soldiers as his own sons. Now is the time. In order to prevent tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians from dying in vain, it is actually a righteous act to bear some infamy. Qin Jing paused, drew his knife and put it on the deputy general's neck. You advise me to surrender without a fight. Anyway, he will die sooner or later. The lieutenant has already risked his life. He knelt down and said in a deep voice. How can we call it surrender when we turn from darkness to light? The general's righteous act can save tens of thousands of soldiers and innocent people under his command. Chang'an is orthodox after all. Seeing that the general understands justice so well, he will definitely not treat him badly. General, think twice. Qin Jing's eyes were furious and he patted the armor on his chest with his knife. This armor was a gift from the king of Chu. As long as I still have this armor, there is no way I, Qin Jing, will surrender to the Su family. Well. Huainan, Xiajiazhuang. At the beginning of the lanterns, Xiaoting sat in the large study room, holding his cheeks with his hands, looking at the green lanterns on the table boredly, and asking from time to time. What time is it? The fat little maid next to her was helping Xiaoting read a book and answered seriously. There's still half an hour until sushi. Half an hour? Xiaoting slumped on the taishi chair, looking like he was about to die, and muttered. Auntie, why aren't you back yet? It's so difficult to be the head of this household. You have to get up before dawn and have to sit there until midnight. What's the point of this? Isn't it a waste of time? The little maid turned over a page of the book, shook her head and said. With so many things going on at home, it was not easy for every head of the family to go back to his room and go to bed on time. The eldest lady used to sit until midnight and had to get up before dawn. The young master is lazy and puts all the troubles on the second master and the others, otherwise he would definitely not boring. I am the head of the family. The head of the family must let his subordinates do things. There is no reason for him to do it himself. Then I help the young master read the book, but I can't even get into the young master's mind. When you want to use it, you just have to say no, it's not a big deal. While the master and servant were talking to each other, footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Mo, the second head of the Xiao family, opened the door and entered the study with a very ugly expression on his face. Ting King Wu has sent someone to ask us to go to Luzhu. Pack your things immediately and let Hua Jingting take you to Chang'an overnight. I'm not going. Xiao Ting jumped up, ran to him, held his second uncle Xiao Mo's arm, and walked out the door. What are you going to do in Chang'an? I am the boss here. When I get to Chang'an, there are my father and my brother. They are both nerds. It is not as comfortable as here. Xiao Mo frowned, shook his head and said. Don't be ridiculous. You know the current situation well. King Wu sent someone over to invite us to a banquet in Luzhu. Why don't you just have a meal? It scares the second uncle. I have met King Wu, and his son was a classmate. You don't know how badly his son was bullied by me in Chang'an City. He was a big fat man. Once inside the Yingchuan building, Xiao Mo's face darkened. The imperial court is about to attack Jiangnan and will reach Luzhu soon. Let us go there at this time. That's not good, Su Buling is coming too. I haven't seen my nephew for a long time. I miss him quite a bit. While chatting, the two came to the outside of their ancestral home. In the Zhuangzi with scattered buildings, all members of the Xiao family came outside and stood on the central avenue with solemn faces. Outside the large stone archway, the lights were brightly lit, and 5,000 Liaxi troops were on tenterhooks and watching eagerly. Wang Ruiyang and Wang Qinjai, the original governor of the Liaxi protectorate, stood in the middle on horseback, looking coldly at Ziyajia which had been rooted in Jiangnan for thousands of years. Hua Jingting and more than 10 guests were standing in the archway, negotiating with him, but Wang Ruiyang and Wang Qinjai remained silent. Xiao Ting walked out of the door and looked up to see the scene of an army pressing down on the enemy. His smile froze slightly and he turned around and said, "Second uncle, go ahead. I'll pack your things right away. I'll burn some more paper money for you during the Qingming festival. I know you like Su Danking's paintings the most. I'll definitely cheat Su Buling and burn them for you someday." Xiao Mo had a dark face. "You've already come out, and you still have to clean up your mess. Where can you put the Xiao family's face?" "That's true, alas." Xiao Ting pursed his lips and walked out of the house again. In the Xiao family manner, the Xiao clan members separated on the left and right to make way for a main road. Xiao Ting straightened his clothes, led Xiao Mo to the front of the clansmen, and looked up at Wang Ruiyang above. "Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? Bringing so many people here at night seems like a private fight with the boat gang. If you want to have a fight, why don't you say hello in advance? If you are so unruly, I will keep quiet next time. My nephew came over and barricaded the door of your house. My nephew is a ruthless person. If he kills someone, he won't even keep a dog in the family. No, the woman must stay." Wang Ruiyang frowned, glanced at the coach of the Liaxi army next to him, then raised his hands and clasped his fists. "Mr. Xiao, I'm really offended by your late-night visit. King Wu has just acquired a few calligraphy and paintings recently. I don't know whether they are authentic or not. I would like to invite everyone from the Xiao family to come and taste them. Just for this matter, just send a message, why bother to bring so many people here? There is a war in Ezhu, and you are nobles of the Xiao family. When I come here to invite you, I must ensure your safety." Xiao Ting laughed and walked forward. "There is no need for so many people to go there. One person is enough to appreciate calligraphy and paintings. I am very good at this." Wang Ruiyang shook his head. "The calligraphy and paintings of the prince are rare in the world. Only the elders of the Xiao family have the ability to distinguish the authenticity. Let's go there. We can't let His Royal Highness the King of Wu come in person." Xiao Ting took a deep breath, looked back at the more than 1,000 Xiao family members, nodded, and waved. "Second uncle, let's go and take a look. Everyone else go back. It's already midnight and you're still not sleeping. What are you doing standing outside?" The elders of the Xiao family, headed by Xiao Mo, are naturally bold and courageous as the helmsmen of the first clan in 1,000 years. After waving their hands to let the clan members go back, they followed Xiao Ting out of the archway. When passing by Wang Ruiyang, Xiao Mo shook his head and sighed. 400 years ago, when your Wang family just built the ancestral hall, the words were still asked to be written by a scholar from my Xiao family. I may have forgotten to tell your ancestors at that time. Don't throw all the eggs in one basket." Wang Ruiyang raised his hand and saluted, but didn't say anything. After watching more than a dozen Xiao family members get on the car, he turned his horse's head and left with the Liaxi army, which was on the verge of a fight. The jade plate was suspended in the air, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The swaying fleet was rushing on the river. The lights on the boats were connected together. Looking down from the sky, it was like a sea of stars flowing on the rolling river. In the middle of the fleet, on the top floor of the warship, Chen Si-ning stood at the window of her room, holding a telescope and looking at the beautiful scenery of the river with interest, but more often, her eyes were still on the large ships around. The neat and solemn appearance of the Ziliang army, even if you look at it 100 times, still makes people marvel from the bottom of their hearts. It feels like admiring an indestructible sword. Even if it is not your own, just looking at it can satisfy your eyes. In the spacious living room in the center, Nightingale sat in the study and helped Su Buling sort out the arrangements reported by the generals. They were all details of the attack on Lushan County tomorrow. Su Buling had already read them and sorted them into a book for future reading. In the bedroom in the inner room, Su Buling sat on the couch and wiped his iron mace. As the saying goes, a sword matches a hero. This iron mace can be said to be the most handy weapon Su Buling has ever used. Although there is only one, it does not affect its indestructible killing power at all. Ning Qingyi also sat on the couch, wiping the snow-white sword given by Su Buling. There was a small table between them with a green lamp on it. Ning Qingyi's armor had been removed and he was dressed in casual clothes, still men's clothes, but his proud chest could not be concealed. At this time, he was wiping the Buling sword with a lamp, looking like a handsome swordsman with unusually developed chest muscles. Ning Qingyi was aloof and cold, and she never spoke much. People always said that she listened. But sitting with the closest man, it always felt wrong to be silent. Seeing the words "act without orders" on the blade, she thought for a moment and said, "When I saw these words before, I thought it meant acting on one's own initiative without listening to orders, and I thought it was quite in line with your style. Later, I asked Master and found out that it means a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear." Su Buling was a little amused. "What do you mean by a person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear?" "It means that if you have a good character, you don't need orders, and the people below will do what you say." Ning Qingyi snorted softly, as if he didn't agree with this. Su Buling put down his iron mace, turned around, picked up the teacup on the small table and took a sip. "Why, do you think there is something wrong with me saying this?" Ning Qingyi looked at the sword in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then said calmly, "There was a problem in the first place. You and I met for the first time in Chang'an City, and you pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. You were obviously very skilled in martial arts, but you let me hug you and took advantage of me. This is called deceiving in the dark room, not a gentleman's chivalrous act, and not upright." Su Buling raised the corner of his mouth, not feeling guilty at all. Everyone has a love for beauty, and this is also human nature. Think about it, in the middle of the night, a stunning beauty rushed over, picked me up and ran away, and she didn't threaten me. If I didn't resist, I would be a bit beastly, and if I resisted, I would be worse than a beast. What kind of perverse logic is this? You are just lustful." Ning Qingyi glanced at Su Buling, saying this, but there was no dissatisfaction in his eyes. After all, no matter how cold a beauty is, she will be happy if she is praised for her beauty by the person she likes. The fleet sailed slowly on the river, the moonlight sprinkled from the window and fell on the floor of the room. Before they knew it, the full moon was in the sky and the night was deep. Ning Qingyi carefully polished her sword and chatted with Su Buling casually, as if she had forgotten the time. After all, she didn't have many opportunities to be alone with Su Buling. As the saying goes, the most beautiful thing is the eyes in front of the lamp. Under the dim light, Ning Qingyi's cold and beautiful face became more gentle, and her sharp eyes softened a little. She looked more like a lover who was carefully helping her husband polish his sword. As Su Buling spoke, his eyes could not help but wander over King Yi's figure. Although she was wearing men's clothes, her proud figure could not be concealed. Her straight back made her clothes look particularly plump. She sat on the edge of the couch, with the hem of her robe tightly pressed against her skin, outlining a full-strength curve under her waist. The fabric had no wrinkles at all. With the help of the light, she could see every detail under the fabric. Ning Qingyi was speaking softly, and he noticed Su Buling's unfriendly gaze. He paused in wiping his sword and looked up. The four eyes met. Su Bulenling curled his lips meaningfully. Ning Qingyi secretly thought something was wrong, and her expression became a little more serious. She blocked the edge of the sword in front of her and covered her buttocks with her hands. Su Bulenling, this is a military camp, don't mess with the rules. Su Buling raised his eyebrows. From now on, I set the rules. If I stick to them, why would I bother to fight so hard? While talking, Su Buling stood up, took off the long sword in King Yi's hand, inserted it into the scabbard, and threw it aside. Ning Qingyi raised her cheeks and looked at the handsome man just a few feet away in front of her. Her face was still cold, but her eyes were a little panicked. She shrank back and wanted to get up. Don't mess around, there will be a war tomorrow. I've been resting for several days. Relaxing before the battle will help me maintain my fighting strength. Su Buling held King Yi's shoulders, sat down next to him, bent over and picked up King Yi's legs, took off the white boots and socks, showing the graceful feet, put them in his arms, and took off the other one. With delicate and gentle movements, Ning Qingyi arched her insteps and her cheeks were stained with a blush. She knew she couldn't resist Su Bulenling, so she could only raise her hand and hold the bulging skirt. How about I do this to you? That kind of thing is really uncomfortable. I don't like it. Su Buling curled his lips, climbed onto the couch, and pushed King Yi's shoulders slightly. I know you don't like it, so don't do that today. Let's do something normal. Ning Qingyi fell on the couch, pushing Su Buling's chest with her delicate hands, frowning, her eyes slightly disgusted. Do you still have normal things in your mind? Su Buling laughed, turned over and lay next to King Yi, raised his hand to untie the belt around her waist. The front and the back are all pretty normal to me. If you think that's abnormal, then change it to something you think is normal. I think it's normal. Ning Qingyi frowned, thought for a moment, and finally realized what Su Bulenling was going to do. Her Qingshui eyes widened a bit, and she quickly closed her shirt, looking a little nervous. How can this be done? We haven't gotten married yet, so why should we settle for nothing first? Su Bulenling frowned and looked slightly displeased. Why are you so pretentious, senior sister? How can you evaluate master like this? Senior sister? Ning Qingyi felt even weirder. She pushed gently. I said it myself, this kind of thing, before marriage, feels unethical. The words are hesitant. Su Buling curled his lips. He said that he should press King Yi more and don't delay it for too long. In fact, he felt that it was a bit long. Seeing that Ning Qingyi's resistance was weak, he made a compromise and turned King Yi's back to him. Forget it then, it's still later. Ning Qingyi shrank slightly and quickly turned back to lie down, with a little shame and anger in her eyes. Can't you stop messing around? How about I call Nightingale in? Su Buling's eyes lit up slightly. Okay, it's more fun for the three of us together, but I'm afraid it will be more embarrassing for you. 3 people? Ning Qingyi shook her head quickly. If Su Buling refused to let her go, she definitely didn't want to bring anyone over to watch the show. Ning Qingyi and Su Buling have known each other for such a long time, and they have even done things like sleeping with 4 people together, and have been exposed to places that should not be touched. In fact, the defenses in their hearts are not as stubborn as before, but this kind of thing, she couldn't agree directly. Ning Qingyi was not good at words. She didn't know what to say and couldn't stop Su Buling. She simply turned her head away and tried to get away with it. Su Buling waited for a while, but when Qingyi didn't answer, he turned Qingyi over again and lifted up her skirt. Oops. Ning Qingyi quickly turned back and came face to face with Su Buling, her eyes slightly cold. How do you know how to bully women? Ugh. Lips meet. Su Buling frowned, turned over and pressed Qingye, and threw the robe aside. Ning Qingyi's eyes widened and she was confused as usual. She looked at Su Buling blankly. When she came back to her senses, all that was left was her torn belly band. Ning Qingyi trembled slightly, quickly turned her head, and gently pushed Su Buling. Don't be serious, Su Buling put his arms around Qingyi's neck and lowered his head to look carefully. Really don't want to. Ning Qingyi paused slightly, biting her lower lip, and looked at the handsome man above her, not knowing what to say. It was just like the first kiss in Chang'an City, walking hand in hand in Suzhou, and being watched in Luoyang. She is the one who is forced to accept it. She wants to resist but can't. How can she say I do? But are you really unwilling in your heart? Maybe it was the first time she was forcefully kissed, but it was hard to tell the difference later, because when the two were walking hand in hand on the street, she looked very reluctant, but in her heart she never thought about letting go, and she secretly experienced the novel and nervous feeling. Ning Qingyi pursed her lips and turned her head away, not looking at Su Buling, as if she would neither cater nor refuse. With a smile in his eyes, Su Bulenling pushed up his belly band and continued to lick Qingyi's face. Woo! Ning Qingyi closed her eyes and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to speak, but in the end she didn't make any sound. She just raised her arms with a slight hesitation, hugged Su Buling, and made no move. Rustling, rustling. There were only 2 quick and slow breaths left in the room. After a long time. Senior sister, don't be nervous. Master likes it so much that he wants to kill me. Forget it, Master. It feels weird. The long-term pain is worse than the short-term pain. Please give me a good time. Maybe there is only pain, but no pleasure. You. The delicate voice was soft and sobbing. Ning Qingyi suddenly raised her swan-like neck, her face flushed, and the nails of her slender fingers pierced into Su Buling's back skin. She couldn't make a sound for a long time, and tears fell instantly. After a while. Does it hurt? It's okay, I'll just treat it as a needle prick. Needle? The cold and long night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. The green lamp on the table went out silently. The boat sailed in the spring water of the river, and the bright moonlight fell on the iron mace and the sword on the small table. The 2 weapons were placed side by side, just like 2 people who were tightly dependent on each other. The night wind swept by, and the wisps of spring came into the house from the window. The faint voice murmured like crying and complaining, and before it could be heard outside the house, it dissipated in the spring in the house. The prince is very fierce. Author, Guan Guan Gong Zi. Chapter 840. The next day, the warm sun was in the sky. The fleet sailed down the river day and night and had arrived in Hanyang, less than 100 miles away from Ezhu. The Ziliang army on the troop carrier was ready to go, all kinds of landing equipment were ready, and even the artillery had been loaded. They were just waiting for the troops to approach the city and tear the last faces of the 4 eastern kings into pieces. On the handsome ship, Nightingale held a telescope and carefully scanned the situation of hundreds of ships. Occasionally, if a flag came, she would notify Su Buling in the room. In the room, Su Buling was neatly dressed and walking next to the couch, holding a map of the surrounding areas of Lushan County in his hand and looking at it. He looked back from time to time, with a bit of a smile in his eyes. Behind Su Buling, Ning Qingyi was lying on her side facing the wall, her smooth shoulders exposed from the spring quilt, her long hair spread like clouds, and her delicate face with a bit of chill. She still refuses to get up. Ning Qingyi was not angry at first because she was half promised last night, but because she accidentally said the word needle wrongly. The gentle lover in front of her turned into a jerk in an instant. No matter how skilled Ning Qingyi was in martial arts, she was still just a girl who was just beginning her career. Even if she could bear it physically, she couldn't bear it mentally. She forgot that she was there. She vaguely remembered that she rolled her eyes, cried and begged for mercy, and the guy wouldn't let her go. Ning Qingyi's eyes showed a rare grievance. Compared with being tortured, she was actually more worried about the opinions of outsiders. Chen Shining lived not far away. I wonder if she heard any noise. Nightingale must have heard the noise. I don't know what I think of her. Su Buling looked at the map for a while and saw that it was getting late. He put the map down, turned around and shook Qingyi's shoulders. Yai. Eh? Su Buletinling's expression froze, then he raised his hand and patted Xiao Ning on the back, who dared to take advantage of him. Snap. Ning Qingyi didn't move. The beating didn't hurt anyway. She pulled the spring quilt up and ignored him. Su Buring shook his head, turned Qingyi over to face him, and said softly. It's my fault. Get up and eat something. It's almost noon. Ning Qingyi's face was cold and she turned her head away from Su Buling. I'll starve to death if I don't go out. I want you to be careful. If you have to be so rash, Nightingale must have heard it, and Miss Chen may have heard it too. There's a boatload of people below. How do you want me to go out to meet people? Su Buletinling's eyes were helpless and he turned his cheek. Qingyi, did I make you unable to get up because of my ignorance? If so, just tell me and I will bring the food over. Ning Qingyi narrowed her eyes slightly and was about to sit up to prove that she had not been knocked down. But then she thought about it and felt that Su Buling was irritating her. She snorted softly, so what if I can't get up? Anyway, I can't go out and do your work. I only arrived in the afternoon, I have nothing to do. Su Buring smiled softly, glanced twice, raised his hand to lift the spring quilt up again, and prepared to get on the bed. Ning Qingyi's expression changed and she immediately became honest. She turned over and blocked herself with spring. Wait a minute, I'll just get up. Only then was Su Buletinling satisfied. He took the clothes and put them in Ning Qingyi's hands. Knowing that Qingyi was thin-skinned, he didn't look around and turned around to go to the study outside. Ning Qingyi relaxed slightly after Su Buling went out, frowned slightly, rubbed her sore waist, and then raised her hand to get the clothes next to her. After putting on her clothes, Ning Qingyi remembered something and quickly opened the quilt, trying to find the handkerchief Su Buling had placed under her yesterday, but unfortunately she couldn't find it anywhere. What's wrong with this guy? Ning Qingyi pursed her lips, and there was a little bit of shame and anger in her eyes, but she was too embarrassed to ask Su Buling for this thing. After thinking about it, she could only pretend that she didn't notice anything, and carefully folded the quilt. The White Emperor's farewell speech is among the colorful clouds. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains are returned in one day. Although Ezhu is more than 400 miles away from Yueyang, the Chunjiang River is warm and flows downstream, and the 50,000 Ziliang troops arrived almost in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the atmosphere among the soldiers and horses on more than 300 ships became increasingly serious. Large shields, wooden bridges and other equipment used for landing were prepared. The troop carriers other than the gunboats were also loaded with artillery and wheels were installed. At this time push it onto the deck and secure it for maximum fire coverage once you reach the battlefield. On the building ship, Chen Shining put on her armor in the room, carefully checked her armor, and put on top quality soft armor brought from the Nanyu Palace inside the armor, which was almost invulnerable. Chen Shining acted as Su Buling's personal soldier, just to follow her and not let her run away to fight. But Chen Xining's character is such that she is extremely stable. She considers safety in advance, even if she knows she will not go to the battlefield, she is still fully prepared. Even the spears for horse warfare are ready and placed on the weapon rack in the room. There was going to be a war soon. Although Chen Xining was not the head coach, he was far more worried about the upcoming battle than Su Buling. Seeing that they were almost there, Su Buling didn't come out yet. He was a little confused and came to the handsome platform outside the study. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "General." Soon, the door opened. Su Buletinling walked out of the room wearing the crown prince's robe, saw Chen Xining in full armor, and said with a smile, "The coach is Yang Zunyi. If we want to go to the battlefield, General Yang won't give us a chance. Why are you covering up so tightly?" Chen Xining looked at the armor on his body. "It is a rule to keep armor on your body during war. It doesn't matter if you don't wear armor. How can I, a soldier, not wear it? We will be there soon. Where is King Yi?" Su Buling looked back and saw that King Yi had already put on the armor, but had no intention of coming out. Instead, she avoided Chen Xining. He could only say with a smile, "I'm busy with something, let's go down." Chen Xining didn't think too much about it, and followed Su Buling with her hand on the waist knife. The armor made a clicking sound as she walked, and she really had the aura of a general. The two men came to the deck of the handsome ship and stood at the bow. General Yang Zunyi was already using his command flag to direct the troop ships to disperse and arrange landings in batches to avoid an ambush and chaos when they arrived. The Ziliang army has been staying among the thousands of miles of yellow sand in the western regions for many years. In fact, it has no experience in water warfare. Even if it maintains an absolute advantage, Yang Zunyi is still very serious and cautious. Together with more than a dozen military advisors and staff, they discuss possible encounters at any time. Misfortune. War is no child's play. The sound of artillery means rivers of blood and corpses floating thousands of miles away. In this atmosphere where the sword was unsheathed and the crossbow was cocked, Chen Xining gradually became a little nervous. Looking at the deserted mountains and plains along both sides of the river, she asked in a low voice, "It's so quiet. I haven't encountered a single incident so far. Could something go wrong?" Su Buletinling's expression was calm, and he looked confident, but this was for his generals to see, and he was also secretly thinking about various possible changes in his heart. After careful consideration, Su Buling shook his head and said, "Won't." Chen Xining nodded and didn't say much. She just stood in front and watched the situation along the river with a telescope. As the fleet moved rapidly, buildings gradually appeared on the riverside. As the main battlefield between the two armies, there were no ordinary people along the river. They were all scattered military camps and beacon towers. The further downstream you went, the more buildings became more numerous. Dense. After driving into the jurisdiction of Ezhu City, I heard the sound of war drums outside Ezhu City in the distance, and across the river was the endless Danya garrison, with city walls, arrow towers, and bunkers all over the city. The complete defenses made Yang Zunyi frown slightly. But the strange thing is that everyone in Dayo is beating war drums, but there is silence on the other side of the river. Only densely packed soldiers can be seen standing behind the fortifications, and there is not even a ship on the river. General Yang Zunyi was a little confused. After looking carefully and confirming that it was not a ruse, he said, "His Royal Highness, you didn't leave the door opposite. Are you preparing to hide in a turtle shell and get beaten?" Su Buling was also a little puzzled. Instead of starting a water fight, it was better to put a few boats outside as scouts. This was too clean. He thought for a moment. No need to approach the shore. Stop on this side of the river. First use artillery to bombard the city wall and block houses. After a gap is blown and the morale of the army is shattered, we can then cross the river and land. Yang Zunyi was prepared to fight like this. He was an inch longer and an inch stronger, and he could stand in a place where the opponent couldn't hit and strike head-on. Who would run up and engage in a hand-to-hand fight? He raised his hand, and the herald waved the flag. More than 300 troop transports lowered their sails and slowed down to anchor, while 20 gunboats ran to the center of the river, maintaining a distance of more than 3 miles to ensure that the crossbows and trebuchets on the opposite side could not hit them. The mouth faces the river bank of Dongyu, and with just one order, a super long-distance dimensionality reduction strike can be carried out. The formation has not yet been set up. From the telescope, it is obvious that Dongyu's soldiers are in confusion. Almost everyone is retreating or looking for cover. Just from these skilled evasive movements, you can know that they are the troops under King Chu. Su Buling shook his head secretly, knowing that there was no suspense in this landing battle. He was about to order the artillery bombardment as before, waiting for Qin Baobao to be defeated with regret, but something suddenly happened on the opposite side. I saw the Dongyu defense line waiting in full formation. The military flag with the word Qin that was originally inserted above a pass suddenly lowered. The Dongyu soldiers behind the fortifications also burst into cheers, as if they had won a great battle. The shouts were loud and clear. God, the Ziliang army here is really a little confused. Su Buling frowned and asked Yang Zunyi not to order the bombardment yet. After waiting for a moment, he saw a water gate in the middle of the defense line open and a small fishing boat sail out. The fishing boat was only about 10 feet long and did not carry any ordnance. In front of it was a strong man in civilian clothes, standing at the bow of the boat holding a handsome sword. Behind him was a subordinate who was punting the boat. He was holding a flag with the word Su in one hand and punting the boat with the other, calling and shouting from a distance. "Don't fire! One of our own! Don't fire!" The 50,000 soldiers of the Ziliang army who were ready to go were all speechless. Yang Guanyu boarded the ship and prepared to be the vanguard to land on the beach. Seeing this scene, he took off his helmet, threw it to the deputy general, turned around and returned to the cabin. Chen Xining was confused and walked up to Su Buling. "What is the other side doing? Send an envoy here to negotiate." "I surrender, what else can I do?" Su Buling was actually relieved. After all, thousands of people died. Who would want to create thousands more orphans and widows in the world without bloodshed? Chen Xining was a little puzzled. The defense on the other side was impregnable, so they surrendered like that. If it doesn't fall, it will be flat before dark. Su Buling raised his hand and let the handsome ship sail to the center of the river. He lowered his head and looked at the small boat below. After Qin Jing, the general of the Chu army, arrived below the handsome ship, he raised his handsome sword levelly, bowed his head deeply, and said loudly, "The defeated General Qin Jing pays homage to His Highness the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince approaches the city with the might of heaven and man. There is no suspense about the victory of this battle. Both sides of the river belong to the same clan and are compatriots. It is inevitable that tens of thousands of soldiers under his command will die in vain. Qin is willing to hand over his handsome sword." The city gates were opened wide, and the prince was welcomed into the city. He only asked the prince to treat the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait equally and not commit any crimes. However, Qin Jing, as a general of Chu, surrendered without a fight. He was really ashamed of his ancestors and the king of Chu. He had no shame in living in the world. While speaking, Qin Jing drew out his sword and slashed it directly at his neck. However, whether this was a show or a real move, Su Buling would never let Qin Jing commit suicide. If Qin Jing surrendered and begged to die in front of him, who would dare to surrender? Su Buling jumped and landed directly in front of Qin Jing, raised his hand to hold Qin Jing's arm, and then said all kinds of polite words. First, he praised Qin Jing for loving the people like his own children and distinguishing right from wrong. Then, he gave various rewards to the defenders on the shore. The forced men could receive pensions and go home on the spot. Before he finished speaking, cheers broke out on the Dongyu defense line, and the city gates were wide open. They were happier than the Ziliang army who were exempted from a battle. Asshole! The next day, in Hangzhou City, in the Dongyu Palace temporarily rebuilt at the foot of Bama Mountain, Dongyu Emperor Song Xiaoying suddenly threw the 800-mile urgent battle report on the ground and cursed. 150,000 defenders, prepared for nearly half a year, relying on the natural barrier of the Yangtze River, but the commander opened the city and surrendered without firing a single arrow. He might as well keep running. A dog tied to the riverside will bark twice. Qin Jing is the descendant of a famous general, but he is not even as good as a dog. The angry scolding was heard by more than 1 million ministers present. Everyone had different expressions, but they all understood that this was just the impotent rage of being on the verge of despair. Qin Jing surrendered yesterday without a fight, and the impact was almost devastating. Last winter, Dongyu's officials were under great pressure. They knew that the Ziliang army would attack them, and they might not be able to defeat them. However, no matter how great the pressure was, at least they did not really fight. The battlefield was ever-changing, and there might be variables. Dongyu had a Liaxi army that was no less powerful than the Ziliang army, so they might have been able to hold on. But now, Qin Jing had more than 100,000 Chu troops, and he didn't even fire an arrow, and directly destroyed the enemy after nearly half a year of preparation. Su Buling was also generous, and directly increased Qin Jing's rank by 1 level, dismissed all able-bodied men, and issued silver to allow the people who were forced to join the army to return home for reunion. This news spread to the defense line behind, and the consequences can be imagined. Dongyu claimed to have 1 million soldiers, but most of them were forced to be able-bodied men and half farmers and half soldiers. They belonged to the same clan as Zhou and had no national hatred or family feuds. Knowing that they could not win, they could take the silver home by throwing away their swords. The generals' official positions would remain unchanged and the country could be unified. Who would be willing to die generously? As for whether Dayo was surnamed Su or Song, what did it have to do with the people? Less than an hour after Qin Jing surrendered, the garrison commander of Huangmei County defected on the battlefield, followed by Huaining County, who surrendered faster than the Ziliang army. The generals of Huaining County were afraid that Luz Hu would receive the news and detain people, so they rode their horses directly to the Ziliang army camp to surrender. Only Tong Chen was still suppressing the soldiers' objections and defending to the death, but the small city wall of Tong Chen might not be able to hold out for half a day. How could it be fought? Once Tong Chen was lost, Luz Hu, the military base of the Four Kings in the east, was behind it. It was the only Liaxi army in Jiangnan that could be used. It was the most front-line military fortress of Dongyu and the last front battlefield of Dongyu. Because if Wang Qinjai loses again, Dongyu will have no regular army. If they rely on the government soldiers and militia to fight against the Ziliang Iron Cavalry, they probably won't even need artillery. Seeing the situation so clear, Zhou Kai, the head of the Zhou family, a powerful family in Chu, came to the front of Chu Wang Song Zhengping and whispered, "Your Majesty, it's not that your father-in-law is spineless. The situation has come to this point, which hurts the people of the world. If you make a decision earlier, the Song family will not be wiped out of the world. Why don't you persuade the emperor? On the grounds of the safety of the people of the world, it is naturally a polite remark. What does the life and death of the people of the world have to do with the family? As a family rooted in the Central Plains, the most feared thing is to stand on the wrong side when the world is in chaos. The Zhou family has been rooted in Chu for hundreds of years, and it is not easy to stand in the position of a second-tier family. If they climb up again, they can be on par with the 5 major surnames. With such a large family business in hand, Zhou Kai's mind is very clear. If he was not the father-in-law of the king of Chu, he would not come to Hangzhou at all. Even if they came, Chu actually left a branch, and now they have surrendered to the Su family. The advantage of betting on both sides is that the family will not be destroyed, but the disadvantage is that the family business will at least be cut in half, from second rate to third rate, and it will take at least 100 years to accumulate again. If peaceful reunification can be achieved at this time, the Zhou family can reduce a lot of losses. Not to mention anything else, the industry occupied by the Su family in Chu will definitely be taken back. When they enter Hangzhou city, there will be nothing left. Chu Wang Song Zhengping, in fact, was at odds with the three kings in the east at the beginning. Song Ji turned the table and refused to pass the throne to him, so he turned to the three kings in the east and was always used as cannon fodder. Song Zhengping can actually see the current situation and know that the chances of winning are slim. Moreover, once Qin Jing surrenders, he will not have a single soldier under his command. Even if he wins, he will not get any benefits. If he loses, he will accompany the three kings in the east to be loyal to the Song family. But Song Zhengping was a vassal prince of the Song family, not a general or an official. Generals and officials could keep their positions if they surrendered, but if he surrendered, he would definitely be detained in Chang'an for the rest of his life, and he might die of illness in a few years. Moreover, the world that the Song family had conquered with great difficulty fell into the hands of others. Even if Song Zhengping was not the emperor, how could he not feel reluctant in his heart? Song Zhengping frowned, thought for a while, and then said softly. Wang Qinjai led the Liaxi army to defend Luzhu, and he still had the strength to fight. Now persuading the emperor is not courting death, let's wait and see. Alas! After the Ziliang army landed in Lushan County on the 19th, nearly 200,000 government soldiers also quickly boarded the ship to cross the river and assembled in Lushan County. It took only 2 days to gain a foothold. After that, the troops were divided into 2 groups and went down the river to recover the city that had already given up resistance. After running more than 400 miles, they met an opponent who dared to resist without surrendering. On the first day of March, outside Tongcheng on the north bank of the Yangtze River, the roar of artillery fire was earth-shattering. Under the bombardment of hundreds of artillery pieces, the city wall was crumbling bit by bit, visible to the naked eye. Except for the unyielding defenders and the almost desperate soldiers, standing on the city wall and being beaten, there is no way to fight back. Most of the city was built along the river. No matter which fortress had a water gate, 20 gunboats were parked on the river to bombard. A steady stream of supply ships arrived. The Tongcheng defenders couldn't defeat the Ziliang army in the city, and they couldn't defeat the Ziliang army outside the city. It looked like a huge and fierce fight, but in fact neither side engaged the enemy, and there was nothing to say at all. On the river bank, the handsome ship was docked on the upstream bank. Many generals and staff were holding telescopes and admiring the gorgeous night scene as if they were watching fireworks. Yang Guanyu even made a bet on how long Tongcheng could last under the firepower. Qin Jing, as the staff officer, stood among the generals of the Ziliang army. He looked at the scene with almost despair, which was much bigger than before. He was also secretly glad that it was not him who was standing on Tongcheng. People always die in wars, and Su Buling doesn't like to appreciate the despair of his opponents. Seeing that Tongcheng's situation is over, he returns to the study, opens the map and looks at the next march route. Chen Xining was numb to the overwhelming battle situation. After all, there was nothing exciting about crushing the situation. She and Ning Qingyi sat in the study together, helping Nightingale deal with numerous affairs. The artillery fire outside lasted for about half an hour, then the war drums sounded, and the infantry of the Ziliang army began to attack the city where most of the city wall had collapsed. Su Buling glanced at the window. Before the Ziliang army could change the flag on the city wall, a fast boat suddenly ran down from upstream. Xiao Qi, dressed in the imperial concubine's attire, stood on the deck under the close protection of the palace guards, and shouted from afar. MS Sir, Sir. The building ships were together with the team transporting the baggage, and were only more than 10 miles away from the main army on the front line. However, for the sake of safety, Su Buling never allowed the building ships to come to the front line battlefield. Seeing Xiao Qi running over in a hurry, Su Buletinling's expression changed. He jumped out of the window, touched the river gently, and landed on the heavily guarded deck, holding Xiao Qi's arm. "What's wrong? What are you doing here?" While talking, Su Buling pulled Xiao Qi into the cabin. What Su Buling didn't expect was that Xiao Xiang'er was also in the cabin. Xiao Xiang'er's apricot eyes were full of anger, and she jumped slightly anxiously. When she saw Su Buling coming, she quickly ran to Su Buling, took his arm and shook him. "That bastard Song Siming dares to attack my Xiao family. Go and kill him quickly. The Zhang family doesn't dare to touch any plant or tree in my Xiao family. The Song family is no more powerful than Jiezi. He is nothing. If Song Siming dares to touch, I am a member of the Xiao family, and I must let the Song family be exterminated." The coquettish voices continued to scold her, and even her beautiful face turned into a rare livid color. Su Buling frowned, comforted Xiang'er, and looked at Xiao Qi. "What happened?" "Xiao Qi is responsible for the intelligence information of the army and has an intelligence network of her own." Her face was warm and angry, and she said coldly, "The spies just risked their lives and came back with the news that something happened in Luzhu city. The kings of Wu, Song Siming, and Wang Qinjai, captured the people in the city and climbed up the city wall. Tinger and Erbo were also invited to Luzhu city. They must be used as blackmail prevents you from attacking the city." Xiao Xiang'er's almond-shaped eyes were filled with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "It's really despicable. What should I do?" Su Buling's face darkened when he heard this. There is almost no need to guess what the purpose of arresting the common people and the Xiao family members is. The 4 eastern kings are so anxious that they will jump over the wall. Originally, both sides claimed to be Daoyu Orthodox, but Su Buling still carried the reputation of usurping the throne to seek the country, which was slightly unreasonable. Now the 4 kings in the east are seizing the people in the territory to act as human shields, which has directly lost the justice and the people's support. It is no less than drinking poison to quench thirst. But the 4 kings in the east were shameless in the desperate situation. Su Buling had to take advantage of the great advantage. This was indeed a big trouble. Su Buling was silent for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, break camp immediately and go to Luzhu to see the situation. Under the general situation, the soldiers and civilians in Jiangnan have no intention of fighting at all. I will try to persuade them to surrender." Xiao Xiang'er wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Xiao Qi. After all, the matter was at this point, and there was no other way except to go to the city first to test the pressure. 2 days later, Luzhu. From Tongcheng to Luzhu, it is a great plain of more than 150 miles. 30,000 Ziliang troops and government soldiers marched day and night, marching from the land route, clearing the remaining checkpoints along the way, and arrived at the west side of Luzhu. Hundreds of ships loaded with soldiers and horses also entered Kaihu Lake on the south side of Luzhu with almost no obstructions along the rivers extending in all directions, with the gunboats clearing the way. Luzhu is the most important military fortress in Dongyu. It is more than 200 miles away from Jinling and Huainan. After occupying it, it will approach the Suzhou and Hangzhou areas in the hinterland of Jiangnan, and the vast plains will be almost impossible to defend. Before his death, Songji left the only legacy left to the 4 kings in the east. Most of the Liaoxi army was stationed here, and it was also the only hard nut to crack in Dongyu. The Western Liao army is the main force of Daoyu. It has been fighting against the northern Qi Prince Yu in the land of Yuyun all year round. From the quality of the soldiers to the armor and weapons, it is not half inferior to the Ziliang army. As a soldier directly under the jurisdiction of Chang'an, the treatment is even better. If they were to face off on the plain, the odds of victory for the Western Liang army and the Liaxi army would be evenly split. If the Liaxi army defended the city and the Western Liang army attacked the city, the Western Liang army would basically not be able to defeat it, otherwise the Northern Qi would not have been blocked outside the Great Wall for so many years, which is also the reliance of the four kings in the east who are still holding on. However, the Western Liang army has a powerful weapon for attack and defense, such as artillery. Under the condition of equal military quality, the enemy has what we have, which completely makes the 50-50 combat power become 100-10. It is precisely because of the Liaxi army's strong combat power that it is more clear that this battle cannot be won. On the third day of March, the sky over Luzhu was overcast, and the atmosphere on the land was solemn. Su Buling rode the chasing wind horse and came to 3 miles outside Luzhu city. Standing on a hill, he and the generals looked at the Luzhu city wall in the distance. Outside Luzhu city, arrow towers stood in rows, and the battlements and trenches turned the land into an intricate maze. The Liaxi army soldiers in sophisticated armor were ready inside and outside the city wall. On the gate tower, Wu Wang Song Siming sat on a chair with a frown. Commander Wang Qinjai held his sword with a cold look, watching the endless black tide pressing towards the city wall. There was no fear of fighting on his face, only the calmness and indifference that a general should have. Wang Qinjai was born in a poor family and climbed step by step to the position of the Grand Commander of Liaxi. He was a die-hard fan of Songji, which can be seen from the fact that Songji sent his parents, wife, and children back and let him decide whether to stay or go. There are always a few loyal ministers in the court of Dayu who are willing to sacrifice the lives of their entire family and die generously for the Song family. This may be blind loyalty, but no one can change these people's belief in loyalty to the army and serving the country, and Wang Qinjai is such a person. In fact, the great General Su Lai was also like this. He was a high-ranking official and his achievements shocked the emperor, but he did not rebel. He was not to repay the favor of being appreciated by Emperor Xiaozong and becoming a prince from a butcher. Beside Wang Qinjai, besides the Liaxi army soldiers who were waiting in battle array, there were also dense crowds of civilians, both men and women, old and young, who were tied up with their hands and feet, tied together with ropes, and tied to the city wall. Their cries overwhelmed the noise of the two armies. Xiao Ting, Xiao Mo, and more than a dozen other elders of the Xiao family, with their hands tied behind their backs, stood beside Wang Qinjai, cursing non-stop, but the sound was not clear. The soldiers of the Ziliang army who had already lined up outside the city saw the scene and also cursed, saying that the Liaxi army was nothing and was unworthy of being a man. The Liaxi army was collectively silent, just holding the bows and crossbows in their hands, waiting for the commander's order. They may feel guilty, but professional soldiers are like this, only obeying the commander's orders. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, they will not look back at the order. If they don't have this kind of cold and cruel fighting will, how can they be worthy of being the main army of Dayu? Wang Qinjai may not want to do this, but for the sake of the Song family, he must do this if he wants to defend Luzhu. Only in this way can the indestructible artillery of the Ziliang army be restricted. Only by confronting the Ziliang army head-on can his army ensure that Luzhu will not be lost. Chen Si Ning stood beside Su Buling. Seeing this scene, his lungs were almost exploded, and he cursed. We are all Central Plains people. How can we use women and children as shields? Only foreign barbarians would do such a thing. Do they have any shame? The generals around Su Buling were all cursing. Xiao Qi and Xiao Xiang were forced to follow and stood behind the guards. The anger on their faces was not concealed. Xiao Xiang pointed in the direction of the city wall and said angrily, Song Siming, Wang Qinjai. If you dare to touch my Xiao family, I will slaughter your entire clan. The voice was loud, but it was obviously not heard by the city wall several miles away. Xiao Qi clenched her hands tightly and maintained the necessary calmness. She waited for a long time, waiting until the Ziliang army was ready to attack the city at any time, but there was still no movement on Luzhu city. Yang Zunyi came to Su Buling, frowning, and asked, "Your Highness, the other side wants to defend to the death, what should we do?" Xiao Qi gritted her teeth and said, "There is no such thing as a deadly war. The four kings in the east committed an unjust act, and our army can do nothing about it. They will blame our Xiao family for the bad reputation afterwards. There is no need to worry about using artillery to attack the city." Xiao Xiang'er's face changed, and she said anxiously, "Ting'er and the second uncle are on the city wall, how can we use artillery to attack the city?" Xiao Qi said coldly, "The soldiers of the three armies can die, but my family members cannot die. How can there be a woman's mercy on the battlefield?" Su Buling raised his hand to stop the quarrel between the two sisters, thought about it, and rode lightly on the horse's belly, heading towards Luzhu city. "Husband." Xiao Qi was anxious and tried to dissuade him, but was stopped by Chen Xining. After all, as long as Su Buling did not go under the city wall, no one could hurt him with his extraordinary martial arts. The wind was howling, and the atmosphere inside and outside Luzhu city was extremely depressing. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of soldiers from both armies, Su Buling, alone, walked out of the Ziliang army formation and slowly came to the Luzhu city wall within an arrow's reach. "Su Buling, you coward, fire the cannon. You are here, but you are still dawdling outside the city. Do you still expect them to let me go? I can see the situation clearly, can't you see it with your wooden head?" On the city wall, Xiao Ting's voice of cursing in anger could finally be heard clearly, and he spit at Wang Qinjai and Song Siming from time to time. When Xiao Mo and other old people of the Xiao family came to Luzhu, they already knew that there was no return. There were always deaths in the change of dynasties. The Xiao family spanned 3 dynasties and had seen many such desperate things. As long as the Xiao family members were not exterminated, it was no big deal. The people on the city wall obviously knew what they were going to face. Some cried and pleaded, but between the two armies, their voices were pitifully small. Su Buling rode a big black horse and stopped within an arrow's reach. With a cold face, he looked up at Wang Qinjai, Song Siming, and many Liaxi army soldiers and said coldly, "I, Su Buling, came here today not to negotiate with you, but to tell you something." The voice was like a loud bell, and it spread far and wide between the two camps. Wang Qinjai's eyes were cold and unmoved. The defenders on the city wall heard it clearly and remained silent. Song Siming's eyes were filled with hatred, and he cursed. "Su Buling, you are a traitor, you are committing treason and plotting to usurp the throne. Even if there is only one soldier left in the Song family, I will not let you succeed. So what if you plot to usurp the throne?" Su Buling rode on the horse Zufeng and scanned the dense Liaxi army above the towering city wall. "You can't stop me, no one can stop me. There is no one in the world that I dare not kill, and no one that I cannot kill. I came here before attacking the city, just to tell you that I attacked Luzhu to quell the rebellion of the four kings, to reunify Daewoo, and to save the suffering of war for the people of the world. The people on the city wall are also people. If they die here today, the account will be counted on the Liaxi army, and I will avenge them afterwards." Su Buling rode slowly, his cold eyes swept over the soldiers above. The Liaxi army is the main force of the court. All soldiers are recorded in Chang'an. There may be some missing, but 9 times 9 are all there, including your hometown, family, parents, wives, and children. If you don't believe it, I'll tell you casually. Su Buling took out a piece of letter paper that was sent 800 miles in an emergency from his arms. Liaxi Army, Yuzhu Garrison Army, Woolley Camp, Corporal Chen Ping, from Qinjia Village, Guan County, Yuzhu, Father Chen Wulang, Mother Wang, Brother Chenan, Son Chen Dainiu. Corporal Wang Fugui, from Shantu Township, Jianping County, Liaxi, Father Wang Jike, Mother Zhao, Brother Wang Duobao. Under the dark clouds over the city, a loud voice was heard from the top of the city. After Su Buling read all the names on the paper clearly, he put away the letter paper. Using the old, the young, the women and the children as shields, this precedent cannot be opened. To warn future generations, if the people on the city die in vain today, I will send people to arrest the 200,000 people of the Liaxi army, including their fathers, mothers, brothers, and children, one by one until they are all killed, regardless of whether the people on the paper are standing on the city wall today. The defenders on the city wall were still silent. Wang Qinjai tightly grasped the hilt of the sword and looked directly into Su Buling's eyes. "Do you think I am afraid of you?" Su Buling ignored the gazes on the city wall, took the bow and arrow from the side of the horse, drew the bow and arrow, and shot it directly at Xiao Ting next to Wang Qinjai. Ting Su Buling. Two urgent calls came from the Ziliang army camp in the back, sad and shocked. The arrow pointed directly at Xiao Ting's throat, and even Xiao Emo was stunned. However, the guards behind Song Siming, perhaps fearing that the hostages would die and lose their support, still raised their hands to catch the flying arrows. Xiao Ting was also shocked. After all, Su Buling's arrow was really aimed at his chest. He cursed. "You really shot? At least let me say a few last words. I am not a human being, you have no conscience." Su Buling rode towards the Ziliang army camp without turning his head. Halfway through, he raised his right hand and swung it down fiercely. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound of artillery came from the Ziliang army's formation. The city-swallowing fire python hit the wall of Luzhu city, and the gravel flew, shocking the people and horses. On the top of the city, tens of thousands of Liaxi troops who had been silent for a long time were crushed by the deafening sound of artillery, and the last trace of psychological defense was crushed. Noisy chaos and the scolding of the military supervisors were heard everywhere. The Liaxi army is the main force of Daewoo. They are afraid of the power of artillery, but not afraid of death. Even if they resist the bombardment of artillery and know that they will lose, they can fight to the end. However, no matter how strong the Liaxi army's fighting will is, they are still human beings after all. They have a family, a career, parents, wives, and children. They can be brave and fearless, but they cannot ignore the life and death of their families. Maybe Wang Qinjai and others can do it, but most of them certainly can't. They heard Su Buling's words, and Su Buling was not lying. If they dare to defend like this today, Su Buling will really cut the roots of the Liaxi army to prevent future generations from imitating. Su Buling didn't want to do that, but under the general situation, everyone had only one choice, to advance or die. A general cannot be merciful. It doesn't mean that a general should be cruel, but that he should analyze the situation and make decisions in the most cold-blooded way to avoid greater casualties. Boom boom boom. A few more cannons sounded. There was chaos on the top of the city. The soldiers of the Woolly camp who were named ignored the order and forcibly untied the surrounding people. Many generals ran to Wang Qinjai and asked him to release the people, because Su Buling didn't care about the lives of these people, he just wanted to conquer the world. Continuing to put the people on the top of the city would only increase the psychological pressure on his soldiers. It would be better to let go and fight a fair battle. But in a fair battle, facing the Ziliang army with hundreds of artillery outside the city, the Liaxi army had no chance of winning, and they would only die more heroically. Wang Qinjai, the commander-in-chief of the Liaxi army, always held the hilt of the sword, said nothing, and stared at the back of the figure going away. The surroundings were getting more and more chaotic. A cannonball hit the tower, and King Wu Song Siming was forcibly dragged away from the city wall by the guards. Wang Qinjai didn't move, wanting to issue orders to save the situation. But as long as Su Buling dared to fire, he would be defeated. How could he save it? Boom boom boom. After just a few rounds of bombardment, the Liaxi army began to fall into chaos from within. Without orders from their superiors, the soldiers cut the ropes that bound the civilians with the tacit approval of the sergeant. Some even cursed the Ziliang army and Su Buling as worthless, but the sound obviously could not be heard far away in the chaos on the city wall. After Yang Zunyi ordered a few rounds of bombardment on the city wall, he saw that the defenders were in disarray and ordered a strong attack from the water gate. And this battle also announced the end of Daosong's last force in the world. Never write about war again.